This is the first of a series of 5 related discussions of the work of Pythagoras of Samos, generally regarded as one of the most universally enlightened men of the ancient world. At this time, it is especially fitting that we should discuss his work, as it was in 1955 at the Pythagorean Congress in Athens that the birthplace of this philosopher on the island of Samos was renamed in his honor, and the Greek government in many ways expressed their remembrance of one of their greatest citizens. Pythagoras is remembered particularly on a scientific level for his contributions in astronomy, music, and mathematics. On a philosophical level, for the part which he played in the introduction of the doctrine of metempsychosis among the Greeks. On a religious level, for his emphasis upon the unity of world religions, his vast travelings, which brought him into direct contact with the great religious systems of his time, and the mystical disciplines which were practiced in the university which he established at Crotona. Thus we have a man whose achievements cover an unusually broad range, and as a result, his memory has passed through many vicissitudes in the descent of time. Those who admire his scientific achievements are inclined to question his philosophical attainments or to doubt his religious opinions. Yet all in all, a grateful world has honored him, and perhaps through a better understanding of his philosophy, some of the doubts and uncertainties concerning his various contributions can be brought into focus, clarified, and something added in this century to the luster which already surrounds his illustrious name. Our discussions in these talks will be principally with the mathematical philosophy of Pythagoras, which also divides into 2 essential parts, one of which may be termed theoretical and the other practical. On the practical level, Pythagoras made the greatest contributions of the ancient world to the advancement of the science of mathematics. He is responsible for the later achievements of Euclid, who in turn has influenced all mathematical thinkers down to the present day. If it had not been for Pythagoras and Euclid, there might not have been a Steinmetz or an Einstein. The great development of mathematics rested therefore upon the practical findings of Pythagoras and the philosophy of number upon his philosophical speculations. Pythagoras was one of the first, if not the first, to emphasize the importance of number and mathematics in the advancement of the total state of man's integration. He was loath to assume that so noble a science, so magnificent a system, was devised simply for the convenience of the banker and the money changer. The purpose of mathematics was to unfold through orderly instruments man's internal consciousness of the universe around him and the psychic life within him. Thus to Pythagoras, mathematics was part of religion, part of philosophy, part of all those great ideals, those great systems of human thought which have enriched, and cultured, cultivated, and civilized the conduct of human beings. This evening we are going to discuss, first of all, the Pythagorean concept of numeration and number. And in this, we come to the theoretical phase of the master's work. We are interested in this phase because certainly it is possible to progress in the science of mathematics for a practical purpose by attending many schools or by a moderate study of mathematical textbooks. For the most part, however, progression of this kind does not include the philosophy of number or the great imponderables relating to the universal mystery, which Pythagoras regarded as the essence and substance of all mathematical speculation. Thus, we must understand not only something of the numbers as taught by Pythagoras, but something of the philosophy which he interpreted through number, and which has become identical with the numerical speculation for the majority of those who have studied his system. To begin with, then, Pythagoras recognized the existence of a primary and basic concept in mathematics, which he called archetypal number. Archetypal number, as the term itself indicates, is a concept of numeration which exists in the divine mind. As archetypes are patterns or designs, which when impressed upon substances result in the gradual unfoldment of orderly sequences. So archetypal number represents the key to the great design of being. It represents and unfolds the entire theory of existence and enables the individual, through the study of archetypal number, to apprehend or apperceive the basic function of the divine mind. Thus, to Pythagoras, numeration was a kind of mathematics existing only in the consciousness of God. And mathematics themselves, the various branches of arithmetical science, these branches represent these archetypal or divine numbers, shadowed forth into the mundane world and becoming the guiding principle, the controlling design, affecting the unfoldment, growth, evolution, and progress of every living thing. Thus he distinguished what he called numeration, which is a descent of number in principle. And he also represented or recognized numbers themselves, which in their turn were a descent of numeration on the objective level of numerical division. Thus, if we approach the concept of numeration, we must approach the basic definition of deity as understood in the Pythagorean system. What is numeration, and how does it differ from number? Numeration is number in principio. Numeration is a concept of number, but is not number itself. When we say God is one, we are really thinking in terms of numeration. One, in this case, is a concept of totality, not a concept of unit, or a concept of first, or a concept of an isolated numerical one. When we say that the end of human experience is union with the divine, we are thinking now of a concept of union based upon the concept of unity, and unity is again a numerational concept of oneness. Yet unity is not one. You wouldn't say 2 plus unity equals 3. You wouldn't think that way. Unity has a different connotation. Unity is one, but it is a totality. Unity is one in the term of the annihilation of interval, because things which are in a state of unity are in a state of identity, or a state of sameness, or a state of assimilation, by which all division or separateness between them can no longer be conceived or calculated. Therefore, unity is the restoration of all division, the reestablishment of totality as a concept. Man himself has never seen totality, because regardless of what he may see, the unseen must also be conceived as existing, and totality must be the complete unity of the seen and the unseen. It must be the complete identity of the known and the unknown. Therefore, man may not perceive it, but man may conceive it. Yet even in his conception thereof, there is a limitation, and his conception is empiric. That is, it is an assumption based upon the acceptance of the concept or the statement that the known plus the unknown equals 1. Now this is a concept that carries us into one of the deepest abstractions of thought, and we find it restored to us in a great school of Indian thought, the school of yoga. Yoga means union. It means the state or consciousness of oneness. Now, oneness in the search by man for the nature of truth assumes this condition of an at-one-ment. It is the concept of an ultimate state achieved by a progressive annihilation of diversity or interval, by which gradually the human being achieves a state of identity with total existence. All these things are words, but words in turn are symbols of ideas. Ideas are in man the shadows of archetypes, because according to these concepts, the universe, creation itself, existence, manifested being, are all suspended from eternal ideas in the divine mind. Man, attempting to understand God and himself, engenders within his own intellect shadowy ideas which are archetypal but not complete, but which do indicate to a limited degree the probable direction of the divine mind. Numeration, then, differs from number inasmuch as it represents in every instance either unity itself or aggregations of the parts of unity, no longer arranged side by side, but conceived as a new unity, composed of divided parts. Let us then assume that we have in our hand a number of straws. And we will say that we count these straws and we find that we have 12. Now this immediately creates the possibility of two concepts of the nature of 12. One of these concepts is that we are holding in our hands 12 separate straws. Therefore we can conceive of 12 as a symbol to represent a dozen of anything. 12 matches, $12, 12 straws. These are a group or a specified number of these items. And 12 things may not all be alike. We may hold 12 objects, all of different categories, and call them also 12. unless we wish to distinguish in greater detail by saying that 4 of these objects are lemons, 2 are oranges, and 6 are apples. Thus we have ways of distinguishing types within number, but we are dealing with 12 things. Now there is another way of conceiving of this. Because when 12 objects are brought together, they produce a grouping for which a single term is applicable. When we hold out 12 objects in our hands, we don't point at them and say 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 so many times. We say 12. And at the moment we say 12, a numerical concept arises in the consciousness of the person we address. And we transfer the concept of this group as a collective. And we know that the number 12 is capable of stimulating an idea. And that this idea is not 12 separate parts primarily, but is a unit called 12. That this unit has a nature of its own, dimensions, boundaries, proportions, and is applicable only to a certain order or numerical group. If we remove one of these straws, the total number 12 is destroyed, and a new number is created, and that number is 11. And 11 is also a unit, a oneness, a totality, composed of the 11 separate parts. Therefore, all groups may be considered as composed of separate parts, or may be considered as units or unities, composed of a certain number of related elements or members. Thus, 12 is a numeration. 12 ones, considered separately, constitute numbers. The 12 is an idea which conveys to us oneness composed of 12 parts, whereas the parts themselves do not convey oneness nor necessarily imply it, for they may be separate when so considered, but when grouped, they engender a new idea, which is the sum of themselves. Now, Pythagoras made a great point of this on a philosophical level. It might not seem to be important at the beginning, but I think you will see how it gains importance as we proceed. So we begin now with the first of the Pythagorean mathematical concepts, which may be called unity or the monad. Now, unity is a term applicable to God, and therefore the Pythagoreans did not properly regard it as a number. They considered it the first motion of being and the first expression of the universal consciousness. For the first conceivable or apperceivable quality of the divine nature is unity. Now, unity in this case is a single term covering what we term the phenomenon of ultimate and absolute diversity. We think of deity as being the total of all its parts, the complete essence of creation. And we think of God as that immense and incalculable being in whom we live and move and have our existence. Therefore, actually, the complete unit, the complete monad, the one which is all. Now the one which is all may likewise be conceived of geometrically as a sphere, for the reason that a sphere is a geometrical solid with an infinite number of surfaces. In other words, the assumption is that there is an inconceivable number of flat planes in the structure of a circle, and that this circle, therefore, is unlimited or eternal in its surfacing. And also the sphere rests upon the least hypothetical surface of its own nature. The sphere of all geometrical forms rests upon the least part of itself, and also is the most immediately subjected to motion. And the sphere moves wherever the surface upon which it is placed is in any way unbalanced. This is again a Pythagorean theorem, because to the Pythagoreans, the first motion of being is due to the uneven nature of eternal surface upon which the sphere operates or moves. And we can see how these different principles become involved in a variety of ideas. Now Pythagoras, beginning with the numeration of the monad, or of the unit, began in this way to philosophize. What is there in nature that is outside of or beyond the nature of infinite being? Pythagoras defined God as an infinite being whose body was composed of the substance of light and whose soul was composed of the substance of truth. This definition perhaps is one of the noblest and the most splendid that we have in philosophical history. Conceiving deity to be infinite, and to conceive that there could be no interval in the nature of deity, no restriction upon the infinite manifestation of infinite being. Pythagoras, conceiving the deity and the monad, or the unit, to be similar or identical, or at least in proximity to each other theoretically, came to the conclusion that the one, or the monad, the unit, the totality, is the only numeration that can exist per se, without qualification, limitation, or restriction. It is also the only immortal number, the only eternal numeration, inasmuch as it is the only thing which cannot be destroyed. Totality is indestructible, inasmuch as all destruction, so-called, is the reduction of part within totality. In other words, any creature can die, and its body can be returned to the various elements from which it came, and the soul may return to the sidereal powers from which it came. But this destruction or disintegration of body is merely the dissolving of a compound. Nothing is lost. Everything remains in the universe. All forms are subject to change, but nothing is destructible, in the sense of being susceptible of annihilation. The only thing which is not subject to change, and therefore subject to what we call destruction, is totality, inasmuch as there can never be less than all, there can never be more than all, nothing can be added to all, and nothing can be taken from all cannot be multiplied, nor can it be divided or in any way qualified. Thus, allness, or the state of totality, is a term to be given at all times to the sum of all conceivable and inconceivable parts. And these parts, regardless of their number, regardless of their multiplication, regardless of infinite generation, infinitely diversifying them in time and space, whenever you put the parts together, the term all is suitable. Whether this all is made of 3 parts or of 3 million parts, the sum of parts is always all. Therefore, we have a conceptual allness. Now, allness being monad or unity, and not being susceptible of division, because to divide God is to destroy God. To divide unity, theoretically, is to annihilate it or destroy it. And as it is by nature indestructible, it cannot be divided. And consequently, it is impossible for totality to ever exceed unity, or unity to ever exceed totality. Now, this may not seem to be leading anywhere in particular, except into deep water, but it is leading somewhere, as we'll try to point out, because we are coming now to one of the most difficult and tricky problems with which thinkers have been confronted since the dawn of time. Unity or totality, existing forever and eternally in its own nature, is said to rest or to be without the quality of motion. For where can the all move? Being all, it cannot move from place to place, because all is within place, and place is within all, and they are identical. All can neither increase nor decrease in totality. It can neither divide nor subtract. Nor can it at any time be less than itself. Nor can it at any time generate creatures inferior to itself. Nor can it at any time create a creature or a being which has an interval between itself and totality. Those are the qualities and attributes of totality itself. We could never travel so far into space that we could get beyond the circumference of being. Therefore, we can never depart from it, nor can we ever approach it more intimately, because its center is everywhere. Thus, the concept of unity, or of the monad, the more we study it and the more we analyze it, enlarges our entire appreciation of the nature of God by projecting this appreciation onto a mathematical scale or level, and achieving more and more, by thoughtfulness, extraordinary penetration into the theory of pure number. Yet Pythagoras and everyone else was well aware of the fact that from this immense and immeasurable source, from this indivisible root and cause, the phenomenon of apparent diversity emanated, and numeration, set in motion, became number. And number, in its own motion, produced the numerals, or the numerations, which were the Pythagorean symbols for the infinite diversity of life. What then is the answer? And Pythagoras pointed out, since diversity must exist, and since unity cannot be divided, nor can the sum of diversity ever exceed unity. It therefore becomes obvious that what we call diversity is not a division of unity, but a division within unity, and that there can be never any other number than one, and that number one itself cannot substantially even be a number, because it is always a total idea. Yet this total idea cannot be shaken, cannot be disrupted, cannot be weakened in the consciousness of man. Consequently, the only possibility of the generation of number is by a segmentation within the concept of unity. Pythagoras then began to examine the concept of the duad, the two, or the numeration of division. And to him, the duad, or the two, was the archetypal form of division. And as this archetypal form of division could have no subsistence in itself, could exist only by virtue of the parental monad, and its powers, therefore, were always inferior to those of its own generating source, the duad could not divide the monad, and therefore two totalities could not come into existence. Two can never, therefore, be the double of the one. This attacks the basic concept that we have in theology of anthropomorphism, in which we oppose a principle of good and evil, and cause these to battle through the ages and through the millennia of time for supremacy over the world. Pythagoras said that deity is the one to which there can be no essential two. Therefore, what is the two? And Pythagoras, following perhaps some of his Brahmin masters at Elora or Elephanta, declared the two to be the root of illusion. And whenever the number was referred to in the school, the master or the disciple, using the word, spat upon the ground to indicate his rejection of the original concept involved. Two is a very interesting and important problem, but we have to approach it somewhat carefully, because we must first of all try to understand with Pythagoras how the concept of the monad can produce within itself the concept of the duad. It does so by recognizing the possibility of unity consisting of any conceivable or inconceivable number of parts. And these parts, regardless of their number, are summarized by the concept of part, or the concept of a partial existence, all of which pertains to the number two. Two, consequently, represents any possible, conceivable appearance of disunity which may exist in space. It means, for instance, that when we see two ones side by side, and we unite them by holding them together, and we call them two, the name two pertains to our illusional or materialistic lack of internal understanding. Because a two composed of parts brought together is not a two, but a monad. It is one. So what is two if we are holding two objects in our hand? 2 is 1 in the term of halves. Thus, no matter the number of parts involved, the triad, or the 3, is 1 in the term of thirds. The tetrad, or the 4, is 1 in terms of fourths. Because the moment we say 4, we give the number of parts. The moment we say tetrad, we give the name for the unity of those parts. Therefore, all numerations are names for unity when conceived of as consisting of parts. The consciousness of this leads then to the recollection or the recognition of the restoration of unities through the reintegration of their parts. All division lies in the acceptance of the classification of number. All unity in the acceptance of the classification of numeration. Thus, if we are advancing politically, sociologically, culturally, if we're trying to overcome religious prejudices or racial prejudices or cultural intervals, we are constantly seeking to reestablish unity. And this unity is the internal comprehension of the idea behind the concept of separation. Unless the idea is there and active, we are unaware of the fact that all divided parts, when brought together, create unity. And that unities of various sizes, numbers, and orders, by their further gatherings and minglings, create still greater unities. And these unities in turn unite to form more magnificent unities, until finally all converge in total unity. Thus the universe is an ascending order of unities, composed of lesser parts, and themselves the lesser parts of greater unities. All unities, therefore, regarded or contemplated from levels below themselves, have one nature or appearance, and when conceived from levels above themselves, have another nature or appearance. A unity, when conceived from a level below itself, appears to be an aggregate of separate parts. When seen from a level above itself, it is a unity composed of separate parts. The superior always conceives the unity, or discovers it, or experiences it, whereas the inferior sees the parts, but is unable to conceive the unity. Thus, if we look upon 12 from below, we see 12 separate parts. If we look at 12 from a superior position, we see unity manifesting through the numeral 12. This is a matter of perspective, and here we open another vast pageant of speculation. Man, looking upward to the aggregates of unities above himself, calls them gods. And these gods in turn, looking toward the unity which transcends themselves, calls this sovereign unity being, or the supreme and one God above all division. The universe then, like the original cell of the human body, is never in itself divided by nature or substance. But as cell multiplication takes place within the first fecundated cell, until finally the entire body develops within the original cell, and never departs from it, so surely the infinite diversity of creation occurs within the original cell, which is unity, which is being, which is the indivisible nature of deity itself. Thus we have now the recognition that all division consists of a hypothetical division within eternal and real unity, and that division exists only in the consciousness of creatures on a lower level than the phenomena involved. For that which stands above diversity annihilates it. That which stands below diversity may be intellectually or spiritually annihilated by the sense of diversity, and therefore be unaware of the eternal unity. Now, unity, or the monad, being in itself an indivisible, eternal, unconditioned, unlimited existence, properly signified by the sphere, the totality of all parts, all things being equidistant from the eternal central zone of consciousness. We have to recognize that deity is also susceptible of another meaning or another interpretation. For if God is one, or eternity, God is also one in the sense of the first, the superior, the most magnificent, that which excels all other things, and by its excellence, or by its primordial place, it gives us another concept of unity. Therefore, we may worship God with equal propriety, either as the all or the one. Now, in the nature of the one, what is different from the nature of totality? The nature of totality is complete inclusiveness. The nature of one represents a more or less complete exclusiveness. The one is the superior. It is the greatest. It is the first. Therefore, it represents not only total being, but the supreme excellence of a being. And in the concept of the human mind, there is this almost inevitable alternation between conceiving the supreme being as all or one. As one, as the first, as the primordial, it may properly be placed in the center of the circle or the hypothetical sphere of existence in the form of a dot. And we create a very simple, universal, mathematical symbol, often applied by primitive people to the sun, and still so used in astronomical symbolism, namely a dot in a circle. This dot in the circle tells us one in all, and also by reverse, all in one. The dot tells us that the inconceivable, immeasurable, incalculable totality of being does not itself change, but man, in his effort to conceive of this, and being unable to assume total consciousness, attempts to define the all by bestowing upon it certain singular attributes by which it achieves uniqueness of concept. And this uniqueness of concept is the first departure of man into the realm of relative thinking. When we think of God as unique, we think of God as set apart from all things. If we think of God as unit, we think of God as all things, the total and entire substance of all parts. Thus, in the concept of uniqueness, we strangely transform or deform the concept of unity, and we come gradually to the recognition of God no longer as being, but as a being, no longer as principle, but as a principle, no longer as consciousness, but as a consciousness. And this by itself is a division, a reduction, by which totality is destroyed. And we have a being, or a total unit established, surrounded by an abyss of a non-identical nature. The moment we conceive of a superior or unique being, we create this concept by differentiating it from all other things. And in so doing, we create polarity. And we have a being and not being. Not being, of course, by nature and substance, the dark background or the background of the concept of a being which we have created within ourselves. Thus, the moment we create a God or a God concept, we bring inevitably into existence the not God concept. And the most primary concept that we have of this is the hypothetical division of spirit and matter. Thus, duality, or the two, represented to the Pythagoreans spirit and matter, light and darkness, male and female, life and death, representing all polarized existences. The positive pole of these existences being conceived as a reality, and the negative pole as a shadow or non-substance, deprived of that which is the essential nature of substance. Some ancient theologians and mythologists conceived that originally the universe was an infinite expanse of being, and that gradually this infinite expanse retired, or so to say, restricted itself toward its own center, creating an effulgent spiritual existence, and leaving the area from which it had retired deprived of its own nature, leaving therefore darkness behind it, or the not-self in the great space left by the withdrawal of being to form a being, or a center of consciousness, or consciousness as a self-consciousness in space. If then we have self-consciousness, we must also have an interval of some nature, for self can only be unique because it is separate from or different from other selves. And man, in his gradual development of his innate egoism, has come to this curious psychological situation in which uniqueness is the experience within each psychic entity, and each individual feels strangely that he is unique, that the divine or essential spark within himself is a separate and distinct spark, with a separate and distinct destiny. And upon this concept, the whole conception of Western philosophy and Western theology has been built. Because it is this concept which makes this unique self capable of separation in quality from being, therefore capable of ignorance, capable of violation of the law of being, therefore capable of sin and crime. And because it has a separate existence, and because no separate existence is eternal, the complex of selfhood brings with it the inevitable fear of death. Because death is inescapable, where a condition of uniqueness or a separateness of one thing from another exists. For uniqueness to be sustained must imply a constant conflict between itself and the not-self which surrounds it. And this conflict ends finally in the exhaustion of selfhood, because the spark of self in each creature is infinitely outnumbered by the incalculable area of not-self. And the self is but a spark in an infinite expanse of space, which is forever closing in upon that sense of selfhood. Thus the self cannot have a victory over totality, but must finally be exhausted in its psychological conflict with totality, and be returned again to the state of totality. Just as all buildings built by man upon the earth will ultimately rot back into the earth from which they came, just as all worlds and planets must ultimately return to the space from which they came, all conditioned beings, by being conditioned, are mortal, and must therefore return to an unconditioned state, which to our unenlightened intellect means extinction. This conditioned space, then, now becomes the hypothetical Pythagorean duad. It is the one in the term of halves. And wherever we have this one in the term of halves, the positive pole assumes the dynamic position, becoming the agent. The negative pole assumes the static position and becomes the patient. Therefore, agent and patient are in contrast to each other through all eternity. The agent and patient in this case may be regarded as spirit and matter, or they may be regarded as intellect and form. But by whatever nature we wish to recognize them, the Pythagoreans insisted that the acceptance of the concept of duality and the projection of categories based upon duality and the unfoldment of syllogisms based upon duality, all of these resulted in the mind gradually descending into a state of illusion, inasmuch as the existence of selfhood itself is a primary illusion. And from this one basic illusion, all others naturally follow. This is essentially the teaching of Buddha, who was convinced that the acceptance of the illusion of personal divinity or personal self either must ultimately lead to the complete corruption of the internal consciousness of man. Now, if we have the monad as all consciousness, then the diversity, the duad, gives us self-consciousness and unconsciousness. Self-consciousness is the term that we naturally bestow upon our own field of conscious awareness. Unconsciousness is the mysterious sea in which each one of us tries to swim. For unconsciousness is nothing more nor less than the consciousness of all things except ourselves, which we, not being able to know, appreciate, or understand, must naturally regard as mysterious, unknowable, vague, dark, beyond comprehension. Thus, in psychology, we approach the same essential problem. When the psychologist refers to the unconscious, it is not immediately evident either to himself or anyone else whether he refers to that which is unconscious in space or that of which he is unconscious, but which may in its own nature be superlatively conscious. Thus we also have another important fragment from the Pythagorean logic on these matters, for we know that there is nothing more mysterious to any individual than the thoughts of his neighbor. Not one of us knows with certainty what anyone else thinks or believes. So we have a little spark of light which we call our own thinking, which is constantly surrounded by a strange darkness, which is the thinking of every other person. And this thinking of every other person, when gathered together, as far as our experience is concerned, is no thinking, because we cannot share in it. We cannot participate in it. It has no mental or visual imaging power within ourselves. We can see other persons, and we can assume that they are thinking. But if we could not see them, and they were of a substance different from ourselves, we would not even assume that they were thinking or that they even had a mental existence. Therefore, all bodies which surround us, which are not visible to us, or are by magnitude or multitude so remote as to be beyond comprehension, are by ourselves assumed to be mindless, because we are unable to conceive of their intellectual activity. The illusion rests then in this very simple point, namely, that to each person, every other person is unreal. It means then that in this concept there can be no reality. For if we are real to ourselves, we are part of everyone else's unreality. And this concept must lead us to the inevitable conclusion that we are actually living not in a world in which we as a self can be in any way unique, but that this uniqueness is a delusion of our own, and that every other living thing is equally unique. And the totality of this uniqueness is unity, which is substantially indivisible anyway. The uniqueness is only our own point of view, which is obviously stupid when we consider it for any extended length of time. Thus, uniqueness is only our own egotistic assumption. And when all the rest of the world has the same attitude, then everyone is unique to himself and non-existent to everyone else. Here we have the center also of another kind of universe, the universe of illusion, in which its center also is everywhere and its circumference nowhere. It is exactly the reverse of the great circumference of reality. The duad, by nature then, representing a certain inharmonious maladjustment of understanding or lack of understanding, was, according to the Pythagoreans, the first apperceptible number. The monad was really too sacred to be a number, because the moment you put the number 1 on it, you created uniqueness and destroyed it. Therefore, neither the one nor the monad should be considered as numbers. They should be considered as principles, abiding forever in eternity. 2 as diversity is thus the first of the true numbers, because diversity is the first aspect of being of which man is aware, and of which he is able to have a certain rational cognition. And of this, then, Pythagoras said, the monad is intellect, the duality is science, the triad is opinion, and the tetrad is sense. And we have this descent of powers. Now, the number 3 was very important in the Pythagorean thinking, because it relates also to an instinct which is experienced within the mystery of numeration itself. To the Pythagorean, the triad was the symbol of equilibrium in space, inasmuch as the triad consists of 3 monads and 2 intervals. In other words, if you make 3 little dots in a row, you have 3 dots, and the spaces between them constitute 2 intervals, one on each side of the center dot, between it and the next dot. Thus, says Pythagoras also, we must never lose sight of the significance of interval. And we say that interval is important because it represents an intangible, non-existing thing which can at the same time exercise a moral force. In other words, interval is something that comes into being as the result of objects. And this interval becomes indispensable to the estimation of the objects themselves. Thus, interval equals instruction. And by interval, or by the concept of interval, conditioned existence is capable of estimating realities. And these realities are the little dots, the 3 dots, which in their own natures are inscrutable, but which may be estimated by interval, and known most by the spaces between them, rather than by their own natures. Why is this true? The reason this is true is because man, conceiving any order or group of things as monads, is utterly incapable of defining them. He may create a name for them, but this name does not mean that he apprehends their nature. Supposing we have 3 monads along in a row. We call one cat, the second dog, and the third mouse. Here are 3 monads, 3 beings, and the person does not live who can give an adequate definition of any one of them. We know a great deal, but we do not know what a cat is. Its essential nature is as inscrutable as the nature of the universe. And perhaps we were particularly wise in the selection of a cat, which is a monument to inscrutability in the majority of instances. People do not have cats for pets. Cats have people for pets. No one knows what a dog is. No one knows what a mouse is. No one knows what an oak tree is. No one knows why it is an oak tree, for it is only a name which we have given to it. And when we are asked what it is, we give this name and glibly assume that we have said something. when all we have done is had a mild outburst of language. The fact of any of these creatures is rooted in ground so deep and mysterious that the wisest man in the world has never penetrated it. Therefore, these three creatures sitting along in a row with a short interval between them remain inscrutable until they begin to move in the interval. We learn a certain something about what a cat is when it starts to chase the mouse. We know something of the nature of all these creatures by their reactions upon each other. And these reactions take place not in themselves, but in the spaces between themselves, qualitatively. Place anything in its environment, therefore, and permit it to function in a space equation, and then place at the boundaries of that equation other beings, things, or monads. And we will find that if one of these monads is a cup of milk, the cat will approach it. If one of these monads is a piece of cheese, the mouse will approach it. And we observe through these reactions of things upon each other what the attributes of these various creatures are. We place ourselves in an environmental relation to any group of monads. Observe the activities of these monads, their functions or their purposes, either their motions or their immutabilities, and conceiving of these things over periods of time in which such factors as growth, seasons, motions, generation, and reproduction occur. We thus gradually come to an environmental, circumstantial acquaintance with creatures which in themselves are unknowable, but are to be determined or discovered or to be analyzed only by their relationships with other things. These relationships, therefore, constitute the Pythagorean concept of interval, because in these intervals, where reactions operate upon reactions and actions upon actions, we are able to perceive certain inherent qualities of bodies which cannot be discerned while these bodies are static, and can only be known when they enter into a state of motion. And motion is movement within space interval. And this movement is a gradual signature by which each thing writes a kind of name for itself by what it does. In the same problem with human experience, man himself, through intervals, attempts association with other human beings, becoming thus gradually aware of their existences, not by what they are, but by what they do. Therefore, we cannot know the man who, closing the doors of his house, locks himself in and stays there indefinitely. The only thing we can then know about him relates to this action, which in turn may lead to certain conclusions. These conclusions might be wrong if we were able to know and approach this person. So whatever we do becomes the key to the presentation of ourselves to any other creature or any other being in the universe. By the similar token, the nature of deity in substance is unknowable. But when deity enters a state of motion and moves within the interval which is enclosed by its own substance and nature, deity by internal motion causes the emergence from itself of what the Pythagoreans called the tetractys, the pyramid of dots, consisting of 10 monads arranged in 4 rows, which we will discuss in another lecture. But the internal motion of deity results in the generation of existence. This gives us another important definition. If an individual, upon a plane of abstraction, equivalent or nearly equivalent to his concept of that upon which deity abides, was to have an internal motion, what would we consider the nature of that motion to be? Conceiving that as yet there is no world form such as we know it, no world mind such as we apperceive it, there is therefore only the initial or primal motion of being within itself. What could such a motion be? And the ancients could conceive of only one thing, and that is motion of consciousness within itself. This motion would therefore be an internal motion of consciousness. And the Greeks and the Orphics and the Pythagoreans generally assumed that creation was the result of an internal motion of the divine consciousness. If such is the case, how would we describe such a process on the level of our own functioning? We would therefore be required to assume that this creative motion of consciousness would correspond to our concept of meditation, realization, concentration, or one of those internal disciplines by which consciousness is caused to move within ourselves. This led the Greeks to assume that creation was therefore an internal experience in the divine consciousness, not an external one, because to the divine consciousness, being totality, there can be no external. The only possible motion of eternity is within itself. The Brahmins of India have this same idea when in their explanation of the circumference of the body of God, they say that deity extends to the outer boundaries of absolute space and 3 inches beyond. In other words, there is a complete totality. As being is all there is, infinite in power and duration and infinite in extent, there can be no externalization of its nature. The only direction it can move is in, or move within. Plato and many of the other Greek philosophers assume that all motion of universal consciousness is from circumference to center, and therefore that deity in contemplation or eternal being in assuming the illusion of division within itself moved toward its own center, and in so doing created the duality, the dot and the circle. And that this duality then represented a polarized experience of consciousness within total being. Now the Pythagoreans ask a very pertinent question. In this process of polarization, did being lose awareness of its own nature? In other words, was totality captured within its own basic diversity? Did the eternal concept of unity fail in space as it has failed in man, so that man is not capable of experiencing unity except by theoretical affirmation? That is, unless he has undertaken a very long and cathartic discipline under one of the great systems of mystical religion. Normally, he cannot accept or experience identity. Therefore, is the primary duality of being a condition which annihilates the unity of basic consciousness itself. Now then comes the greater question, which Pythagoras estimated with considerable skill, namely whether totality possessed a consciousness in any way relative to ours, or whether what we call consciousness itself arose from the duad, or from duality, and whether the whole concept of consciousness is related to the idea of unit, one, and therefore that consciousness did not exist until illusion set in, and that total being has a total awareness which is beyond the concept of consciousness. This we cannot follow, nor could Pythagoras, other than to suggest the possibility, the grave probability, that self-knowing is reserved to those creatures in which the polarity of division has already occurred. Because self-knowing is obviously in itself a fallacy. Self-knowing, being the recognition of the fact of a separate selfness, can only exist in conditioned beings. This led the Eastern Buddhists to refrain from any effort to define the state of the Mahaparinirvanic consciousness. In other words, the consciousness of the being which is identical with reality. Whether this is a conscious being, a universally aware being, or whether it is a totally submerged existence, no one has ever been able to dogmatically affirm. But we have the Pythagorean concept that duality, being the first of the numbers, must therefore imply that the state of consciousness rising from duality is the first of the illusions, and that from this illusion all others must naturally suspend. In the study of the natural mathematics of the universe, the Pythagoreans began to experience the struggle which nature is perpetually maintaining to preserve equilibrium. In other words, that which is unbalanced must be restored, for nature is forever gravitating against excess. Now, why does nature gravitate against excess? Because excess is the tipping of the poles of polarity. And the moment that these poles are tipped, every force in the universe rushes toward the maintenance of equilibrium or the restoration of it. Unbalance, therefore, leads to motion. And wherever there is motion, there is some form of unbalance in nature. It is the problem of the sphere resting on the surface. If the surface is absolutely level, the sphere will stand still. But if the surface is not level, the sphere will begin to roll toward the lower part, or the depressed part of the surface. Thus, motion arises from imbalance, or from the loss of even surfaces. And in the universe, that which is or becomes unbalanced immediately moves into the sphere or concept of dynamic. Thus, all dynamic must have a certain asymmetry. And we know in art that the dynamic symmetry of the great masters as Leonardo and Michelangelo, both of whom were profoundly acquainted with the Pythagorean doctrine, that the dynamic of these artists is always achieved by imbalance. We put a dot in the center, it is not interesting. If we put the face in a portrait in the center of the canvas, it is not interesting. We must place it off-center. We must create imbalance to call attention or to cause the sensory reaction of the observer to move. We move the individual by imbalance. Thus we also move him by pain. We move him by war. We move him by crime. But we seldom ever move him by peace. We seldom if ever move him by virtue. Because things which are right and in their places are not dynamic. And it is much easier to get an individual to crusade against an evil than it is to get him to maintain a virtue. Because imbalance creates a dynamic reaction within man. The dynamic of the universe is therefore caused by imbalance. But the universe realizes that all unbalanced forces, as says the Zohar, must perish in the void. All unbalance ultimately leads to destruction, unless nature can restore equilibrium. So that what nature is attempting to do is to restore equilibrium. And equilibrium is in some way, therefore, directly related to unity. And imbalance is directly related to duality. Now, assuming that we achieve unity, we observe immediately that we move from an active to a passive state. Now, by active to passive, we mean from objective to subjective in many cases. Or we mean a departure from motion to that which is the suspension of motion. Now, which is the more dynamic, motion or the suspension of motion? Pythagoras answered, which is the most difficult to acquire? Anyone can move. But how many individuals can make a magnificent job of standing still? And individuals becoming internally immovable find this state infinitely more difficult to sustain than any state of motion. They are, however, penalized by others for persons not realizing the possibility of a dynamic suspension of motion, associate motion with life and immovability with death, and conceive that that which does not move is dead. Pythagoras says no, because that which is the root of all things cannot move. That is being itself. Because to move, a thing must pass from where it is to where it is not. And being is always everywhere. Therefore, there is no place for it to go. The dynamic principle, then, of the suspension of motion is never to be confused with the absence of motion. The suspension of motion is a positive state of restraint, or the poising of a thing perpetually upon its point. In other words, it relates to the sphere. The absence of motion is that which is represented by the exhaustion of vitality at the circumference of the area of its own field of energy. The exhaustion of vitality comes as the result of motion rather than the result of the suspension of motion. Motion, therefore, leads to negative exhaustion, suspension of motion is neither positive nor negative, but partakes of the nature of being itself. Now the Pythagoreans believed, therefore, that in the numeration or the numeral 3, the Triad, there was imposed or interposed between the polarities of the duad a third point, which was the point of equilibrium. The Pythagoreans then declared that contrary to our practical or popular practice of placing good and bad on the pans at the two ends of a pair of scales, weighing the good against the evil, and observing that to be good in which the side of the scale containing good was the heaviest, the Pythagoreans said that these two, the weighing of good and evil, were the weighing of two illusional polarities, one against the other, and that the only point of reality in such a matter was the middle of the beam. Therefore, they said, of polarities, ill or evil is at both ends, and good at the center only. Therefore, the point of good is not opposed to evil, but is in equilibrium between two forms of excess, both evil. Now, a practical experience of that can be considered in the problem of the individual with his money. Money is not evil, but the use of it may cause it to become a great cause of danger. The individual who hoards his money is called a miser. This is one extreme. The individual who wastes his money is called a spendthrift. This is the other extreme. These are the two ends of the balance, both unbalanced. But the individual who moderately uses his means for that which is of the greater good is at the center, the point of equilibrium. Therefore, in possession, use is the point of equilibrium, and abuse, either by excess or by privation, these are the two polarities, and they are both wrong. This is the reason for the concept of the golden mean, represented in symbolism by the golden cut of Aristotle, and also by the famous Socratic axiom, in all things not too much. Thus, equilibrium comes as a balance between the aggression of polarities. In the creative triad of things, we have also the problem in the human soul of what is going to impose itself between the aggressive triad which is created in man's nature. This aggressive triad can be conceived of as existing in all parts of his constitution. And we may say that for one of these triad polarities, we can say the mind and the emotions. These two are polarized. And if either one of them is weighed against the other, or enters into competition with the other, or goes into conflict with the other, or seeks to overpower the other, or take upon itself the prerogatives of the other, there is confusion, discord, imbalance, and destruction. So the Pythagoreans believed that there was a principle which was representing, or which did represent, the primordial monad that descended and took its place on the level of number and placed itself between the poles of the two and created equilibrium. And the name which they gave to this central monad was the beautiful. Now, the beautiful was to them the symbol of the healing of polarity. It became art as a great moderator of the excesses of life. Thus we have the art of living. We have the fine arts. But we have beauty, which is always seeking order and is seeking to impose its own archetype upon all excess and bring it back into moderation. Beauty, therefore, becomes to the Greeks the symbol of the universal Redeemer, because beauty is an experience of equilibrium, even in the absence of the equilibrium itself. The artist lives in a world in which he conceives and creates or releases beauty which he intuitively feels. And in the process of doing this, he is like the true artist who becomes the handmaiden of nature. And in the terms of the medieval alchemists, there is the great statement, art perfects nature. If an artist, therefore, goes out on the side of a hill to paint, and he sees several trees blowing against the sky, his eye will tell him that there are too many trees for his purpose. So when he paints the picture, he will leave out unnecessary trees, although they are there, and reduce his picture to the law and order which he regards as proper. In the same way, the artist in man gradually proceeds to put in order all the visible, tangible, or recognizable excesses or imbalances of nature around him. In his own creativity, in his own internal life, therefore, the artist censors nature and attempts to assert a vision of unity, a vision of order, upon the phenomenal indications of disorder that may appear around him. The artist does this by releasing a creativity within himself and flowing out across the two intervals which divide the end points or dots from the center one in the little row of three dots. The beautiful then becomes the symbol of equilibrium, polarity balanced, the restoration of order, and by that the restoration also of the divine order and of the golden age, as the Greeks called it. This principle of the beautiful likewise gives rise out of mathematical formula to the messianic concept. For the second person of the creative triad, the Redeemer, the link between the divine and the mortal, the Son of Man and the Son of God, this heroic creature, this Savior, which stands between, in the middle distance, and is crucified between the two thieves of polarized excess, represents in each instance the ordinating, integrating power of beauty. Not beauty merely of external things, but the pure beauty which is part of the inner concept or consciousness of equilibrium. For equilibrium represents beauty, and beauty is actually the suspension of excess in all things and the restoration of immovable principles which have been obscured by the motion of generated forms. This is also according to the concept of the Orphics. The Pythagoreans then completed their great picture of the basic pattern of number and numeration by the establishment of the Tetrad, or the great pattern of the numeration 4. And the numeration 4 was to them the primary symbol of justice, because 4 is the first number to be composed of even and natural parts. It is the first number equally divisible, because they did not regard the 2 as a number of this kind, since division of it could result only in the primordial 1, which is not possible in the universe. Therefore, 4, the product of the addition of 2 even numbers, was to them the symbol of order, of justice, and of the regaining or reestablishing of balance in nature. Also, the tetrahedron, or the 4-faced symmetrical solid, is the least geometric form which can enclose an area. Therefore, this number 4 was also the proper symbol of the mundane world, which is the peculiar revealer of law. For just as surely as things enter into generation and become involved in the mystery of matter, so surely they come under the direct and inevitable jurisdiction of universal law. And the physical universe as we see it is the amphitheater of law, in which all things, by the process of existence, become inevitably and instinctively aware of law, and learn either to abide by it or suffer its consequences. Therefore, the material sphere is a lawful state of souls, in which all things come to learn obedience, and come to learn to accept the inevitability and immutability of the sovereign principles from which they are suspended. Thus, this world, this material world, is the symbol of the administrative power of deity, and deity itself extending from the mysterious and hypothetical one which is the intellect of the world, through the mystery of diversity, which is the intellectual extension of the intellect into the sphere of mind. From there to the equilibrium, or the generation of the power of soul, for soul is the geometric pattern of the beautiful. And finally into form, into the 4-square world of matter, composed of the 4 elements known to the ancients. The great hollow square, which is the amphitheater of existence, the ball court of the ancient Aztec Indians, where they played the game of life upon the square of the world. These 4 numbers then, by their addition, the 4 to the 3 to the 2 to the 1, equal the number 10, which in itself is the exhaustion of all numbers and the restoration of the monad. We will later see how these numbers are extended through the Pentad and on to the Decad, or the end of the numerical system. But for our present purposes, we are concerned primarily with the recognition of this descent of principles called numerations, which are each one of them formulas for the application of the concept of the numeral to the phenomenal sphere of existence, so that out of the entire concept comes an inevitable philosophy of life, a philosophy of life in one of the purest symbolical forms that we know, because it is in a form so simple, so direct, and so inevitable that it is almost impossible to confuse it with theological abstractions. It becomes an obvious, clear-cut concept of the descent of principles in their own spheres and in their own orders and in their own ways, moving victoriously from unity in reality to diversity in appearance or illusion. Now, assuming that we gathered up totally all of the various parts of the universe that have come into being and manifestation since the dawn or the beginning or the first spark was seen in space, and we total all of these, what would their relation be to the primary consciousness which engendered them? We say that populations are increasing, that there are more folks on earth than there used to be, that there may be a time in which the earth will be so crowded that it will almost be essential that nature itself step in and limit propagation, as it has done on numerous occasions in lesser theaters which we have analyzed. The answer to this question lies in the indisputable fact that the growth and unfoldment of things and their numerical increase, either in magnitude or in multitude, can have no effect upon totality, inasmuch as nothing can outgrow totality. And no two things, regardless of how vast they may be, can individually ever exceed 1/2 of totality, or 4 things can ever exceed in each 1/4 of totality. It is therefore not possible for one part of totality to grow so great that it will crowd out another part. Nor is it possible for the situation to finally become so incredible that it is necessary to revise the boundaries of totality itself. Such things cannot be. Why? Because of archetype. Archetype being the image or design in the divine mind. Nor can God nor man think beyond itself. The divine mind can contain no concept superior to its own totality. Therefore, it can engender nothing that can exceed itself. And as all things by their growth are, as the Bible says, filling up their numbers, and you will find the same quotation used in one of the Shakespeare plays, it is therefore inevitable that all things can fill only the patterns by which their own life ways are promised or perfected. What then occurs when things seem to exceed themselves? And therefore it would appear that the next step that they make would inevitably break through the pattern and result in what Pythagoras termed a superabundant number. The moment things increase beyond a certain point, they do not outgrow themselves. They grow into the archetypal unity which is next superior to them. Thus, two things growing to become greater than they are unite to form one thing which already exists archetypally as the next inevitable step of themselves. Things outgrowing themselves, therefore, do not outgrow their creator, but outgrow a level of creation and are immediately integrated in a larger unity. As life is not a continuous expression or unfoldment of separate parts, there can never be a superabundance of number. If a tree, for example, could keep on growing, on and on and on, like Jack's proverbial beanstalk, it is conceivable that one tree might sometime fill all space, like the Yggdrasil tree of the ancient Nordic religious rites. But this does not happen because growth in itself is a motion toward unity, and not toward the infinite extension of an individual number throughout eternity. Things, therefore, grow together, and all growth is a union of parts and the reestablishment of unities. When things outgrow themselves, they have merely fulfilled their part of something else. And superabundance is merely, therefore, the projection of a thing towards the next state of itself, which is already archetypally established. And as things by their advancement become more and more refined and less in number, evolution ends gradually in the resolving of numbers. In other words, if a creature beginning at a state of multiplicity at the base of the pyramid of evolution grows, supposing we will say that he grows from 100 roots which he has planted in faculties, powers, dimensions, propensities, and other phases of his own being. As he ascends, these 100 parts do not continue to grow as 100 trees of life within him. The first step upward that he takes, the 100 become 90. The next step, the 90 becomes 80. And instead of growing to superabundance, he grows to unity and reestablishes the identical numerational identity with which he started. Thus, growth is the gradual reduction of number, because by means of it, numbers die in numeration again. And each step of number means a return of some part of the number concept into its numerical overtone or archetype. So the creature who began with many ends with one. The race that begins as an infinite number of individuals ends as one being. Growth, therefore, cannot result in an infinite multiplication of races until space is full of them, because growth gradually ascends like a pyramid to an apex, and all growing things decrease in multitude of parts and magnitude of size until the concept of totality is re-established as a fact of being and not as a continued individual existence. The end of things, therefore, is their re-identification with total being. And the end of growth is not that God will produce competitor gods who are going to try to wrest heaven from him as Saturn sought to take the throne of Uranus. Rather, the return toward consciousness is the re-identification of principles over division, or the restoration of the unity of divided parts. So as growth may produce the appearance of diversity, growth also symbolizes maturing or unfolding of consciousness. And all growth is to the expansion of form, and all consciousness is toward the identity of life. And as the battle between form and consciousness is always ultimately won by consciousness, identity always is victorious, and the divided parts return to form the basic unity from which they were originally engendered. Thus, in the Pythagorean concept, what we call evolution is total being, which has been infinitely fragmented within itself, but remains archetypally an absolute unity, gradually restores on the plane of phenomena the fact of this unity. But as it proceeds in this direction, it runs against the inevitable fact that the primordial unity was not upon this plane. And therefore, as the processes of unification advance, the beings themselves retire to these other planes sequentially until unity is ultimately, factually achieved on the plane where the beginning was made, because it is only on that plane that absolute unity can be experienced. This is all set forth and revealed through the pattern of numbers, and opens to us a very large vista. I think, however, that perhaps the most important lesson to be gained from the basic concept is that the individual should realize that manyness, in whatever form it exists, is an appearance. To accept it is to be deceived by it, and through this deceit, to permit the continuance of the consciousness of separateness within the soul. For whatever we perceive externally and accept through the perceptive powers, we receive as a doctrine in the psychic nature. Therefore, by the constant reaffirmation of separateness, we indoctrinate ourselves with our own deceit. Whereas, if we are as wise as the Pythagoreans were, we shall attempt, even with limited faculties and powers, to discover and identify unities, and to think of all groupings and accumulations of powers, forces, circumstances, nations, races, individuals, as parts of new unities forming to continue the process of revealing primordial identity. If we can therefore conceive of all parts as indispensable to the totality, if we can understand in the Pythagorean manner why the powers of the universe are mindful of each sparrow's fall, they would then realize that the universe cannot be complete without that sparrow. For totality can never be established while there is a deficiency in any part of it. This, incidentally, also implies that in totality there can never be less than there was in the beginning. Therefore, that no form of essential life can cease. No order of life can fail. No body of living things can be utterly annihilated. For at the end, the number of the parts must be equal to the number of parts that primordially existed in the archetypal diffusion. And while this number is infinite, the great power of unity lies in its totality. And in the concept of totality, there can be no space for imperfection, limitation, or the frustration of parts. All things, whether they know it or not, whether they understand or not, whether they believe or not, are inevitably moving into these vast totality patterns. There are no lost souls, no hopeless state, no damned spirits. There can only be ultimately a totality reestablished by the return of all the parts to their original cause, and at that time there cannot one be missing. Thus growth is a continual and eternal restatement of monads or of numerations over numbers. And every time we reach a hand out and take the hand of a friend, we have made a symbol of a unity. We have brought together two divided parts. And as long as we remain true to this, we shall have increased or restated the principle of unity in all things. Therefore, by unity, we forever reveal truth. By diversity, we forever reveal error. and any act that is performed toward the establishment of unity is sacred, and any act which is performed for the purpose of division is profane. For it is the will of the infinite that all things shall be one, and being one shall restore the infinite to the fullness and completeness of itself. And when all divided parts within unity are reestablished, unity is restored to equilibrium, time and eternity cease, and that which is the absolute suspension of being, total and complete eternity and inevitability, is reestablished, and the infinite remains itself in the total recognition of its own reality. This, in substance, is the Pythagorean theory of creation and the principle behind the concept of numeration and number. And we will proceed with this to the next step of our study a week from this evening.
You survived so admirably last week. We have a few more goodies for you this evening. We want to first recapitulate one point which we emphasized rather strongly last week, and that is this concept that any number of separate parts, when brought together, create a new unity. And explore a little further the thinking of Pythagoras on this subject and possible applications in modern philosophy and in modern living. We decided that if we took 6 little sticks and brought them together, we no longer conceived them or considered them as 6 separate items, but we created the term 6 as a new compound symbolic definition. And this 6 was a unit or a unity composed of 6 parts. But we have, or did, establish the concept of a unity of consciousness toward these parts. Now this introduces what Pythagoras called the numerated soul. And he likened it to a quality in the universe, considering it to be a natural attribute of the divine geometrician, the great architect of the world, who designed all things according to number. The numerated soul is that mysterious intangible which comes in to ensoul or totalize groups of parts. Thus the 6 single sticks are really separate things, but the concept of 6 is possible because of the numerative soul in the world, which creates out of all separate parts an indissoluble compound. It then ensouls this compound totally, bestowing unity. We have the same thought in the Bible, where the reference is made, if 2 or more are gathered together in my name, I am in the midst of them. This gathering or totality results in the ensoulment of things by a composite being, which becomes the factor of intelligible unity, causing these separate things to become oneness, or something that we can liken to an analogy. Supposing we have 6 fairly large pieces of wood. A carpenter comes along, and of these 6 pieces of wood, he fashions a chair. Now this chair is actually these 6 pieces of wood, and as they laid along in a row, gave no concept of a chair. yet when certainly joined, according to the skill of the carpenter, they become a chair. Where are the 6 sticks of wood in the concept of chair? And where is the chair in the concept of the 6 separate sticks of wood? Something has happened. And out of these pieces of wood, perhaps not especially useful in their original condition, has been created a new thing. A thing which has a name and a meaning, totally different from the individual pieces of wood. Yet it is composed of them plus one thing, the ordering power of the carpenter's mind. Therefore, in the universe, all things are composed of separate parts, plus the organizing power of the divine intellect. Man is a series of elements, of heterogeneous parts and members, which have neither integration nor organization, if separated from the builder that inhabits them. Therefore, at death, there is a decomposition of the body, which is merely the resolution of parts back into a native substance. And the power which takes the body, made up of innumerable monads or separate units, and fashions it into a compound capable of sustaining the life of the individual and advancing his various physical, emotional, and mental activities. This compound is composed of parts plus an organizing mind. And this organizing mind, inanimate things, we call a spiritual being. In inanimate things, Pythagoras called it the numerative soul, inasmuch as it was a quality of life which ensouls forms or parts. And Pythagoras carried this concept further in maintaining that as man variously extended his faculties and powers, adding to the totality of himself through growth, he immediately became a new unit and was ensouled by a new numerative power. Thus an individual who possessed 3 arts and sciences has a unity composed of these 3 as a rational being. But if through study he develops 2 more arts and sciences, so that he is fairly the master of them, then he has a numerative power of knowledge to the unit of 5, and he himself as a total being is changed. If therefore to the 6 pieces of wood be added 3 more, the numerative soul of 6 vanishes, disappears, returns to archetypal dimension, and the numerative soul of 9 takes over, with a new unit consciousness. The same is true in all the things that men do, for all forms in nature are aggregations of monads plus the principle of the numerative soul, which measures their quality by their number. Number having a strange and mysterious power, which we know today in science, frequently comes to our assistance in estimating, for example, the basic atoms or electrons in various elements, determining the nature of the element by the number of its monadic parts. Also we determine sound by the number of its vibration. We determine color by the number of its vibration. And all things are therefore in this way numerative, or built upon the concept and principle of number. If to a certain color we add another tone, we change the whole of the color, creating a new color, composed of a certain number of separate color monads. And for this new color we have a name. When we mix yellow and red together, we have a new name for it, orange. And orange is neither yellow nor red. It is a new color, a new concept. and is one of those examples which Pythagoras pointed out, namely that the geometrician of the universe abhors divided natures, and wherever two divided parts are brought together in any kind of an arrangement, a principle of unity or an aspect of the numerative soul takes over, creating always unities, creating always a new oneness, a oneness composed of parts. Therefore, we take hydrogen and oxygen, and we combine them, and we produce a new unity, which we call water. And in water, the mysteries of the hydrogen and oxygen are mysteriously hidden. We no longer recognize two parts of hydrogen and one part of oxygen. We recognize only water. So water again, on the level of elements, is a compound produced by the numerative soul, which embodies or empowers totality, and creates out of all combinations a new and complete unification. Now this brings us then to the next one of these Pythagorean theorems, and that is the affirmative negational numbers and the negative affirmative numbers. Now this is a rather intriguing thought, because we can immediately get to a concept of something, following the idea that one is unity, totality, and affirming what we have always held as ordinary thinkers, that God is one, and that God is totality. Therefore, we have the power to say God is one. This is an affirmative statement. This is therefore a pure affirmation, which means a positive statement of conviction, which is an affirmation. Always, therefore, unities of all kinds permit a positive affirmation. This is orange. This is God. This is a chair. These become positives. And therefore, all unities create the power of a positive statement of themselves, or an affirmative statement of totality. We have also heard, as I told you last week, that the Pythagoreans regarded the number 2 as a negative number. Therefore, representing as it does in the universe the principle of diversity, it signifies parts to which we have not attained the concept of totality. Therefore, if we wish to use the numbers to define God, we must use a negative affirmative. For we must say God is one, which is a positive affirmative. But we must say God is not 2, because we cannot assume division in the divine nature. We can therefore, in thinking of any number of parts, and using these parts, or any fragmentary existence in nature, in an effort to define divinity or first cause, we must always say in the negative. God is unlimited. God is not limited. We cannot say God is this part or that part. Therefore we must say that deity is not this part or that part, but God is the sum of parts. Therefore, wherever the concept of numeration or totalities come in, we can make positive statements of fact. But wherever we have division and the reconciling or unifying or numerative soul has not bound them into a concept. They represent imperfection. And when we attempt to define the perfect, we may say it is either perfect, or we may say it is not imperfect. And when we say that it is not imperfect, we are then negatively stating that it is perfect. So wherever we observe phenomena, which is the observation of divided parts, we must say this is not totality. But wherever we preserve or perceive unity, we may say this is totality. Therefore, everywhere in nature, even on the lowest level of symbolism, whatever unities exist are elevated above disunities. And if of a number of things we must choose one to symbolize deity, we must naturally choose that in which there is the least diversity or the greatest unity. Pythagoras, affirming then that this is true, pointed out that the experience of God in the universe of divided parts is bestowed by the numerative power in the human soul, which is capable of the experience of at least the theoretical understanding of unity, so that man from himself bestows unity upon those parts which appear divided. And if he is capable of bestowing unity, he is then said by both the Pythagoreans and the Platonists to have achieved the intellective power. For the intellective power in man is the power to, from within himself, conceive a non-apparent but nevertheless real unity. In other words, the individual lives among strangers. And while he lives in a world of strangers, it means that the numerative soul within himself is inoperative. But when he comes to the conviction that these strangers are his brothers, that there is only one humanity, he may not see this, he may not be able to demonstrate it physically, but he has experienced it by the virtue of the numerative power within himself, which is the power to transcend the diversity and to bring all things back again to a concept of unity. Thus man, seeking for God, imposes unity, because within his own consciousness he has the internal numerative power to recognize that deity is numeration and creation is number. And therefore, to discover number is to observe diversity. To experience numeration is to recognize that all diversities are parts of unity. And therefore, he can intellectually conceive unity. This is also referred to as archetypal mentation, or the power to perceive patterns through things. The things themselves are arranged by the orderly powers of consciousness into patterns, and the discovery of these patterns is a series of experiences in consciousness, which may be defined as apperception or intuitive realization, or if extended to a sufficiently high level of experience, may properly be termed illumination, or a mystical ecstasis, which is the experience of the numerative power uniting all things inwardly and eternally, although they may not be so united when explored or examined by the sensory powers of man. This brings us again to another Pythagorean theorem, and that is the statement of the pentagram. Now the pentagram, or pentalpha, as it was called by the Pythagoreans, was the symbol of healing. And Pythagoras is said to have worn upon his finger a ring ornamented with a 5-pointed star, this star being composed of continuous unbroken lines, forming this pentagonal figure. Now the 5, of course, represents the sensory powers of man. For the ancients recognized 5 operative sensory perceptions and 2 latent ones. The 2 latent ones, however, arising from the perfection or development of the 5 lesser. Now as these 5 senses which man possesses are in themselves separate, they may be likened to 5 sticks, or 5 of anything. But when they are united by the numerative power of the soul, they become a new thing. They become the pentagon, or they become the pentad, which is a unity. And when the faculties of man are united in this state of indivisible unity to form a new kind of thing, a new faculty, this becomes, to the Greeks, the apperceptive faculty, which is born from the chemistry of the union of the 5 sensory powers, but is itself a 6th power, or one which is totality. And this 6th power immediately assumes the proportion of unity, and is therefore capable of the true perception, or true examination of phenomena. Because it is this power added to the 5, which permits the 5 senses to perceive all things as unities, rather than as diversities when reported by their separate powers. We see then that there are a great many different ways in which the Pythagorean arithmetic becomes a key to study and theory and logic and reason in many different branches of human experience. Now we have another interesting and important thought here, and this is Aristotle's system of what he called converging nullities. Now these terms are a little more dangerous by sound than they are by fact, so we just suggest that you pass over the terms, and I use them merely for convenience in reference, in case you should want to check with some standard work on mathematical philosophy. But the system of converging nullities is a very simple thing in fact, and that is by use of fractions. In the use of fractions, you can arrive at 9/10 of totality, or you can arrive at 99 hundredths of totality, or 999 thousandths of totality, or 9,999 ten-thousandths of totality. But in your system of fractions, you are always going to fall short of totality. Now, the interesting point is that the further you carry this series of converging nullities, the nearer you come to totality, but you can never reach it. Actually, 99 hundredths is nearer totality than 9/10. Because 9/10 is only 90 hundredths. And so on. But if you go into the most inconceivable sums that you can possibly imagine by this fractional process of convergence, you will still lack something. You will always lack 1 part of the total fraction. In 9/10 you lack 1/10. In 99 hundredths you lack 100th. In 999 thousandths you lack 1,000th. So if you go on far enough, it will seem as though you should be able to drift to totality, but you can never do it, because there will always be one lacking. And here Pythagoras used this to represent another way of approaching the concept of the numerative soul. For this missing unit, or this missing fractional unit, always represents that which falls short of totality. and yet wherever it is imposed in any of its strengths or weights, it immediately consummates totality. Therefore, unity as a concept or as a numerative principle added to any deficient thing creates totality. Thus it becomes a kind of negative representation. Does not say that God and one is a majority, but rather says that any number plus God is totality. And this becomes a curious concept, because one, in this case, also represents the principle of indivisible unity, which imposed at the end of all diversity will restore unity. Now, Pythagoras pointed this out in a very interesting analogy, which has very practical consideration for it. Namely, that man may gradually grow upward from various percentages. He may grow from 1/2 to 2/3 to 3/4 to 4/5 to 5/6 and so on to infinity. But he will always fall short, one, of totality. He cannot reach it on the fractional basis without the addition of totality. And this totality implied to Pythagoras that man, through intellection, through growth, through study, through science, philosophy, art, music, literature, may gradually reduce the interval between himself and totality. But the final consummation of totality is the bestowal of grace by God itself, which is the missing number, which cannot be supplied by the fractional parts, but must be bestowed. Therefore, the totality, which represents the completion of any task, like the mysterious missing capstone of the pyramid, you can build as far as you want to in number, but you must always have the concept of the divine number, or the divine power one, added to any of your works before that work can be perfect. This he developed quite extensively, but I think for our purposes that will carry the general thought and give you the principle upon which this operates. Now we also have another group of numbers. In fact, there are probably 200 or 300 of these number pattern groups. We cannot touch them all, we won't try, but we will try to point out a few to give you the general picture of the implications of this extraordinary philosophical speculation. We find, therefore, among the Pythagoreans what was called the sieve of Eratosthenes, the sieve of the numbers. For as a sieve allows certain small materials to pass through, but blocks and stops larger materials than can pass through the sieve, so there was a mathematical sieve by which all numbers were inevitably divided into three kinds: perfect numbers, superabundant numbers, and deficient numbers. Now, perfect numbers are the rarest, inasmuch as the perfect number becomes the symbol of absolute equilibrium. There is only one perfect number between 1 and 10, one perfect number between 10 and 100, one perfect number between 100 and 1,000, one between 1,000 and 10,000, one between 10,000 and 100,000, one between 100,000 and 1,000,000, and so on. In each of these major divisions there is only one perfect number. The simplest and most common of the perfect numbers is the number 6, which is the number between 1 and 10. The reason why the number 6 is termed a perfect number is because the sum of its parts is equal to itself. A half of 6 is 3, a third of 6 is 2, a sixth of 6 is 1, and 3, 2, and 1 equals 6. Now those are the only possible divisions that can be made, equal divisions, that can be made of that number. And the sum of the parts equals the number. Therefore this is termed a perfect number. 8, for example, can only be divided in certain ways. A half of 8 is 4, a fourth of 8 is 2, and an eighth of 8 is 1, which makes 7. Therefore, this is a deficient number, because the sum of its parts is less than the number itself. We take the number 12, for example. A half of 12 is 6, a fourth of 12 is 3, a third of 12 is 4, a sixth of 12 is 2, and a twelfth of 12 is 1. The sum of these is greater than 12. Therefore, this is a superabundant number. Now, in this problem, superabundant and deficient numbers are comparatively common. And the reason that Pythagoras made use of this particular calculation is to exemplify, in part, the importance of equilibrium in the achievement of human consciousness. Therefore, according to the Pythagoreans, where the parts are in excess of the totality, we have a superabundant number. Where they are deficient of the totality, we have a deficient number. Now, this has to do with the power of the numerative soul to control the totalities. Because, with the exception of one class of numbers, the numerative soul in man is not capable of controlling all parts. And those parts which are not controlled are called deficient numbers, called superabundant numbers. Those in which the control is unable to mass the lesser parts, and the totality is therefore hypothetical in the presence of a power not properly developed or organized. We have a deficient number. But where the parts and the whole are equal, we then have a true number, or a perfect number. And the study of arts and sciences, particularly, have to do with this. Because, for example, if the teacher does not know enough, he is a deficient number. If, on the other hand, the teacher, knowing much, does not take into consideration the ignorance of the student, he is a superabundant number. Because the totality of what he has to give cannot be received. Whereas if the teacher and the pupil have a full and complete understanding, and the student receives all that he is capable of receiving, and the teacher judiciously gives that which the student can use, the result is a perfect number. Therefore, the relationship between man and the world, a phenomena, is here indicated. The individual who sees less than there is to see is functioning with a deficient numerative power. If he sees more than he can understand, and surrounded with wonders comprehends nothing, then there is a superabundant number, because his total integration does not permit him to understand that which he sees. There are hundreds of applications of the principles, but this is the basis upon which the concept was built. And of course, each of the numbers involved in these patterns has its own significance. But that is a very big subject, because each one of these numbers is made up of a certain combination of numbers. And these in turn, like the elements in a chemical compound, each has a distinct meaning. And from these distinct meanings, we have a great deal. For instance, the number 6, which is the first of the perfect number, is also in the Pythagorean concept the number of marriage, because it represents the basic unity of divided parts. The number 6 being the proper symbol of union, and therefore it is a perfect number, because it encloses or concludes a totality. And of course the three divided parts of the number, the half being 3, the third being 2, and the sixth being 1, becomes the basic family unit, father, mother, child. And the same number on the level of the universe is related to the days of creation, and the three equal parts, which total to itself, are the three persons of the Trinity. Every part of this numerical system becomes extremely complicated, but out of it almost anything that you wish to conceive and rationalize and understand can be developed, so that it becomes a magnificent system of theology as well as a system of science. And that is one of the things we feel so badly about in connection with modern education, because the advanced books of Euclid are largely devoted to the great numerical speculations of Pythagoras. And yet these higher books of Euclid are not available to the average student. And the so-called Euclidean mathematics that we have merely carries us through those primary parts which are concerned in barter exchange, architecture, and things of that nature, and give us no concept of the great philosophy of numbers with which Euclid himself was well familiar, and which he attempted to develop in his more advanced works, which are not even available to the public in general today. So the mathematical subject becomes a very much bigger one than we first realize or understand. Now, out of this problem also, we come to what has been termed the motion of number, which is one of our primary considerations this evening, so we're going to have to take more time with it. I wanted to try and sort of sprinkle in a little bit of Pythagorean thinking, so you'd have some grasp of the field of his mind and how the mathematical philosophy developed. Now, the motion of number is either from 1 to 10 or from arithmetic to geometry. The ancients reasoned, therefore, that on a horizontal plane, the numbers unfolded from 1 to 10. On a vertical plane, they fell from arithmetic to geometry. And this double motion of number became very, very important in their philosophy. Now, Pythagoras, like all the ancients, began the entire concept of mathematical philosophy with the hypothetical dot. The dot, or point, is the beginning of all form, all numeration, and all motion. The dot itself is the principle of numeration, and the circle is the circumference of number. Therefore, the dot precedes and the circle terminates. The dot precedes the descent from arithmetic to geometry, and the circle consummates the extent or extension of numbers from the 1 to the 10, or the cycle, the complete cycle of numbers. Thus, in a sense, the circle is an exoteric dot, and a dot is an esoteric circle. The dot is archetypal. The circle exists in the sphere of creation. Therefore, it is customary to conceive of total being as a dot, and of total existence as a circle. And the dot placed in the circle is being in the center of existence, or being in the center of the cycle or circle of its own field, or its own extension into totality. In the Hebrew Kabbalah, the dot and the circle are placed in the form of a human eye. The opened eye being the symbol of manifestation, and the closed eye being the symbol of the universe in abscondita, or in suspension, in the divine mind. Therefore, creation was represented in the Kabbalah by the opening of the eye of the Great One, or the Great Being, which immediately revealed the mysterious mathematical form of the dot and the circle, or the central point of the eye in the field of the iris. Now, the dot, by motion, can move only from itself. It can never approach itself, because it is hypothetically forever centered. Therefore, the only possible motion of a dot is away from itself, and this motion is called a line. And the most primary of all lines is the number 1, which is the first vertical drop of the dot. The dot, descending from its own state into the circumference of the circle, first produces a line, which hypothetically becomes the radius of the circle also. But the dot, extending itself away from itself, creates the line, which is the most simple of all the basic mathematical forms, and the line itself becomes 1. Now, the line, moving away from itself, can produce only another manifestation, for a line moving from itself produces a circus, because all of the line has to move, And the line moving away from itself causes a flat surface. Therefore, this is the second, or area. And this area sets aside a certain level called a plane and becomes the basis of a different level or concept of existence. And when the surface moves away from itself, it can move in only one direction. The whole surface must move. Therefore, a surface moving away from itself produces a solid. And there we have the fall of arithmetic into geometry. And the solid, the most simple of all mathematical solids, is the tetrahedron, or the four-face symmetrical solid composed of each face of a triangle. This is the smallest number of faces that can enclose an area. Therefore, if you will consider carefully your mythological and your religious systems throughout the world, you will realize that the number 4 is always very closely associated with the concept of God. Now, the concept of God in this sense is the concept of what the ancients call the demiurgus, or the creating deity. In other words, the God in creation and of creation. The God that moves upon the face of the deep. Deity in the sense of a creating power. This is not absolute deity or absolute being represented by the dot. This is deity moving into quantitative and qualitative manifestation. Qualitative manifestation being determined by the geometrical solids, and quantitative manifestation by the extension of the numbers from 1 to 10. Now there is a large thought hiding in this pattern, a very large one, and it involves a number of very interesting and remarkable fields of research. For example, the number 4 is an even number composed of even numbers, 2 2s. It can also be composed of a 1 and a 3, which gives us 2 possible forms by which the 4 can be fashioned. Going back to our other theory that we just had, if we take 4, a half of 4 is 2, a fourth of 4 is 1, the sum is 3, which makes the 4 a deficient number. So you have to begin to work these systems in and with each other. Therefore, we recognize that the ancients understood the 4 as the symbol of creation, of the objectification of the material universe, as the 4 elements, and as the great field of form generation. Therefore, the number 4 is the archetypal number of form, and the concept of form and the solid, the least of the solid forms, gives us form and solid as being identical in concept. Now we go to another interesting point, which is made for the Greeks and also has been made for the Hindus, and one that we are comparatively unaware of. Namely, that creation is a deficiency rather than an addition. Creation is not what we think it is. Creation is the addition or the manifestation of the greatest solidity existing within the greatest density. Now, the dot, or space, is the greatest density, because space is absolute fullness. All conditions are less than that. Therefore, it is said in Egypt, and also among the Hindus, that when the time came to create the world, the Ammonian artificers, the Elohim of the Bible, took their knives and made holes in space. And forms are holes in space. Now that is quite a problem, but it's an interesting one. because density is a greater and more enduring thing than solidity. A rock is more solid than the air around it, but the air is more dense than the rock. And space, which permeates the rock, permeates the air, and permeates everything, is actually more real, more enduring, more substantial than the rock. The proof of that is that the rock comes into being from space, abides for a time, and will ultimately return to space again. Every rock that ever existed was once in space, invisible. And every form, every world, every planet, every solar system, which appears as a solid form, is a solidity emanating from density. And everything that exists is ultimately going to disappear again. And when it disappears, it passes from a state of solidity to a state of density. And when it reaches the state of density, it reaches the state of permanence. Because density is eternal. Solidity is not. Anything that is solid is a compound. And as Lord Bacon put on his own gravestone, all compounds shall be dissolved. Therefore, actually, ignorance is a hole in truth. It is like an opening or an empty place. Form is a hole in space. Because in form, eternity is privated. As the Pythagoreans say, the universe was formed by the divine power retiring from the circumference to the center of itself and leaving a vacuum. This would seem exactly the opposite. There are certain metaphysical groups that teach that we appear to be here, but we're not really here at all. And it would be rather embarrassing to realize or to have the thought that we're really holes in the air and not here at all. And we're not going to go to any such extreme as that, or anything of that nature. But qualitatively, the state of separate existence is less than the state of total existence. Therefore, every separate thing is inferior to totality. And as all created things are separate things, it is inevitable that their quality is less than that of totality. Therefore, they are a conditioned existence existing within an unconditioned state. And that conditioned existence is inferior to the unconditioned state. Therefore, on the terms of exact definition, things are less than that no thing which is their common source. And things are not an abundance of things. They are a deficiency of things. And that is why you have to add them all together before you can get one. In other words, if we were positive beings, then if you added us all together, you would get many. But where we are deficient beings, it is necessary for us all to be added together to neutralize or compensate for the deficiency. If each individual was a plus in an atmosphere which was a minus, he would then be complete in himself. But as it so happens in the universe, if you add all existence together, the sum is space. Therefore, each existence must be less than space, or be deficient. This is one of the reasons why we fill up the vacuum by coming together. And when we have all come together, then we have neutralized and have created again the fact of space itself. This underlies the Buddhist concept of nirvana also, which is not the loss of something in the unknown, but rather the loss of that which is not in the totality of that which is. No thing then can cease, except in the sense of its return to its own totality. and because our sensory perceptions are incapable of the concept or vision or sensing of totality, that which passes from a fractional condition toward a unity passes out of the contemplative range of man, and therefore is said to disappear or to no longer have existence. On this theme, of course, you could do a great deal in the Pythagorean speculation. You could have really quite a holiday working with this phase of the Pythagorean mathematics. This brings us to another point that we have to dwell on for a moment, and that is the great symbol of the Pythagorean school, which was the Tetractys. Now, the Tetractys is a pyramid of dots, consisting of 4 rows of dots. The first row with 1 dot, the second row with 2 dots, the third with 3 dots, and the fourth with 4 dots. And these are arranged in the form of an equilateral triangle with the apex at the top. Now this system or sequence of dots, according to the Pythagorean theory, was the perfect symbol of the numerative soul of space, because within this design was bound up all the mystery of numbers, and the Tetractys itself was the totality which constituted the soul image or pattern. The Tetractys was the symbol of the perfect ensoulment of the number by archetype. And as it was equilateral, it could be approached from any direction. And because it was an equilateral triangle, it was 1/4 part of the pentagon, or 4-sided symmetrical solid. The Pythagoreans used what was called the greater and the lesser Tetractys. The concept was later borrowed by the Kabbalists, who involved it in the structure of the Sephirothic tree, or the 10 mysterious blossoms upon the tree of life, by which they represented all the world's creation and all the patterns of existence. Now the total of 1, 2, 3, and 4 is of course 10. And therefore these dots complete the decimal units. And the Pythagoreans held them in their various combinations in the greatest and the most profound regard. They became a pyramid of number. The pyramidal form itself being the form of the Greek letter D or delta, which in itself is the first letter of the name of deity. So that there was an additional importance in the form itself. The Hebrew mystics took the same design, and instead of the dots, they used little marks resembling commas, which were the Hebrew letters Yod, the most sacred or fire letter, the Hebrew letter which peculiarly symbolized spirit and life. Later, the Tetractys was used also Kabbalistically in connection with the Tetragrammaton, or the 4-letter name of God, which we pronounce Jehovah, which is composed in the Hebrew of 4 letters, IHVH. Therefore, in arranging the dots, they placed the I on the first line, IH on the second line, IHV on the third line, and IHVH on the fourth line, letting one of these letters, therefore, represent each of the dots. From this they formed also an equilateral triangle, in this sense composed of the name of God, and the most important of the names for deity to be found in the Kabbalistic system, a word which is not usually spoken by an Orthodox Jew. When he reads it in the Bible or comes across it in sacred writings, he substitutes the word Adonai, or Elohim, to signify Lord or Lord of hosts. He does not use the word itself, because to him it is a sacred and secret name. The basic Hebrew alphabet is composed of tiny comma-like marks which are called flames. And in all probabilities, the original forms were taken from star groups. And these form the handwriting on the wall of heaven, and the Mesoretic dots or points or diacritical marks which were added represented the motion of the planets through the signs of the constellations, thus spelling out words or giving new meanings to the consonantal groups. So in the Hebrew mysticism and in the Greek also, we find the tremendous importance, Kabbalistically and magically, of this mysterious symbol, the symbol of the tetractys. Now the tetractys arranges the dots, therefore, upon 4 levels. The first level having only 1 dot, the second level 2, the third level 3, and the lower level 4. Thus there is an automatic division into 4 rows of dots, of which the first row, of course, contains only the single dot. Also in arranging these dots, a certain number of intervals come into existence, the spaces between dots. And it is relating to the problem of interval that we have the motion of number. Because motion is always motion through or cross interval. And everything that exists in interval. And in the study of philosophy, we become gradually more and more conscious of interval and less conscious of incident. Incident is to us formal, relating to solidity. Interval is non-formal and relates to the principle of density. Therefore, solidity moving through density is thing moving through interval. Now the example of this on a practical level can be taken from the philosophy of history. We have, for example, historical incidents. We know when Columbus discovered America. We know that there is nothing less important than the memorization of that date. We know 1492, but it means nothing apart from context. The fact that in 1066 William the Conqueror stubbed his toe on the soil of England is also a magnificently unimportant fact. And this gives us what the Pythagoreans expressed as the danger or menace of fact. Because all facts are static. The spaces between them are dynamic. All things, therefore, are in themselves factual. The intervals between them are susceptible of something greater than fact. For a fact is different from a truth, and a truth is different from a reality. Consequently, when we study history, or we take words, it is not the words themselves, but their arrangement that becomes necessary to the transference of idea. And this means that some people with a very large vocabulary never say anything. And some of the greatest teachers of English in the world have never had a thought. They have a magnificent instrument, but they've never used it. Because the facts or the substances themselves are meaningless unless you put them to work. And a thing to work must have space to work in. And space is interval. You cannot get a carpenter to work unless he has elbow room. He has to have space. And space requires motion and implies it. And all action implies the need for space in which to move. And of course this we can't help but remember at this time, one of the pet problems of ancient knowledge. If you can solve it, why, you're very good. One man by the name of Euclid, not our friend the mathematician, but another Euclid, which was a common name in Greece in those days, is said to have committed suicide over this problem, the problem of motion. He said, for a thing to move, it must pass from the place where it is to the place where it is not. And as all things must be inevitably in the places where they are, can anything move? That thought cost him his life. He was never able to solve the mystery. What he did not have probably possessed was the Pythagorean realization that the motion of the dot produces the line. Therefore, things can move. And yet, the motion of the dot in producing the line does not take the dot away from where it is. It merely extends the dot into a dimension. And this dimension, in turn, is the principle of motion. Now, to return for a moment to the problem of history. History is significant only because of perspective upon a problem. History is a point. Now is a point. Now is a point of importance because of two intervals represented by two other hypothetical dots. For on one side of now is a dot which is called the past, and on the other side of now is a dot which is called the future. And between the past and the present is an interval, and between the present and the future is an interval. Now our estimation of values forces us to bridge the interval between the past and the present, and leads us inevitably by the imaginative power of the mind to bridge the interval from the present to the future in the terms of the preceding interval. We follow the admonition of the Babylonian deity Nebo. What has been, will be. Therefore we say, 500 years ago, people did a certain thing and this happened to them. Therefore, if today we observe people doing the same thing, we assume that in the interval of the future the same thing will happen to them. Thus, by means of these two intervals, we orient the present, and we use the past as an instruction, and we face the future as an opportunity. We also recognize that the interval of the future is always partly bridged from both the present and the past, but that these bridges are susceptible of modification. And as Pythagoras expressed it, nearly every individual who is working for the future is trying to modify the inevitable. He is trying to make some changes, lesser or greater, in patterns which otherwise will remain unchangeable. That is the basis of politics, the basis of education, the basis of reform, is that if the future extends in terms of the present, it will be inadequate. Therefore, the problem of the contribution of the individual or of the collective to the modification of the inevitables of the future, this effort constitutes change or motion, qualitative motion. Now, quantitative motion and qualitative motion are two different things. A thing which goes a mile on the ground achieves a certain quantitative motion. An individual who, being not intelligent, becomes more intelligent, achieves qualitative motion. For qualitative motion is in terms of improvement of quality. Quantitative motion is in terms of spanning of distances upon a level. It is therefore said that qualitative motion moves on an oblique line mathematically, and quantitative motion on a horizontal line. And Pythagoras added that illumination or spiritual motion moves on a vertical line. Therefore, we have the spiritual life of man represented by a vertical, his intellectual psychic life by an oblique, and his physical life by a horizontal. And in one of the old mystery systems of the ancients, it was customary to initiate the candidate by raising him from the horizontal to the oblique and from the oblique to the perpendicular. This symbolism is significant to some people. In the same concept, qualitative motion, because it is an ascending motion on an oblique, becomes the motion of the human soul or the human mind. We will find some more about that in the hypotenuse of the 47th proposition of Euclid, which we will take up in another discussion. But we have in that hypotenuse the three lines, the horizontal, the vertical, and the oblique. And in this we have the story of the life of man, the entire psychic field of human growth and progress. If, therefore, qualitative motion is upon an oblique, thereby all growth is an ascending arc or ascending line. This means that the circle of material activity is changed into a cycle of psychic activity, because a cycle is a spiral and a circle is upon a surface. Therefore, a spiral is an ascending circle. And Pythagoras taught that the soul of man is so constituted that it can never, under any conditions, repeat itself in anything. If it appears to repeat itself, it repeats itself with a certain qualitative interval by which the circle has been changed into a cycle. The reason for this is that no individual, even though he walked the same road every morning, can be identically the same person in 2 different days. The individual who Monday morning very carefully follows a certain path and comes back and goes over it again Tuesday morning. The path is the same, he has followed it the same, but something has happened to him in the meantime. He is not the same person in every particular. During the interval, he read a newspaper. That was enough to change him, probably for the worse. And during this period of time, he has perhaps made a new friend. He has read a new book. He has heard a new report. He has studied something. He has improved himself in some particular. He has made a new friend or lost an old one. Perhaps he's made an enemy. But he's going to learn even from that. He is not identically the same person. Because in the 24 hours difference, some changes, some thoughts, some experience, even though trivial, must have occurred to him, by which the numerative soul compound of himself is different. And because this individual, always different, can do the same things, but is himself never the same, Pythagoras used the spiral to represent a return to a similar point, but not an identical one. Because in the return, the oblique line of growth has resulted in a gradual ascent, even though it may be an extremely slight ascent. This is the basis of the entire cyclic concept of evolution as we have it in the modern world. So here we have the problem of interval. And we have these dots in this tetractys surrounded by intervals. Intervals also are what the Pythagoreans call tonal interludes. Every single interval in nature has a tonal equivalent. Pythagoras pointed out that the difference in tones are not due to the essential substances involved, but in the case of a musical instrument, the location and placing of the frets. In other words, the intervals on the same string create different tones. Therefore, you may have the diapente or the diatessaron according to the placing of the frets upon a string, and the length of the intervals between the frets determines the tone, and not the fret itself nor the string. Therefore, in the Pythagorean system of astronomy, the music of the spheres was not based upon the concept that the planets had tones, but that the intervals between the planets were tonal. Therefore, Pythagoras divided the heavens from the earth to the empyrean into a single chorded instrument, which he called the celestial monochord. He placed the frets in the locations of the planets, and then declared that the intervals between these constituted the basis of the sidereal harmony. The Greeks, accepting this process and concept, created their idea of modal music, the modes being arrived at by the rearrangement according to mathematical formula of the frets relating to the various strings, in the same way as we tune an instrument today. Thus we come back to a very important point in connection with the Tetractys, namely that all these rows of numbers consist of numbers and intervals. Now, for example, on the lower line, we have 4 dots. These 4 dots, therefore, enclose a certain number of intervals. And how many intervals do we have between 4 dots? Quick, somebody. 3. Well, I just want to make sure everyone's awake. All right, 3 intervals and 4 dots. Now this in itself gives us a very significant number, the number 7. Therefore we have 4 things and 3 spaces constituting a septenary. Now if we, for instance, want to go into the old symbolism of Freemasonry, we remember the master mason's apron, which consists of a square into which falls a triangle. Here is a septenary. Now in this septenary also we can go back to our ancient Hindus and Babylonians, who, placing a pyramid upon a cube, declared this to represent the entire structure of the world. 3 constitutes the divine numbers, or divine number of equilibrium. 4 constitutes the number of forms. Therefore, within the 4 dots of form are 3 intervals, or spiritual interludes. And these constitute what the Pythagoreans call consciousness, intelligence, and force. They are all intervals, or interludes. They are energies invisible. They are the field in which the 4 dots operate. Therefore, the 4 elements are held together by 3 spiritual powers, which are termed binders, or are termed the materials or substances necessary to the manifestation of these dots. Now comes a very nice question. We don't have to go out and follow Euclid, commit suicide over this, but we do have a delicate issue. What happens to the intervals if you take away the dots? That's what an English cricket player would call a sticky wicket. Now, what do we do about this? If we take away the dots, the intervals are lost. We can't take away the intervals. If we take away the intervals, the dots merge together, because they are held apart or exist separately because of interval only. So if we remove one of those dots, we remove with it one of the intervals. Therefore, we come to another very interesting thing, a problem that has been asked many times on another level. If you were out and if an explosion occurred where there was no one to hear it, would there be any noise? That's one of the very, very old questions, and that's been subject to a lot of analysis. The question then, of course, remains as to the meaning of the thought or concept of noise. If by noise we mean only that which is the result of certain vibration to the eardrum, there could be no noise if there was no eardrum. But there would still be a vibratory circumstance of some nature, whether anybody heard it or not. But it would not be sound unless there was an ear to hear it. Now, we have the same problem in connection with dots and intervals. Energies could not manifest unless there were forms through which they could express themselves. Therefore, the moment you take away a number, you remove all of the manifestation of the intervals contained within that number. You also will discover as you proceed that the intervals are always one less than the number. And therefore, that in all these various problems, you always have an interesting situation. If your intervals are even, your numbers will be odd, and so on down through the entire problem. And as you have in your odd numbers, your positive numbers, and in your even numbers, your negative numbers, there are certain compound in which intervals are positive, and other compounds in which the objects or the numbers are positive. This again opens a very large field of Pythagorean speculation. But we are dealing primarily with the recognition that all patterns of number release into objectivity measurable intervals, which cannot be measured until numbers are established. The moment you establish two dots in two places, you can measure the interval between them. Take away one of the dots, the interval remains but becomes immeasurable. It becomes one with eternal interval the moment your boundary is removed. Therefore, you can measure an interval between things, but not an interval between one thing. Because the interval between one thing and totality is always the same. It is essentially immeasurable. Therefore, where two or more things come into manifestation, separate interval comes into existence, and Pythagoras called interval individuality. Now, this again becomes quite a stimulating thought, because individuality for its existence requires the number 2, because it must have boundary and interval. And within an interval between the two dots of the tetractys, individuality can exist because the relation of the two dots to each other can be changed. And because of that, individuality can be infinite and still measurable, in the sense of infinite number of possible association of the two dots. But that association is arithmetical, because it is on a level, or on a line, or on a plane. No matter where you place the two dots, a line between them is a hypothetical horizontal. Therefore, there can be no dimension beyond the dimension of the line in the connection of any two dots. Consequently, the entire concept of this interval is interval on a surface, because actually the two dots can be the ends of a line. And hypothetically, a line connecting them has these dots for an end, for ends. Thus, however, if we have duality, this duality as two dots captures and holds an interval, and this interval becomes individuality and measurable. Removing one of these dots restores unity, and the moment unity is restored, individuality becomes immeasurable. Therefore, there can be no individuality in unity, per se, because unity cannot limit anything. The moment, however, you place a line between one dot and another, that line becomes an imaginary radius of a circle, and the interval becomes the radius of the circle of individuality. This is developed along the concept which the Pythagoreans held, that the moment you establish the consciousness of identity or unity, you destroy the illusion of interval. Therefore, the achievement of total unity destroys the interval between self and eternity. For the universal is equidistant from that which is only one dot. But it is divided into a hypothetical interval plus another interval, where another dot is introduced. For example, if you have two dots and infinity, you have two intervals. The interval between the two dots, measurable, and the interval between one dot and eternity, immeasurable. Therefore, you have what is called measurable and immeasurable interval. Measurable interval carries with it the entire intellectual life of the individual. And if you assume that these two dots are then connected by a thread, that thread is the single chord of the monochord. And wherever two dots are established, the thread can be extended between them. The interval can be considered an octave and broken up into a group of harmonic and inharmonic intervals, so that the intervals between the dots, regardless of its hypothetical length or shortness, becomes a total tone susceptible of division into a complete range of tonal qualities. This in turn produces from itself what the Pythagoreans considered to be the concept of the solar system and the universe. For the universe consists primarily of that which bridges primary interval, which is the establishment of the two dots. Now these two dots are subservient to and inferior to unity, because they are halves of the principle of unity. But between these unities, these halves of unity, or divided parts, is an interval which can be mathematically cut, either by what is called the equal or the unequal cut. And by this equal or unequal process of cutting, an entire group of psychic potentials are released along this thread or cord which unites two bodies in interval. Now we also have another use of the type of the concept of interval in music. We have interval in terms of pause or a break of tone. We have interval in terms of the spacing in rhythm and in practically all musical motion. So motion is rhythmic as it extends through interval. And the various possibilities of these rhythmic motions through interval become the basis of the various types of motion which can exist in space. Now Pythagoras conceived of this primary interval as being broken into a series of unequal parts which are called numbers. And these numbers, extending from 1 to 10, are represented by frets which give upon this string 10 possible tonal lengths. These tones in turn, through their various vibratory lengths, produce by vibration another motion, because we have at this time considered only motion in terms of interval between two dots. The vibration of a string produces another kind of motion. This is the motion that you get, for instance, in an electrocardiograph. Because in an electrocardiograph you have not only the motion on a level or on a line, but you have an eccentric motion, which we would say on the cardiograph is up and down. In other words, the motion is not a direct motion, but maybe a broken motion, a jagged motion, an angular motion consisting of curves or angles ascending and descending from the line. If we could see, under very powerful magnification, a string which is sounding, we would observe that this string is moving back and forth on its own axis, that there is an ascending and descending arc on each side of the string in motion. Therefore, we develop in the concept of motion not only a motion from one place to another, but an up and down motion, or a motion crossing the original line of motion. This, according to the Pythagorean system, was very, very important. For just as the individual learning to write may first draw a line, then make upper and lower lines from this, achieving an irregular motion, so in the terms of the Pythagorean theory, this quality of motion not only occurs upon a line, but within the scope of a solid, inasmuch as hypothetically a solid could be constructed upon a line in motion, and the vibration of the line would strike all surfaces of the solid. In other words, if you placed a hollow cube with the ends removed around a moving string, if this string was vibrated sufficiently, or the cube was small enough, the string would strike all the surfaces of the cube while in motion. I hope that point is clear. I'm trying to make it so. But in other words, your string is moving in a variety of directions in the process of vibration. The motion is very slight, but nevertheless it is true and real, whether we can see it or grasp its import or not. Those of you who saw Fantasia, the motion picture, will remember that Stokowski, in one part of the picture, created some diagrammatic representations in light and color of the motion of strings in a musical instrument. This is the type of thing which we are trying to call to your attention. Namely, that this vibration requires not only surface motion, but requires motion with depth and dimension, and therefore that motion inevitably leads from surface to solid, and that all motion gradually develops polarities and becomes a solid field. Moving things become solid fields while they are in motion. This is an important point because in modern researches, the motion of space and the motion of the continuum is causing us to contemplate that in the solid intervals of this vibratory motion, there may be other complete orders of life beside the ones that we know. In other words, in the dimensions of motion alone, there is the possibility that this same space that we occupy could be occupied with a multitude of other creational systems, which we cannot see and cannot realize and cannot know exist, because they exist in the intervals between the vibratory rates that we know, or that we have come to recognize. In the interval problem, then, we have in the Tetractys of Pythagoras each dot surrounded by total interval. The distance between all dots is the same, except upon the circumference of the figure. For the outer rows of dots have intervals to those below or above them, except for the top, which has only intervals downward, and the bottom, which has only intervals upward. But the figures themselves are surrounded by equal intervals, and the entire figure is suspended in interval itself. In other words, in total interval. It would be quite natural and reasonable, then, to conceive these figures as representing the entire theory of what we call today vibration, with which the ancients had already made calculations, but about which they did not have quite the concept of exactitudes which modern science has made possible. But they were working upon this principle very definitely. Now, considering the Tetractys as monads, or as units of life, and following the concept of Leibniz in his monadology, we know that all forms are aggregates of monads, of which the Tetractys is the ideal archetype of organized form. Therefore we say that these monads, in themselves and of themselves, could be floating like specks of inconceivably minute dust forever in space, without organization or arrangement. We may assume with some of the early thinkers that these monads radiated sufficient energy to make impossible the striking of one against another. Even this, however, is a doubtful hypothesis. The second is that these monads could accidentally meet and merge and mingle, thus creating compounds. The Pythagoreans held a rather different attitude on this, however, because they used the principle of interval to cover the entire concept of the field of monadal activity in space, assuming that monads of themselves could not be superior to themselves, and that these various monadal units were relatively equal, though perhaps diverse in quality, but that they were not susceptible of domination over each other, and each had only a separate and complete subsistence in its own nature, and each was a unit of eternal energy in its own right. Then came the problem as to how these primordial monads were brought together in the organization of the universe. Leibniz suggested that there was a concatenation of monadal archetypes. In other words, that monads were parts of larger monads, these in turn of still larger ones, and that there was thus an orderly progression of monads, with infinite diversity at its lower extremity and unity as the supreme all-enclosing monad at its apex. In this thinking, of course, Leibniz was very, very much a Pythagorean, because he conceived of the single monad as being the all-inclusive archetype, and followed Pythagoras in the concept that existence and development and growth exist within archetype. Now we think of archetype as pattern, and many persons, even following the Platonic concept of archetype, feel that these forms or images held in the divine mind are, as it were, sketched or drawn upon the surface of consciousness, and that all things more or less receive these impressions into their structures, and are therefore copied from ideal patterns. However, both Pythagoras and Leibniz were of the opinion that the archetype is the all-inclusive monad of anything. Therefore, that all things that bear a certain archetype exist always within that archetype, and that that archetype occupies a place, and that that place is the total sum of its own parts. Thus, all forms of life that have an existence under patterns are within the pattern. They are not merely copying it. They are not merely following it. It is not merely projected upon them. they are totally and continuously and eternally within it. Because all parts are but miniatures of the totalities of which they are parts. Therefore, they can never be separate from their own totality, except on the level of phenomena. On the noumenal level, they cannot be separated. Thus, the archetypal pattern of Pythagoras implies that the whole universe, everything that exists within a monadal archetype, which is the tetractys, or the great sequence of the numbers, surrounded, as it were, by this flaming symbol of the upright triangle, a universe unfolding within the boundaries of consciousness, intelligence, and force, which are the lines of the triangle, or the three sides of the delta. This is the same delta, of course, that was said to have been hidden by the patriarch Melchizedek in the depths of the royal arches, and was later found and restored by Enoch and Methuselah. Now in the tetractys we have also a number of numbers that we must think about. On the first row we have the monad alone. This tells us that one is superior to all. I've told you before that Pythagoras did not regard the one or the two as numbers, but the one and the two are placed in the archetypal form. For the archetypal universe itself has as its archetypal pattern or rule diversity within unity. Two is the archetype of diversity, but is subservient to and inferior to the archetype of unity. Therefore, the principle of diversity has half the power of the principle of unity, because it is a divided power. And in Pythagorean division, that which is divided loses according to the ratio of division. Therefore, division or diversity can never be equal in strength to unity. If it was equal or could be superior, it could destroy unity. But it can never destroy, because in a state of division, things can never have the strength of unity. And in order to achieve that strength of unity, they must annihilate their own diversity. And the moment they do so, they are unity. Therefore, the concept of the rebellion and the rebellious angels in the Pythagorean system, evil can never triumph over good. Because no matter how strong it can be, evil can never be more than one half the strength of good, because it arises from diversity, and is a result of never being equal to good. It can only equal unity by reconciling its own division. And if it reconciles its own division, it is no longer division, it is unity, and evil ceases. Evil, therefore, is division. And if a division is destroyed or removed, then unity alone remains. And this brings us to a very interesting phase of Pythagorean thought, which is the similitude and dissimilitude of number. All numbers in any level have a similitude to similar numbers in all other structures in the universe. Therefore, numerically, there is a similitude in the numerative soul between 11 elephants and 11 mice. The similitude lying in the number 11, which is a totality and a concept. This does not mean that they are identical, but 11 of anything will have the principle of 11 in common. Always, therefore, things are of their own similitudes. All unities, therefore, on any level have a similitude to reality, to deity itself. All division on any level has a similitude to division in principle. And it is the rule of division that it can never have the same power that unity has. Diversity can never, therefore, overwhelm or overcome the principle of unity. One of the examples of that is that diversity is separated by the primary interval, which we said is intellect. That is the reason why you can have 500 different denominations of one religion. And while these denominations are measured by the interval of intellect, they'll never get together. They cannot unite while the interval remains. For this reason, Pythagoras said that two wrongs can never unite and become one wrong. Because the moment they united, they would be good. They would be God again. Therefore, two rascals can never have the same fraternity that two good people can have. It is impossible for diversity ever to win. It is impossible for corruption ever to win. For diversity, by principle, cannot unite with itself. Therefore, the thieves cannot get along together. And they found out in Cicero a number of years ago that if you just left the racketeers alone long enough, they'd kill each other and save the government considerable expense. Of course, they might get a few honest citizens in the interval, but ultimately, people who have those characteristics will outwit each other, will prey upon each other, will injure each other, and ultimately destroy each other. Therefore, no amount of wrong heaped together can ever become a unity. Therefore, it can never be a dynamic. It must always be a static. No matter how much wrong there is in the universe, it can never in substance equal one good. On the other hand, good, one, symbolizing truth, reality, wisdom, is compatible with unity everywhere. Two truths uniting become one truth. Two errors can never unite. Therefore, regardless of everything that happens, growth is the inevitable union of realities and the impossibility of the union of unrealities. Therefore, we may see what appears to be advantageous coalescences of despots. We may see dictators creating treaties, but these are not treaties of union, they are treaties of expedience. And if either of these men gets to a condition where he does not need the other, he will break the treaty. There is no integrity there. Wisdom also is forever building, and all that men learn that is true becomes part of one ever-increasing truth. We may make mistakes, we may have to do it over again. Sometimes we thought it was true and it wasn't. But if it is not true, it will fall away. It cannot survive. But whereas truths are always coalescing, so that the good man of any faith will ultimately be one with the good man of any other faith, because by their conduct, by their principles, by their codes, they have in common even what their words may deny. Realities build forever. Because realities are unities which unite to form unities, because each reality is a unity. But each unit of error is itself a diversity. or a duality. So all realities become or are by nature one. All error is by nature two. And it is interesting that Pythagoras in his thinking should assign the word science to the number 2, because he pointed out that science requires for its existence 2 dots and an interval. And without this, it is immeasurable and unknowable, because science cannot function without comparison, without weighing things against each other, by a period or process of criticism, by the estimation of the action of phenomena upon phenomena. It can never arrive at a conclusion from a single monad. It must always use comparative powers for the determination of its findings. Therefore, it can extend itself over an area and can make the interval between the 2 monads as great as it may conceive. But in order to exist as a science, the scientist must have 2 objects, at least, upon which to function. He must say, this is small because this is larger. He cannot determine the nature of size, because he has only relativity. And the concept of estimation based upon 2 dots and an interval is properly termed relativity, because it depends for all conclusion and deduction upon the weighing or estimating of one thing by another. Whereas Pythagoras said unity is the estimation of thing by itself. Thus, unity represents intuitive or apperceptive comprehension of the unity of things, whereas all phenomenal knowledge depends upon duality. You can take an interval of 2 dots, and you can place science on one end, philosophy on the other. Or you can take religion and science. Or you can come down to another level, and you can say management and labor. You can come down to any level you want. You can then take all the articles or artifacts that are used in the maintenance of modern culture, government and the governed, credit, debit. You can go through every phase of a material culture, and it subsists only because of 2 units and an interval. And therefore it belongs essentially to the sphere of diversity or duality. And because of that, these various activities can of themselves never coalesce. They can never unify, because they belong to a principle of diversity. And the only way in which they can be reconciled is by means of the numerative soul power in man, who alone can bind these things together. And to bind these things together, he must have the apperceptional power of the monad, which theoretically the Greeks would have called in the intelligible power of nature. In other words, the individual, to reconcile opposites of any kind, must obtain a position of unity superior to the opposites which he wishes to reconcile. He must therefore, in qualitative interval, ascend above the duality. His own consciousness must be higher than division, or he can never reconcile divided parts. In every part of nature, therefore, in the moral life of man, the solution of a problem, and a problem is 2 dots and an interval, regardless of what the problem may be, because it is a problem perhaps of decision. Decision is 2 possible courses and their consequences, the interval. The only possible way of solving a problem of diversity is by attaining an apex of unity above it. This means that we can never solve a problem of living on a level. Therefore, we can never solve a problem mathematically. The solution to problem is geometric, because we have to move into other dimensions. As long as we are mathematical, we are functioning on the level of the motion of numbers, and the motion of number is from one to diversity. The only way in which we can transcend or unify diversity is through ascending up the geometric ladder from the solid to the surface to the line to the point. He makes a very great deal of this. Of course, his thinking on it is much more complete than we have been able even to speculate this evening. All we can do is take a few symbolical points out of it, because it would take years. It took his own disciples 30 and 40 years to get the first principles. So we're not going to make it this evening. But we can suggest certain lines of speculation. Now in Plato, we have the same thinking in a little more simple, familiar term, in the contrast between Plato and Aristotle. We have, for instance, Aristotle, who would walk into the city and try to understand it by counting the streets and the houses. And he would gradually come to a conclusion, and he would finally make you a drawing of the city. And the drawing of the city would be comparatively accurate. But it is very possible, as the old saying goes, which is, we most of you know, that he would never see the city for the houses. He would become constantly more and more immersed in the details of the city. And probably somewhere along the line he would find something so devastatingly interesting in the city that he would stay there for the rest of his life. Plato, on the other hand, assumed that the proper course for man is to first climb a mountain and look down on the city. And having first seen the city as a totality, then to descend into the city, bearing always in his mind the total picture, then explore the streets and become immersed in the details. He could then do it safely, because he had already a vision of the city, which he could not lose. And therefore the city from that time on had a meaningful topography for him, far greater than it could possibly have been had he begun to examine first the streets. So that in this sense of the word, the man who climbs up onto the mountain takes the position of the one dot at the top of the pyramid. He stands there and looks in all directions, including downward. He sees the entire pattern of the unfoldment of the order of both numeration and number. He may then go downward into the city, and he may take science, or he may take art, or he may take music, and he may become greatly involved in these little dots and the intervals between them. But he still has within his consciousness the recognition of the archetype of totality. He has seen the whole picture. He has seen the city. Therefore, he is not going to lose sight of the city and become hopelessly bogged down in some detail. Now, he may assume, Aristotle probably did assume, that no individual could master all of this tremendous picture. Therefore, he could spend his life studying one of the intervals between two dots, and that would be the most he could hope to accomplish. Here, however, Pythagoras would have corrected him on this point, that regardless of whether he knows it or not, he will never be able to understand the interval between two dots until he understands the whole picture. Therefore, his study of any particular thing inevitably depends for its accuracy, for its fertility, for its reality, upon the total concept. Therefore, the study of diversity without an apperception of unity will lead to materialism. Because this means the exaggeration of the significance of parts above that totality. The individual who spends all his life digging up Abyssinian or Babylonian roles, it's quite certain that history began and ended in Babylonia. And that the most valuable of all possible activities is turning the soil and finding these little cylinders with the name of some ancient king carefully carved into the surface. When he finds one of them, he is happier than the Texas oil magnate who has discovered 10 new oil wells. This little cylinder becomes his life. Now he becomes what might be termed an authority on the subject. But being an authority on it, he is still completely uninformed on the essential reason not only for life, but for those little roles that he himself is handling. He will never understand the Assyrians or the Chaldeans or the Akkadians until he understands their relation to the various intervals which make up the complete field and are enclosed within totality. He will never realize the lesson of a civilization until he is aware of the grand motion of civilizations. He will never have any true elevation of himself as being. He will never gain the experience of unity in these things, which is necessary to make them meaningful, if he remains hopelessly immersed in the diversity. Therefore, the number 2 not only becomes the number of science, but it becomes the number of specialization. It becomes the number of all involvement, by which man enters into a competitive relationship with himself, with others, or with knowledge. And the understanding of this and the correction of the interval through the re-establishment of the total concept of unity is the rescuing of the monadal power of the archetype, or it is what is called, the numerative soul, or the soul which orders things and reduces all numbers to their part in unity. A very large and important concept. Now, it takes much more time sometimes to talk about these things, and it's much less profitable than the experiences which the individual himself has. And each person, whether he knows it or not, frequently establishes unity without knowing that he is doing so, because he is instinctively following the habit of the numerative soul within himself. So Pythagoras pointed out one other point that is very valuable, namely, that unity is something which is natural to things. Diversity is something that is artificial to things. Unity represents the eternal state of the divine nature. God, in order to create, had to perform a separate and distinct action. Therefore, this action was artificial to the nature of deity itself. And a man, in his contemplation of existence, is naturally good, but must create evil. Everywhere in the universe, unity is a natural thing unless it is artificially prevented from existing or manifesting. Men must therefore dynamically misunderstand in order to have difficulty. And so-called misunderstanding is simply lack of understanding, and lack of understanding is lack of unity, or lack of the unitive power in consciousness. Therefore, diversity is an artificial condition, which is not permanent nor real, but only apparent. Whereas unity is a natural and eternal condition, real though not apparent. But through the philosophical study of numbers, the reality of unity can be mathematically demonstrated, and the unreality of diversity can be mathematically demonstrated. and in this way appeal to certain minds so constituted that they are naturally inclined to accept upon this level. Now there's more to be said. We'll have to say it next week.
Well, this evening I think we have a very interesting subject, which we hope you will find a key to many questions that may have arisen in your own minds. We are studying the symbolical mathematics of the Pythagoreans. And I'd like to say just a word about the descent of this tradition. We know, for example, that after the scattering of the Pythagorean school, much of this thinking fell into the keeping of the Platonic Academy. And in the Statesman, the Republic, and other dialogues, Plato introduces a number of mathematical formulas, which he does not explain because he has an oath. That is, he was an initiate of the state mysteries. But through the study and restoration of the Pythagorean theory of numbers, many of the very abstruse inferences in the Platonic writings become more understandable. Later we find Plutarch, strongly influenced by the Pythagorean thinking, to which he refers in his various writings, including his celebrated treatise on Osiris, Isis, and the gods of Egypt, and in his other interesting work on the other face of the moon. We know also that there was a powerful and impressive restoration of Pythagorean number in Alexandria during the period of Neoplatonism, and that this restoration was headed by Theon of Smyrna, a very great philosopher and mathematician, who gathered most of the available Pythagorean fragments and preserved them for the posterity. Later, Hypatia of Alexandria succeeded to the chair of mathematics, and prior to her martyrdom, had the distinction of being the greatest woman mathematician in the history of the world. From the time of the collapse of the Neoplatonic and Neo-Pythagorean sects in North Africa, there was an almost complete loss of interest in this abstruse subject until the rise of the great family of Medici in Italy, which brought with them the restoration of the Platonic Academy. The work is exemplified in such pioneer and creative thinkers as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. These men, in their canons of proportion, like Caesariano in his edition of Vitruvius, called heavily for architectural principles, anatomical design, and structure from the early Greek philosophy. There was a restoration of interest in these subjects at Cambridge University during the period of Dr. More, and we have what are known as the English Platonists. Later, at the close of the 18th century, there was a grand revival under the leadership of Mr. Thomas Taylor in London, the last of the great Platonists, sometimes referred to as the last of the pagans. Taylor's work on mathematics includes his theoretic arithmetic, which is perhaps one of the scarcest and most valuable texts on the Platonic arithmetic. So we have in the Western world some descent of these principles, and we find them useful wherever philosophy and science meet. And we also find that they are the principal instruments by which science is today extending itself into the unknown dimensions of space. Without arithmetic and its attendant sciences, we may say that man would have a very inadequate perspective. He would have neither clocks nor timetables. He would have no essential knowledge of genealogies or chronologies. And all incidents of history would lose their perspectives and their relationships. So man, whether he realizes it or not, is constantly using mathematics, either instinctively or as a result of accomplishments. So this evening we want to extend our thinking a little further by discussing one of the most important of all the Pythagorean formulas, and that is the so-called 47th proposition of Euclid. Now, a great many of you are acquainted with what has been called the carpenter's theorem. It is a very simple and very mysterious equation. And because of its intense symbolic interest to us, it seems that we should examine it and study it with some care. Before we do so, however, let us go back to a symbol which we discussed briefly in an earlier talk, namely the symbol of the dot in the circle. The dot in the circle gives us a primary symbolic figure to represent the three principal parts of the universe, or, as the Pythagoreans would have called it, the three principal parts of the divine nature. In the center is the dot, which to these ancient scholars and philosophers was an appropriate symbol of God. Therefore, center and God became more or less related symbols. The second important element is the imaginary line by the extension of the dot, which brings into existence the concept of radius. A circle is a center, a radius, and a circumference. Now, the radius to these peoples represented a middle distance or a middle ground between the center and the circumference. And by the circumference, they represented matter, or a hypothetical circle enclosing as a vessel the process of creation. Thus they had a center and a circumference, spirit and matter, and between these two an extended radius or line, which was their monochord, the thread with one end attached to heaven and the other to the earth, upon which they created their great scientific theorem of the music of the universe. So we have a threefold division in the concept of man. This threefold division has existed from most primitive times, and among nearly all ancient peoples we find the gradual emergence of a religious trinity. This trinity, which in Christendom is called Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, or Holy Spirit, occurs in nearly all other major religious theories. In India we have the trinity composed of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And in the Buddhistic concept, we have this trinity consisting of Buddha and then the two polarizations, wisdom and compassion. So truth, wisdom, and compassion become, so to say, the primary trinity in Buddhistic thinking. In the Persian philosophies, we also have the establishment of a triadic concept of being. And therefore, as Plutarch tells us, it was customary in ancient times to symbolize the divine nature in itself as an equilateral triangle. This equilateral triangle, the first letter of the Greek word for deity, also occurs in many religious and philosophical systems as a proper and appropriate emblem of deity. It so occurs on the reverse of the $1 bill of the United States, where it creates or forms the apex of a pyramid, and within the triangle itself is the all-seeing eye, the proper symbol of the divine being. For it is said that the God of Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps.
And in the ancient Kabbalah we are told that the great being, the eternal God, has eyes but no eyelids because he never sleeps. An interesting symbolical thought anyway. Now the equilateral triangle, while it represents the essential triune nature of deity, fails to emphasize a certain factor which the Pythagoreans came to recognize. In the equilateral triangle and the four-faced symmetrical solid, or the tetrahedron, all faces or all angles are equal. Now in the Pythagorean thinking, this was not true of the nature of deity. Had all natures and parts of deity been eternally equal, there could not have been any end to the principle of equilibrium, and things which are in all parts equal lack the dynamic which arises from the stress of inequalities. Therefore, in the Pythagorean philosophy, deity in itself, in its own nature, is equal, but in its manifestation must always be unequal. Consequently, for the God that is knowable to man, that being which is essentially cognizable by its attributes or its forces, there must be a symbol suitable to interpret the inequality of divine manifestation in nature. To achieve this, the Pythagoreans devised the concept of the right angle scalene, or a triangle which was not an equal or equilateral triangle. In a scalene, a right angle scalene, there is one right angle and two acute angles. Therefore, the triangle is not perfect, but has its sides of unequal lengths. But in the case of the right angle scalene, there is one true right angle. This became to the Pythagoreans an appropriate symbol of the ways in which the powers of deity variously manifest on different levels of existence or being. Now, in the divine nature, we have a series of analogies which can be communicated to all the planes of human life. For example, we have three essential powers represented by the Trinity. These essential powers have variously been symbolized by the different races and peoples of the world in their religions and in their philosophies, creating a series of triads. These triads not necessarily merely comprehending the essential nature of deity in abscondita, but of deity in objective manifestation. The ancients, therefore, conceived of a triangle, or of a triune manifestation, which they considered as consciousness, intelligence, and force. Now, consciousness, intelligence, and force are not equilateral in their manifestation. On the same basis, we have another important triad, consisting of mind, matter, and form. Now, mind and matter, in their relationships to form, are not equilateral. We have another important triad, consisting in man of spirit, soul, and body. Spirit, soul, and body are not regarded as equal. And certainly, in philosophy and theology, body would not be regarded as equal to soul. And soul, in turn, would not be considered as equal to spirit. Therefore, a triangulation of these qualities could not be equilateral. We have another important concept also. We have the concept of God, nature, and man, a very important one, which has been especially philosophized upon by the Chinese, who have gone to great extent in their study of this subject.
And when the Ikonobo and Morebana schools of Japanese flower arrangement came into existence, we had an interesting example of this triadic symbolism, because the basis of all flower arrangement lies in the recognition of the three parts of the universe, heaven, earth, and man. Wherever you find a painting by a reputable Oriental artist, you will find heaven, earth, and man. You will find sky. You will find a little waterfall or a tree broken against the edge of the painting. And somewhere you will find a little cottage or a house or a little boat or a sail or something that signifies or suggests man. We must have this triform division. And in the paintings themselves, you always have heaven, earth, and man from the very boundaries of the picture. You will always have heaven above as a wide border to the painting, as the one over there. You will have earth below as a much narrower border, which you cannot see, because it is behind the couch. And between the two, you will have the painting, and that is man. Now, when we mount a picture, we put the wide border below and the narrow border at the top. But then again, we are much more materialistic than the Chinese. Therefore, to us, matter is much more basic than it is to them. To their minds, earth is the least part, heaven the greatest. To us, earth is a rather greater part, and heaven is a rather an abstract and hoped-for thing without any very clear definition. So when the artist prepares to paint, he creates the pattern of heaven and earth and paints between these two extremes, because he is man, he is the painter, and the painter is the product. And the painting itself is the product of the mingling of heaven and earth. Why? Because heaven and earth, or spirit and body, and the artist unite to create soul, and soul becomes the painter of the picture. Therefore we have these trinities wherever we have philosophy developing its proper forms and patterns. In this concept, then, of heaven, earth, and man, we also have in the flower arrangements the flower, which is heaven, the leaf, which is earth, and the bud, which is man. And these must always be some way combined. Or we have rocks, and we have little pieces of wood, and we have blossoms, or we have moss, we have all kinds of elements that are combined, always, however, to signify the relation of the three primary parts of the universe. As Goethe tells us in Faust, the man is suspended twixt heaven and earth, dominion wielding. So man becomes a very important and wonderful symbol. Not just the human being with his little personal arrogances and things of that nature, but man as a concept. Man as the child of heaven and earth. Man as the being who exists because of the union of two great principles in space. Man himself bearing witness to these principles which are locked within him, which disappear in his constitution, and do not again visibly or immediately manifest themselves. So we have another Pythagorean triad, father, mother, child. And the universe consists of father, mother, child. And these three are the basis of family. And family is the basis of society. And society is the basis of civilization. And civilization is the primary motion of man toward the improvement of himself. All so-called civilization is an expansion or growth of potentials within life. Now when we look at the child, we can say, where are the father and mother? They have vanished. They have disappeared. And the father and mother may never understand the child, and the child may never understand its parents. Yet somewhere in that child there is the inevitable chemistry of father and mother. Just as in the water, the hydrogen and oxygen have lost their apparent identity, and a new element results. So in the universe, all of the great creating and created polarities unite to produce a progeny. And this progeny we call symbolically soul, or soul power. So we come back to a very interesting problem that comes very close to a great many human beings, and that is the study of soul itself.
We have very little knowledge of the term as it is used broadly, generally, and rather loosely in our modern language. We hear much about the soul. We hear of people who are good souls, and others are kindly souls, and others that are miserable souls. We hear also of the hope of the soul for salvation, and the soul that sinneth it shall die, and all of these things. But just what the soul is, the book never gets around to telling us. And so it has variously been identified with spirit, or with mind, or with consciousness, or even on a scientific level, simply with force or energy as a moving or animating principle. But in the Pythagorean theory, we have a whole group of parallels which define each other, and the slow emergence of what we may term the principle of analogy, by means of which we gain an understanding of one thing by studying its counterparts, or its equals, or its similitudes in other things. In the Pythagorean mathematics, then, we have spirit, matter, and form. And these become more or less a basic trinity, or a basic triad. And in this concept, spirit and matter, as father and mother, generate the principle of form. Now, at the moment, most people think of form and body as identical. And certainly they would say that bodies are forms, and forms are bodies, and that forms are built out of matter, and therefore that perhaps forms are merely complex patterns of matter. This is all right as far as it goes, but it leaves something out. It leaves out this thing which we have previously referred to as the numerative power of God. Because a form is a compound. All forms consist of two or more principles or energies, of which one of these principles is matter and the other is order. A form cannot exist of itself alone, and things which do not have a cohesive principle or an archetypal design inherent in them fall apart, because forms are matter held together by binders, and the binders in these cases are archetypal design. Therefore, Pythagoras might have been fairly well stating it when he said that a form is a combination of mind and matter. Perhaps this is one of the simplest ways in which we can define it. Because the matter itself supplies the substances, but not the design. Therefore, a body must consist not only of material elements, but of an archetype, a drafting plan, a drawing or design, some principle, some power, which, as in the case of the snowflake, or of the small microorganism, which is a magnificent mystery of geometrical order, that all forms consist of matter and mind, or matter and organization. Therefore, a form must consist of some chemistry of consciousness and unconsciousness, of things in themselves immovable and of things moved. So Plato gives us three orders of energies, in which he says that the lowest is that which is moved, or that to which motion is imparted, and in which motion itself is not inherent. The second, above or higher form, is called self-moving, in which the energy of motion is called inherent, or the being or creature moves of itself. And the third, or highest, is called the unmoved mover, that which bestows motion upon all other things, yet is itself unmoved. The unmoved mover is obviously God. The self-moving is man, or the soul, and the moved is nature, or matter. Therefore, man will take various material elements and mold them into a dish or a cup. He moves them because they are not self-moving. Man, however, is self-moving because from an idea within himself he is capable of molding this cup for himself. He is able to build himself houses and cities and towns. He is also able to move from place to place, and able through moral motion to move from condition to condition. He is therefore self-moving. He says, I will go, and he goes. He does not have to depend upon the motion of the winds or of the sea, except in a very negligible degree. The unmoved mover is that which, corresponding to God, extends energy to all things, yet is itself immovable upon its foundations. Therefore, that which being unmoved, yet moves all other things, is supreme and superior. These qualities, again, relate to spirit, matter, and form. Spirit is the unmoved mover of all things. Matter is the moved, and soul or form is the self-moving, or that in which certain power of motion is inherent. It is called self-moving because it is not yet stabilized, and its energies are expended in motion, because it exists in a sphere of consciousness in which there is a place to go and a place to depart from, which is not true in the divine nature, which can never depart from itself or go to any place where it is not. This concept, of course, gets into a rather abstract field, but it still has value for us. Now, in the study of the Pythagorean proposition attributed to Euclid as his 47th proposition, we have, as we have said, a right-angled triangle, and we make a discovery, namely, that if we place the unit of 3 upon one side of the right angle, and the unit of 4 on the other side of the right angle, and we consider 4 to be the horizontal base, and 3 the vertical upright, then the hypotenuse, or the line which would extend at a diagonal to unite the terminations of the extremities of the lines of 3 and 4, this line will measure 5. And therefore we have in this right-angled triangle 3 enclosing lines, one of the unit 3, one of the unit 4, and one of the unit 5. The unit 5 being the hypotenuse, or the line necessary to connect the extremities of the line of 3 and 4 at their divergent ends. This combining line, or 5, if we square it, gives us the number 25. And the number 25 is equal to the sum of the squares of the other 2 lines. The square of 3 is 9. The square of 4 is 16. And the sum of these squares is 25, which is equal to the sum of the square of the hypotenuse. This is a peculiar equation, because it shows us, for one thing, apart from the design entirely, that the square of 3 plus the square of 4 equals the square of 5, which is the essential point involved. But the mathematical formula for this equation has been variously applied to a great many subjects. Plutarch tells us, for example, that the square of 3, or the line of 3, one side of this unequal triangle, is equivalent to the god Osiris, that the 4 is equivalent to Isis, and that the 5 is equivalent to Horus, the divine child. This is a more or less sociological interpretation of the divine family in Egypt, but it still has importance to us scientifically and philosophically when we begin to understand the meaning of these 3 terms. Osiris, represented by the number 3 and also by the all-seeing eye, which was his glyph in the Egyptian hieroglyphical system, was considered by the Egyptians as a proper symbol of the divine power in its own nature. Isis, the wife sister of Osiris, was the mother of mysteries, the symbol of nature and of the earth. But much more than that, the symbol of the great hierarchical system of initiation. Isis was the temple, was the sanctuary, the secret house, ruled over by the strange, mysterious master of the mysteries. Therefore, Isis is the Virgin of the world, Sophia, Maya, the mother of Buddha, Mary, the mother of Jesus, the Blessed Virgin, Diana, goddess of the Ephesians, the Multimania, the Mater Deorum, the mother of the gods. Now, in this concept also, Isis, on her shrine at Sais in Egypt, had inscribed upon the pedestal of her statue, "My veil no man hath lifted." Isis is not only the wife mother, but also the eternal virgin of the world, because she is the system of the ancient sacerdotal colleges. She is the soul mother, the alma mater. She is the mother of learning and of wisdom. Her sons are born and come forth out of the womb of her mystery. She gives birth to the adepts, to the learned, to the sages, to the scholars, to the wise, yet like the mysteries remains forever a virgin. The symbolism, therefore, of Isis is far greater and more wonderful than we might first appear to recognize. And when we consider her as the symbol of nature and of the earth, we immediately recognize how the ancients understood this term. For we know that by them the earth simply represented the house of the mysteries. The earth upon which we live and in the environments of which we unfold our various capacities and abilities is the great schoolhouse. It is the place of learning. It is the place of experience. It is the sphere in which we grow and are tried and are tested. And life itself is the great ritual of initiation into the mysteries. Now, out of life, out of growth, out of struggle, out of striving, and out of experience, we have the tremendous adventure of what the Pythagoreans call the acute angle of the right angle scale, inasmuch as this experience, this struggle for wisdom, contributes one of the footings or one of the terminals of these meeting and connecting lines relating to the generation of the power of the soul. Osiris, of course, represents in this same pattern heaven, the spiritual roots of things, and most of all, the esoteric doctrine itself, apart from its material institution. In other words, Osiris is the embodiment of truth, the personification of absolute wisdom, absolute strength, absolute will. Osiris, then, is the patron, or the master of the house of the mysteries. And the house, or the system of initiation, represents the female counterpart of wisdom itself. In other words, the universal spirit, being the divine energy of all things, impregnates the universe which bears the divine child. Consequently, man is born of heaven and earth. He is born inwardly of the spiritual energies of the creating power, and he is born outwardly of the vast cycles of generation and experience in the mundane sphere. He is born of truth and striving. He is born of reality and experience. He is born of spirit and matter. He is born of an internal mystery locked forever within himself, and he is released through the great experience of growing and learning. The ancients did not believe that when a child was born into this world, it was really conceived by its parents in the highest sense of the word. They provided its body, but the child itself was an immortal being in its own nature and in its own right. Therefore, heaven and earth became the foster parents of the child, and heaven gave it an inner life, and earth gave it a psychic nature and a capacity for growth. These two, then, heaven and earth, bring forth their own witness. For Horus, the divine child, is much more than merely the progeny of heaven and earth. He is more than merely a child to generate and perpetuate an order or kind. Horus is the avenger. Horus is the witness of his own parents. For in Horus, all that is to be attained or achieved by the invisible Father and the essentially invisible Mother, all these things are made manifest. Therefore, whoever has seen this child has seen the parents, because they are in it, and he is in them, and they are essentially one nature in three parts. Now, when we study this concept from the standpoint of the human being, we realize that spirit, or God, and body, or nature, must therefore generate. And the union of spirit and matter produces an interval or power between this mysterious compound which the ancients considered to be the world soul. Now, the nature of the soul, like the nature of the body, is a strange and involved thing. Because while the spark of the soul is bestowed by the divine soul, the Father, this soul must be brought to birth, or brought to manifestation through the mystery of the Great Mother. Hence it is that the soul must pass through a certain prenatal epoch. It must be carried in the womb of the mysteries. It must be provided by the mysteries of nature and of the universe with certain materials and energies for its future manifestation. For this reason, the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece were celebrated upon 9 nights, each of these nights representing one of the divisions or months of the prenatal epoch. Later also we have another interesting definition, in the establishment of a triune set of mysteries, the 3 degrees of ancient secret schools. For it was said in those times that by 9 months of prenatal life, or during the 9 months of gestation, plus 3 degrees of the mysteries, the perfect human being is born. Man is born falling short, represented in old symbolism by a broken wheel, with only 9 of its 12 spokes. Man, therefore, is represented as being conceived and brought to birth through 9 months of prenatal life and 3 degrees of initiation. The result of these 2 is 12, and 12, or the dodecahedron, was the Platonic and Pythagorean symbol of the perfect human being. Now, in this problem, then, of the generation of the soul and its relationship to Isis, the great mother of mysteries, we come into some very interesting and constructive thinking. According to the Pythagoreans, the hypotenuse, or the line of 5, which by its square becomes 25, is composed of the union of 2 other numbers. It is composed of 3 and of 2, because the square of 2 is 4, and 4 is one of the lines of the original right-angled triangle. This again involves some rather involved symbolism, but for our purpose, the ancients regarded the mysterious symbol of the soul, the number 5, as generated from 2 and 3 brought together. In other words, it is generated from the deficiencies of the number 2 and the abundance of the number 3. It is composed, therefore, of duality and equilibrium. We heard before in one of the other lectures that the number 2 was the symbol of duality, or of division, and the number 3 of equilibrium. These 2 numbers, then, form the soul, which by nature of its own peculiar relationship is also represented as an oblique line. We mentioned this oblique line before in relation to one of the old mystery cults, in which it says that the degrees of initiation result in the individual being raised from the horizontal to the oblique, and from the oblique to the perpendicular. The oblique, of course, is the line of the hypotenuse, and of course the oblique is the symbol of soul, for its angle is between that of the vertical and of the horizontal. The vertical obviously represented to the ancient spirit, the horizontal represented matter, and the oblique represented man. Therefore, man begins to play to a series of analogies. Man becomes identical symbolically with form. He becomes identical symbolically with soul. And in the triad of consciousness, intelligence, and force, he is intelligence. In the triad of creation, preservation, and disintegration, he is preservation. In the term of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, he is Son. He is always the second power of the Trinity, because he represents in each case the point of oblique balance, or the point of polarity between the opposites. Of therefore wisdom, strength, and beauty, he is strength. Of will, wisdom, and action, he is wisdom. Of the mind, soul, and body, of course, he is soul. He is whatever this middle quality may be. Creator, preserver, destroyer, he has to be preserver. And as such, he is intimately associated with the messianic mystery wherever it occurs, because he is associated with the second power of the Logos. Now, when we say that man is associated with all these things, we also mean that in some mysterious way, form is associated with all these things. And that form, consequently, is in principle the mysterious agency or quality of which man is the peculiar embodiment. Also that man is strangely and wonderfully the projection into manifestation of soul. Consequently, we must try to understand, at least in part, how the ancients arrived at some of these calculations and why they so distributed these qualities in the universe. Soul, to the ancient, was not what we may consider it today, a synonym of spirit. To the ancient, soul was a product of generation. Soul was a being capable of birth, but not normally capable of death. It was therefore something generated, which having been generated, had an indefinite duration in time. Soul, therefore, originating in body, could survive body. This concept Pythagoras undoubtedly derived from Egypt, where the entire doctrine was ancient long before his time. The Egyptians recognized the soul as a compound entity composed of 7 essential natures or parts, and that the soul of itself was created by the reaction of consciousness upon matter, or the mutual reactions of consciousness and matter. Thus it was called the child of striving. It was born from the mysterious impact of necessity, and soul, to them as a result, was intimately associated with what we term experience. Now, experience results from the impact of life upon environment. Therefore, life in this part plays the first person of the Trinity. Environment represents the opposite polarity, and experience becomes the distillation or the progeny of life acting upon matter or environment. The soul, consequently, is a part of the being, which is gradually enriched and accumulated by the processes which the Greeks accepted in connection with the cycles of rebirth. Therefore, what we term the soul is an independent kind of being that grows up through the ages, is a life within man, having a spiritual parent and having a mysterious energy within itself. Soul might therefore be likened to individuality, which is between universality and personality. Universality is life infinitely diffused. Personality is life infinitely restricted or contracted. And between these two is individuality, which is a process in which life gradually conquers environment. Life gradually releases itself through the instruments which it has created. Growth, therefore, is an attribute of the soul and belongs to the number 5, or the hypotenuse, inasmuch as growth must ultimately connect
heaven and earth, or bring all opposites and inconsistencies into reconciliation. Growth, therefore, is the square of the 5, which contains hidden within itself the squares of the 3 and 4. In growth, the individual expands until he takes into himself the polarities of his own causation. It is an involved concept, but it tells us a great many interesting things. Let us assume for a moment that at some hypothetical time at the beginning of creation, the spark of life, which we call man, came into existence. This spark of life was the Osiris self, the divine monad. This was the numeration of man, which was to precede the extension of man through the cycle of the numbers. This spark, this divine seed, or as Pythagoras called it, this seminal essence, fell into the darkness of matter, its polarized opposite. And there it remained in the darkness through the great sleep of the gods, until in the dawn of the new day of manifestation, the light of heaven and the moisture of the earth, Osiris and Isis, light and moisture, energy and humidity, released the power of the germ. Here the 3 and the 4, by their union, as heat or light and moisture, result in the loss of their own identities within a new being, and the generation of man takes place. Now this first primordial man was a very simple creature, and probably for many, many millions and hundreds of millions of years had no awareness of its own existence. During this time, however, and we can study minute and elementary creatures today to have some concept of the process, gradually the first power of the soul began to be released within the creature itself. And that first power of the soul, according to the Greeks, was the impulse to survive. It was the impulse to escape destruction, the impulse to preserve self in some strange and intangible manner. We find this impulse, as the Indian scientist Biscay observed, the Nobel Prize winner, we find this impulse even now in carrots and radishes and beets. We put them on a delicate electrical machine and we approach them with heat or a dangerous instrument. And although our eyes cannot see it, the instrument shows that the poor little beet or the squash or the radish tries to escape. It tries to the extent of a motion so minute that only electrical amplification can reveal it. But still, within it somewhere, it is aware of danger. It wants to live. So in the earliest experiences of life, creatures begin to develop something that is neither spirit nor matter. But this power, this gradually growing incentive to survive, this was regarded as one of the primary aspects of the soul, for the reason that the impulse to survive is not present in the divine nature because it is indestructible. It does not need to survive. It cannot be assailed. It cannot be destroyed. Nor does the instinct to survive exist in pure matter, because pure matter is without recognition of its own existence. Therefore, pure matter, absolute negation, has no instinct to survive because it has no quality of survival except that which is bestowed upon it. It has no awareness. It has no concept of growth. Nor is there any limitation. It is susceptible of fear or anxiety within the divine nature. Therefore, this creature, because it is a separate thing, and because it is a compound, an alchemical mystery, because the three sides of the Pythagorean proposition are believed by the alchemists to represent the proportions of salt, sulfur, and mercury necessary in the production of the philosopher's stone. Thus, the philosopher's stone being soul in itself, of which in the alchemical mystery mercury is the symbol, we have the dawning of something within this compound of spirit and matter, universal spirit, universal matter, uniting to generate individual and particular seedlings in space. These seedlings, because they have a separate existence, verge toward their own causes, or seek to escape from their own negations, or aspire towards the unfoldment of their own potentials, because they are separate or distinct from the original nature itself. They are a generation in which the polarities are obscured, and these creatures are not aware of their own relationships to causes. Now, in numberless cases, these primordial forms disappeared. These primitive structures were destroyed or vanished away in the limbo of ancient time. The only thing that survived them was this something that was gradually building within them. This psychic energy, which was not destructible with their bodies. And within bodies there then developed a formal principle. And this formal principle, reacting upon bodies, began to modify forms or bodies. So that by degrees, bodies became merely vestments built around archetypes. And the archetype was, of course, the gradually unfolding conscious experience of the being itself. Thus man in his growth gave birth in the beginning to a psychic principle. And this psychic principle continued and was inherited from life to life and passed from body to body. And through the millions of years through which man has passed, this psychic principle has enriched. It has become capable of increasing independence of existence. This psychic principle is not man's spiritual nature derived from God, nor his body derived from the earth. This psychic nature is derived from the motion of a life through time, through environment. And constant reaction to environment has resulted in the existence of another factor called heredity. And heredity is nothing more nor less than ages of environment conditioning creatures. Therefore, what we call heredity is nothing but ancestral reaction to environment. So all things are moved from without and worked upon from without by environment, which is the number 4, and are worked upon from within by consciousness, which is the number 3. And And this combination is forever intensifying or enlarging the fivefold nature of the soul itself. So as time goes on, the soul develops qualities and attributes. It survives from life to life and expands from life to life, until it assumes gradually in the more highly civilized being the proportions of the Gnostic anthropos, or Emerson's overself, or oversoul. It is the soul which through experience grows and drags the body with it. It is the soul's own energies which are forever causing it to build more noble mansions for itself. The soul, once it has begun this journey, becomes the reincarnating ends. It becomes the gradually growing person in the body. And this person casts off worn-out bodies and takes others. And each time it is embodied, it is not the personality, but the soul which grows. It is not John Doe in his present life with his bank accounts and his debits and credits and his domestic difficulties that is the essential point. John Doe will go back to the earth, but the experiences through which he passed become part of the immortal wealth of the soul itself. So by degrees, this soul is attaining to a diversity of achievements. It is absorbing art and music and literature. It is becoming wise in sciences and gracious in artistry. It is becoming compassionate, loving, unselfish. It is seeking ever more the refinement of its own nature. It aspires to truth and causes the body gradually to become the servant of the psychic life within. Therefore, if we will say that the human being in the course of a certain number of physical lives, say roundly 800, passes through a great cycle which is called the earth cycle, these 800 lives together constitute the single lifetime of the soul. And the soul passes from infancy to childhood, and from childhood to adolescence, and from adolescence to maturity, and from maturity to age, over great periods of time. Because the soul is that part of man which must gradually accumulate and amass all of the infinitely diversified mystery of phenomena. It is that thing which, in order to be complete, must experience all things, must pass through every conceivable condition and state, and must therefore ultimately, it is said, release totally the potential of the divine seed which was planted in the beginning. For that which comes from deity and is hidden in nature is gradually revealed and released until it blazes forth in the fullness of its total accomplishment. This concept, then, is that within man himself grows, as Bemi called it, the soul plant, that has its root in the heart, and which continues to grow until it becomes a great and wonderful palm tree in the desert, marking the oasis, or the place where the waters of life forever flow. A very beautiful and poetic simile. If then the soul, representing the hypotenuse, proceeds at an oblique angle over the great cycle of periods of birth and death, while men pass from physical maturity to age and death and are born again, the soul advances gradually, or as the philosopher Apuleius says, with a swaying and eccentric motion. The soul does not immediately ascend or descend,
but continues in various conditions according to the relation of soul to body and body to consciousness. At the early periods of its life, or of its evolutionary growth, the soul in man is practically embryonic. It is merely preserved and protected within the body. Gradually it comes to be quickened, and finally, in the human being, normally speaking, it has been born. That is, it has come to an individual and independent existence within the life of man. From that time on, it must pass through all the stages with which we associate growth, whether of visible or of invisible things. And in its courses of growth, it is in a state of more or less constant conflict with body, not because body is bad, but because, as the Greeks said, matter is an obscuration, an intoxication, a toxic association. And while the soul is completely within the control of body, it remains darkened and immature, for it must struggle for its survival against the encroachments of matter and of materiality in general. Now the soul, however, as it grows, does not grow immediately to perfection, for the soul in its early development is intimately associated with matter. Therefore, while it is in conflict with matter substantially, it is not in conflict with matter from the standpoint of experience. Primitive man, in his experience, used every native capacity that he had to attain the material objectives of his life. In other words, he used his skill in hunting and fishing, in outwitting his enemies, and in finding a place to live, in protecting his children, and gradually building a tribal or cooperative existence. Therefore, all of his psychic resources were objectified. And according to Pythagoras, what we call civilization is a pattern. And this pattern is the objectification of the soul into the environment of man. Thus, all external things are souls made flesh or made formal. Institutions, laws, codes, everything that we know is in some way an objectification of the mathematical formula of the soul, inasmuch as the soul is the archetypal image, the long shadow of which extends down into matter. But because it is a reflection, this shadow is distorted and imperfect, and not to be compared with the essential nature of the soul itself. There comes a time in the gradual growth of the individual when the soul, having matured, having gradually come to certain internal realizations of values as the result of experience and as the result of the lessons taught by conflict with environment, the soul begins to become a more and more integrated, organized, and dominant force in the character and temperament of the person. This means that ultimately, as Plato has pointed out, the soul becomes the teacher, inasmuch as the soul must overcome and civilize every body that it builds. The soul must gradually possess its body and take over the functions of body and direct body to the attainment of purpose. The greater the luminosity and power of the soul, the more useful and energetic the body will appear to be, inasmuch as the body's primary purpose is to serve as the instrument of the soul in the condition of matter. And the body has, therefore, no essential purpose of its own. It is that which must be moved.
because it is the soul within it which is the self-mover. And we begin to appreciate this dimension of the Socratic and Platonic definitions. The soul gradually gaining greater and greater ability and wiser understanding of things becomes ultimately the leader of life. The soul, therefore, ultimately takes over and gradually deflects or diverts the attentions of the body to the purposes of the soul. Samson, representing more or less the human soul, was blinded and bound to the millstone of the Philistines. Therefore, the soul, in this sense, is that which is blinded and bound to grind out the material life of the individual. And we use the power of the soul for every selfish and conceited purpose that happens to come to our minds. Little by little, however, the soul power matures, and it is the maturity of this power, which is an unbroken sequence of maturity, which actually results in the evolution of the species or the type. Man has an indwelling or individual soul. Lower kingdoms that we know have collective or group souls, which have not yet passed into individualization. Therefore, species and types have common patterns, but man has an individual pattern, and man is the only creature which is able, of its own will and accord, to violate the laws of its own being. Therefore, man alone, of all creatures known to man, is capable of sin, because sin is a conscious violation of the laws of the spiritual code of life. And to have this power, man must have conscious individuality. The soul, by its various progresses and achievements, thus gradually unfolds the power of both spirit and matter, and draws within itself all of the essences of these things. For the essence of matter is experience, or soul power, and the essence which the soul accepts from God is consciousness, or intuitive apperception, by which the individual soul has a share or intuitive knowledge of its own origin and destiny. Therefore, we have the Gnostic hymn of the robe of glory, in which the so-called life journey of man is the soul seeking its own homeland, or the return to its own primary and eternal nature. In the Eastern systems of metaphysics, we have some interesting speculations concerning the nature of the soul. And these speculations include the concept of the adept soul, namely that when through growth, through discipleship and the disciplines of the mysteries, the disciple reaches the point in which the body is finally mingled with the purposes of the soul, so that there is no longer a qualitative interval between body and soul, and personality has formed its ultimate and permanent union with individuality, and the external person has no life apart from or different from that of the soul, that then the two, the personality and the psychic nature, are blended. And therefore we have the assumption of the Virgin, or the Virgin Mother united forever in the glory of her child. In other words, we have nature, or the earth, restored in glory in the soul. For then the soul has absorbed from the body, or from nature, all of its elements and agencies, and has restored them to glory within itself. These symbolical accounts lead also to the concept
that at the end of the cycle of incarnation, the ultimate embodiment or physical incarnation does not die, but passes like Enoch into the union with the soul without death. Because at that time the personality and the soul are so identical that the two are united in one inseparable union. At that time, however, it is the soul which triumphs, and the union of the personality and the individuality is the union of the church and the Lamb, or the union of the body or the material constitution with its own psychic overself. Thus it is said that certain patriarchs walked with God without death, because in this case they represented the final union of the personality and the soul. In the end, then, there has come a very strange and mysterious situation. The individual, believing himself to be a personal being, has gradually moved along, building within himself something that finally takes over, called in the Chinese philosophy the transcendent being. And this transcendent being ultimately becomes the self. And when the self and the transcendent being are one, then man shall know no more of sin or death. Because this soul consciousness, if it is captured consciously, becomes an unbroken continuity for the length of the life cycle. The psychic significance, therefore, is that out of two elements is born an imperishable third principle. And this imperishable principle, as a survival in itself, absorbs the polarities into itself and becomes an immortal being, represented by Psyche or represented by any of the ancient symbols used for that purpose. In the Egyptian ritual of Isis, the number 4, and Osiris, the number 3, by their squares, constituting 25, become identical with the square of Horus the Beloved. In other words, they, in their union, form an exact equivalent, so that the soul, in its maturity, is the absolute and exact equivalent of the sum of heaven and earth. Psychologically, it becomes identical with these elements. And these elements, therefore, in their absolute blending, according to wisdom, will result in the imperishable rose diamond of the Hermetic philosophers, the homunculus, the crystal being, born, as the Hindu says, of will and yoga. This entire concept does give us a clue to the fact that Pythagoras was well acquainted with the Eastern doctrines, and also that he was skilled in the learning of the Orphics and those other mystics of that region and adjacent areas, including Persia and Babylon, where all these teachings had already been long established. Now let us consider this symbolism just a little bit further. We have identified heaven and spirit, earth and matter, man and form. We have recognized also that when we say man, we actually are using the word manas, which means in Sanskrit, the thinker. And in this, the actual word man means mind. Therefore, that the fulfillment of man means in some mysterious way the fulfillment of his mental power. Now let us consider mind now as an equivalent of form, because we're dealing with, again, the square of 5. And we have to see where this will lead to. We have already conceived from the level of soul that soul is gradually absorbing all experience into itself. The soul absorbs experience. The mind absorbs something else. The mind absorbs knowledge. Now, knowledge is not essentially different from experience in origin, because experience gives birth to knowledge, and knowledge is the report and record of experience. But when creatures have reached a degree of gradual mental unfoldment, knowledge implies the transmission of certain facts on an intellectual level. It means that the individual increases in knowledge and learning, not always directly from experience, but from authority, from tradition, and from numerous records which are available to him. Learning, therefore, is a kind of vicarious kind of experiencing. It is a benefiting from the experience of others in the process of the unfoldment of our own capacities. It would obviously seem, then, that man's mind has a natural bent, and we can see this bent constantly in his inclinations. For today, particularly at this period in our growth, we observe man reaching out mentally in an effort to grasp the universe, in an effort to circumscribe, bind, and hold all things to himself. The mind of man is seeking, and has always sought, to explore and capture the infinite. The mind of man seeks the victory over the unknown, and the unknown in this case is the entire mystery of creation itself. Thus mind, by its growth, is seeking to eat up the unknown, to transform it into the known, and through this gradually to become master of all things. Thus mind again becomes a symbol of archetypal form. It becomes a symbol of another phase of man's life, of this struggle against limitation, this escape from bondage, this orientation of self in space, which actually is one of the great psychic problems. Mind, as with man, moves objectively as science and subjectively as philosophy. And these motions, either by phenomena, by fact, on one level, or by reason, or intuition upon another level, the mind is seeking also to bind the opposites and to free itself from the mysteries of both heaven and earth. This again is a symbol of man as soul gradually gaining ascendancy over polarities and achieving victory over the unknown. Form, mind, man, all these terms also suggest within themselves organization. The formative principle is therefore organization in itself. The universe consists of the divine power immovable, and material or circumference obscurity which is moved but has no motion of itself, and in between these the self-moving agent which is archetype. Therefore, to the Pythagoreans and the Platonists, archetypes are living patterns, patterns which are self-moving and are therefore capable of an adjustment with matter. They are capable of moving matter and also of moving themselves. Archetypes are the basis of growth, and there are two kinds of archetypes in the ancient symbol. One is the great collective archetype, which in the Pythagorean concept is composed or consists of the number 50. Now it will be observed that 50
by some mysterious law, is analogous to the 50 paths of the Kabbalah. In the Kabbalah, there are 50 gates or roads which lead to the ineffable. And it was said in the ancient Jewish law that the secret behind the fact that Moses was not able to enter the land of Canaan was because this land represented the 50th gate. And Moses was only able to pass through 49 gates, the square of 7. The 50th gate was reserved for the Messiah, the one who was to come, who alone could pass through the last of the gates. Now, if we remember for a moment, we will remember that the square of 3 plus the square of 4 plus the square of 5 equals 50. Because we have the 3 and the 4 equaling 25, the square itself of 5 equaling 25, and the sum of these equaling 50. Therefore, these 50 represent the great and complete number, or the complete cycle, 0 added, of the number 5. 5 and the sign of the cycle is 50. In these principles of 50, we also have two peculiarly equal symbols, because we have two numbers 25. One, the square of 5, and the other, the squares of 3 and 4 together. So that we have an identity established here, which is important. The square of 3 and 4 equal the square of 5, and by their union they produce it. The square of 5 in turn fulfills the square of 3 and 4, and by the union of these three, the number 50 is released into objectivity. And 50, of course, is 5 extended to 10 cycles of itself, or 10 times 5. And 10, of course, is the basic tetractys itself. The 10 revolutions of the 5, then, or cycles of the 5, are here implied. But for our purposes at this moment, let us remember that we can go back to our idea of the 6 sticks, which cease to be 6 separate sticks and bring into existence the compound number 6. The union of the 3 and 4 in their squares produce 25, which is the archetypal pattern of the soul. Therefore, the inevitable mingling of consciousness and matter in the ratio of 3 to 4 results in the spontaneous release or generation of psychic life wherever it may exist. Thus, the 3 plus the 4 equal psychic release. And whenever this energy or this formula imposes itself upon any area of space, the psychic potential of that area is released into objectivity. In other words, a psychic life is born, because this psychic life is exactly equivalent to this union of the divine nature and its own circumference, or the material deprivation of itself. In turn also, the number 5, or psychic life, when it is fulfilled, becomes identical with God and nature. Therefore, the perfect soul is restored to the number 25, and therefore becomes identical with the nature of God and nature. Thus, God and nature combine and conspire to create the soul, and the soul in itself, when it is complete, is identical in its totality with the causes which produced it. Thus there are two ways of achieving the number 25. One by the union of the 3 and 4 and their squares, the other simply by the square of 5 itself. This tells us something else about the nature of the soul. Namely, that while the soul is a compound, it is also a totality. Therefore, the soul has the power for perfection without generation. This is important and is the reason why in the ancient story of the phoenix, which was the symbol of the soul, the phoenix, there was only one in the world at the time, and it gave birth to itself from itself, and was similar in the symbolism, therefore, to Melchizedek, king of Salem, the mysterious priest who first administered the Eucharist to Abraham, and of whom it was said he was his own father and his own mother. And later, St. Paul likens Christ, saying that he is a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek. Thus, Melchizedek becomes the soul symbol, the phoenix, because it is capable of achieving the completeness of itself without generation. Therefore, it must be generated, but having once come into existence, continues forever without generation. This is, as you see, because of the way in which the 47th proposition brings it into existence. Namely, that it is generated from the square of the 3 and the square of the 4. But of itself, it is the totality of the sum of these squares. Therefore, for the perpetuation of itself, it requires no further generation, because the 25 is the symbol of the psychic field in its own nature. Thus the soul, once created, becomes the hermetic androgyne, and the soul, as the modern psychologist knows today, is androgynous, inasmuch as it is the product of the union of polarities. In the ancient Jewish system, the Adam Kadmon, the original prototypic Adam, was actually this psychic androgyne. And the division within the soul into its intellective and emotional parts is represented through the creation of Eve, which is a psychic polarity within the soul, or the division of the soul's substance into its natural polarities, the anima and the animus. But in itself, the soul is androgynous, because it contains both the principles of the square of 3, which is male, and the square of 4, which is female. Therefore, it is, in its own nature, the symbol of the hermetic being, the androgynous Mercury. And why is Mercury used in alchemy for this purpose? The answer being that it is the universal solvent. For Mercury accepts into itself all other substances, or was so believed to do, and reconciles them in its own nature. Thus the soul, in the ancient Hermetic writings, is said to accept into itself heaven and earth, and to bring them to peace. And in the great conflict of the universe, sulfur and salt are reconciled by Mercury in the Hermetic allegory, and fire and water are reconciled in the mysterious Hermetic vessel. Hermes, of course, the Egyptian form and Greek form of the Latin Mercury, is himself or itself a personification of the soul. Therefore it is said that Hermes was the author of 5,000 books, meaning actually that all writings come from the soul. Therefore the psychic self is the author of all books and the master of all arts, the source of all learning.
The soul self is also the teacher. For as the scales of evolution tip, and man moves towards being a soul-moved being, the source of his instruction and information and life come from within himself, rather than being imposed upon him from without. The soul's being is therefore the teacher, the guide, the leader, the sage, the arhat, the mysterious Mahatma of Indian legendary and lore, the great self. For the word Mahatma itself merely means great soul. And it is the soul greatness in man which also bears this relationship. Thus the soul in its own achievement has been born of polarity, but is not essentially in its own nature polarized. And because it is able to bring a synthesis to polarity, it is capable of a divine apperception that is impossible in divided natures. All parts of man are polarized except the soul, which is only polarized in its generative expression. Actually, within the individual, the psychic life is gradually moving toward a complete equilibrium. And in this equilibrium, when it is attained, the psychic life will have a complete participation, or a balanced participation, in the universal mystery. Equilibrium in this case becomes the requisite for internal, mystical, or soul sight, or knowledge, or apperception. Now, in the Chinese concept of the transcendent being, which is produced by meditation and power within the self, the soul is seen to journey like the Taoist genii and fairies out from the body and to travel about in space, floating on a cloud, and often represented in a most comical and delightful manner. It flies about on cranes and birds, and it swims around the sea on the back of fishes and turtles. It really has a wonderful time, all wrapped up and apparently in a great cloth robe or mantle, with a very pixie-like expression. It scampers about the world, exploring everything, solving all mysteries, and of course forever searching for the peach of longevity, the mysterious symbol in Chinese alchemy of the philosopher's stone. And perhaps it has to go to the mysterious rabbit who guards the moon in order to find the tree of everlastingness. But all these legends and symbols have to do with this mysterious psychic self, which the Oriental does not regard as a heavy, burdensome spiritual reality, but rather as a delightful and wonderful creature, filled with the love of life and of living, wise and witty and thoughtful, and nourished, of course, upon the most ethereal and delightful of diets, nourished on things far more wonderful than any food that man has in the material world. Of course, the same kind of food which is referred to in the New Testament, where the Master says, "I have bread ye know not of." The soul, therefore, lives on a nutrition of several kinds. It lives from experience, it lives from space, it lives from the supersensuous atmosphere which extends beyond and around man. It lives in idealism, on truth, beauty, hope. It passes through innumerable moods, growing from doubts to certainties. The soul is not always wise, nor was it always good. The soul is not perfect, but it is infinitely wiser than the body which it inhabits, because it was there long before the body, and has the intuitive knowledge of bodies gained from great living. The soul may be wrong, and at some stages of its evolution it is selfish and benighted. But the gradual motion of it is toward a maturity which cannot be captured in the concept of any one embodiment or life.
Now the Chinese, the Buddhists, the Hindus, and some of the Greeks, and some of the Persians, and some of the Muslims also agree on something else. Namely, that in each embodiment of the individual, there is a time somewhere in life when body and soul come the nearest together. In other words, there comes a time when the body more or less perfects or completes the experience which the soul can bestow at any given time into one pattern or situation. Only a small ray or part of the psychic self can enter embodiment at one time, because long before this period in our growth, the soul has become a so many splendored thing that you couldn't possibly lock it within one body. It is therefore, we will say, something of this nature. Suppose the psychic self has gradually intensified within its own experience over many lives the concept of music. And so it, in its embodiment or in its body, it inevitably lures or leads the personality toward the appreciation and practice of music. And let us suppose what is not always to be supposed, namely that the body cooperates, which in itself is quite an achievement in most cases. And that environments make this possible, where many elements must come in. If this music is not achieved by the soul, there will be psychic stress and pressure, and we will begin to develop abnormalcies, which are conflicts between the psyche and the body or the personality. But assuming that the soul has its way in this, and that the individual does become a musician, and learns and studies and achieves a degree of virtuosity, there must and does come a time when the body has received all that the soul can confer in that particular. In other words, the body can carry on and follow the soul to a certain point in the achievement of knowledge. Then the body and the soul must grow together, because neither one of itself goes any further. At this point, the soul ceases to become the direct instructor of the body and must become a fellow seeker with it. And sometimes it is necessary for the body to take the dominant position and go out and gain experience or knowledge for the further enrichment of the soul. So there is a kind of partnership between these two parts of man's nature. And we come to a time which many persons have experienced and have seen in others, where it seems that the resources in a direction are exhausted. The young child can go to school for a certain number of years and then it just doesn't learn anymore. An individual goes to a certain level in his business and there he remains because he is either afraid to take a further step or lacks certain abilities and capacities necessary for it. Thus there comes this time when the energies of the soul are no longer sufficiently specialized to advance the purposes of the body. For we must remember, of course, that the purposes of the body are only one of the concerns of the psychic nature, and therefore it may not, in all cases, be adequate to them. Then the psyche must grow. So from that point on, the internal life of man again requires experience and must accept new instruction. And there are persons to whom such instruction is possible. And there are others who, because of egoism and because of the failure to recognize the needs of the psychic life, stubbornly try to force their way and come to trouble. That is the reason why all human beings are not suitable to be doctors or lawyers, and why each level of humanity, and each, for that matter, every racial level, every religious and cultural level, every social level, represents the leveling off of the relationships between the psychic nature and the personality. This is the basic reason behind the Indian caste system, although gradually it was perverted until it showed very little similitude to the original idea behind it. Thus the psychic life has to grow also. It grows by new experience and at the same time it teaches from old experience. Thus we find human beings wise in some matters and not so wise in others. And we find an infinite diversity of attainments and levels of attainment, even within the personality. So that in some things the individual has sound judgment, and in others he has not. These represent the totalities of experience patterns as they react. Now there also are times in which the psychic life impels the personality to activities which the body is incapable of sustaining. And we find therefore conflict and inconsistency. We find also that under certain conditions man has a general sense of soul power without coordinated means of manifesting this, and as a result he may develop delusions of grandeur. He may become a dictator, not because he really wants to dictate, but because of the pressure of the power of psychic life over material obstruction. All these elements and factors the Greeks took into consideration in their very elaborate studies of man's psychic nature, and for these reasons they are definitely entitled to be regarded as the true inventors and discoverers of what we call psychology today. They were already working with a very noble and wonderful concept of soul and soul power. As might be assumed or suspected, a basic diagram like your 47th proposition may be extended diagrammatically, symbolically, philosophically, and mathematically into many, many different departments of life. Pythagoras declared that in everything that you study, in everything that you think about, in every problem that faces you, first of all, triangulate. In other words, find your three essential points, where everything in the universe moves from 3 points, or assumes 3 relations among the parts of itself, and also occupies 3 dimensions in relationship to other things. Thus, to triangulate any mystery is to approach its solution. For 3 in the form of triangulation is the solution of everything, because 3 is the immutable nature of being itself. Those of you who have traveled extensively, perhaps among primitive peoples, will recognize that while among many civilized nations the Trinity has become a very positive number of divinity, where peoples live close to nature in a primitive or aboriginal relationship, the number 4 is nearly always associated with God. Your Hopis, Navajos, and Zunis of the American Southwest represent God by the number 4 and by a square. They consider the earth to consist of an area bordered by 4 sacred mountains, which are the abodes of the gods. They have 4 directions of space and 4 sacred colors. And in almost all of their diagrams, either the square or the cruciform appears as a divine symbol. Therefore, we may say that those creatures close to nature, arising from the study of natural phenomena, nearly always have recognized and worshipped the number 4. These same people have peculiar veneration for the Earth Mother. And wherever you have matriarchal religion, you have the psychological implication of the number 4. And let us not forget that matriarchal religion is one of the earliest forms, and that for many thousands of years, most of the world was ruled by matriarchal systems, long before the patriarchal systems even came into existence. In Egypt, for example, the entire descent through the entire dynastic period of Egypt was on the side of the mother and not on the side of the father. And it was always among the brood families and among most of the primitive peoples of the world, the matriarchal system was supreme. And wherever it was, God was represented by the number 4, by the cross or the square. Later, in more highly civilized cultures,
where the archetypal designs began to change within the psychic life of man. The shift from the square to the triangle took place, or from the 4 to the 3. But the 4 and the 3 did represent the primary manifestations of deity in substance or in essence. Because deity as 3 was to the Pythagoreans, remember the 1 and 2, they did not consider to be basic numbers. To them, 1 and 2 were principles, and 3 and 4 were the first numbers. Therefore, 3 and 4 stood in the place of 1 and 2 as symbols of unity and diversity. And in the Pythagorean concept of number, the 3 represented the concept of a divine totality of creative power, and 4 represented the manifestation of that power in the sphere of existence. God in nature was 3, in manifestation was 4. Therefore the 4 was merely the objectification of the 3 out of its own nature, so that in the Egyptian rites it is said that Isis was not only the wife of Osiris, but also his sister, his mother, and his daughter, bearing all relations, because actually Isis was merely the deity made manifest through the great objectification of its power. Therefore, the unmanifested, by union with the manifested, produces that which is in some things manifest and in some things not manifest, the soul. For the soul possesses or contains within itself the attributes of that which is manifested and not manifested. It contains the combination of that which is immovable and that which can only be moved. Therefore, it is said to be self-moving. It is in turn moved by the immovable cause of itself and imparts motion to that which is less than itself. In the soul, consequently, we have the manifested attributes of these primordial patterns. And these primordial patterns are set forth in your angle of the hypotenuse. This line also, ascending by an acute angle, incidentally further recognizes or testifies to the gradual ascent of the soul, which advancing upon a surface gradually achieves a summit. For without ascending directly, it reaches the top, and without descending directly, it reaches the bottom. Therefore, the motion of the soul was to the Egyptians likened to the various inclination of the poles of planets. For according to them and to our present consideration, the various inclinations of planetary poles indicate the life and development upon those planets. And if the inclination of the Earth's axis changed a few degrees, our entire way of life would be totally altered. Thus, this inclination of the psychic axis determines to a degree the relation of the soul, producing a night and day of the soul by an inclination of its axis, producing also sleeping and waking, which are equivalent to day and night, and producing also seasons within the soul, as Plato tells us, so that the soul has its winters and its summers, that it has within man a total astronomical existence, based also upon Pythagorean mathematics, and that finally the soul in all of its effulgency and beauty is actually the perfect dodecahedron, the most perfect of all the symmetrical solids. And as this is the fifth solid, and Pythagoras was the one who discovered in his time that there are only 5 symmetrical solids, or were known in his day to be only 5, and that the dodecahedron was the most perfect of these solids, being associated with the hierarchical number 12.
but that this was the design or figure of the soul, and that by the interlacing of various mathematical forms, these solids were generated. And these solids, because this is the fifth solid, was called the quintessentia, or the fifth essence, or the fifth element. And Paracelsus von Hohenheim, of course, the alchemist, said that this fifth element was azot, the universal agent. And when he was asked what it was, he said it is the agent which combines the four elements, earth, fire, air, and water. On the level of science, this agent is called ether, the permeator, the hypothetical medium. And in man, this etheric essence is the psychic life, which binds the body of the elements and is supreme over them, and is the fifth Veda of India, the secret book of soul control. All this number, therefore, combines again into the number 5, which is the soul itself. And the 5 powers of the soul are the sensory powers known to man. And the symbol of the soul was a 5-pointed star. And this star was supposed by Agrippa and even Leonardo da Vinci to be composed or to be made of the 5 extremities of the human body, so that the individual standing spread eagle, his head, arms, and legs formed a 5-pointed star. This star, of course, was the symbol of the psychic integration in man. The star is nearly always associated with the Messiah, and the star is also associated with the psychic currents within the human body. The 5-pointed star is the symbol of health or healing among the Pythagoreans, because soul is the eternal physician, and that in which the soul is so placed that it is the upright 5-pointed star cannot be subject to evil. This was also the protection against evil, for when placed upon the foot place of a door, or upon the jamb of a door, immediately prevented evil spirits from entering. You'll remember the fly-foot cross, as it was called, which appears in the story of Faust. He had this drawn upon the doorway of his room, and Mephisto could not enter until the 5-pointed star was turned, so that the one point did not face him. Having entered, Mephisto then found that to leave he must again face the one point of the reverse star. He could not go, and Faust taunts him by saying, "Why through the chimney not withdraw?" And Mephisto answers, "For gods and demons 'tis the law, wherein they came they must withdraw." And so we have the story of this mysterious 5-pointed star, which of course is the symbol of the soul, and is a repetition of the hypotenuse, or the number 5, in connection with the 47th proposition. Thus we find that this proposition, in substance, is the story of the soul, and as such gives us perhaps a little clearer understanding of what the ancient meant by this term. It was this growing up of a consciousness within body, a consciousness derived from man's contact with environment, the gaining a certain knowledge of himself. For it is by this knowledge which is earned by the sweat of his brow, and not this knowledge bestowed upon him by heaven, that man earns his place in the universal plan. Man must earn his own salvation, and the means of earning is through the powers of the soul. And the soul, therefore, finally in its completeness, blazes out as the mysterious pentagram, or 5-pointed star, and wherever it shines, there is a symbol that the perfect soul is born, that the messianic soul is created within man, and therefore that the mystery of the redemption is by the Christ in you, the hope of glory. And this Christ within is the Christian exposition of the mystery of the psychic self.
For this Christ is the messianic soul, the oversoul, in which we find the power, which if it be raised or lifted up, shall draw all other things unto it. And this mystery is so beautifully set forth in the Pythagorean theorem that I think it is well worth our meditation until next week. Thank you very much.
In our last discussion, we began the study of the Pythagorean concept of the soul. Tonight we wish to advance that a little further, developing from the concept of the 47th proposition and its right angle triangle. We have already learned from this figure that the symbolic design is not equilateral, but is a triangle of one right angle and two acute angles, with one side estimated as a unit of 3, the second as a unit of 4, and the hypotenuse as a unit of 5. And that these together constitute a most important number, for the sum of the square of these numbers is 50. And the sum of the square of the 3 and the 4 equals the sum of the square of the 5. Now with this formula, which probably will soon disappear in our thinking, but should nevertheless be kept in the background as a key to the entire subject, we must proceed to the fact that the Pythagoreans held certain secret and valuable keys to the mystery of the human soul. That these keys probably came from Asia, and certainly were taught by the Orphics, and later, after Pythagoras, passed to Plato and Socrates, and finally were rather beautifully systematized and summarized in the writings of Plutarch. Thus we begin with a field which has unusual vitality today because of our ever-increasing interest in psychology, which we have defined as the language of the soul. And from the Pythagoreans, we gather certain information which should be of interest to psychologists. And in most of the systems which have been developed in this field so far, there is a broad indication that these earlier sources have been neglected, and therefore that certain basic definitions, which not necessarily should be accepted, but which should certainly be considered, have not been given the weight or attention which they deserve. So we will proceed with certain aphorisms of the Pythagoreans concerning the nature and structure of the soul. First of all, the ancients recognized a triune nature in man, so that in the mysteries the goddess Demeter is made to say, death makes 2 out of 3. This is a peculiar statement, but indicates that at death a part of the triad or trinity of the human personality is lost, or is cast aside, leaving 2 parts. Now in our Western theology, we are inclined to think of these 2 parts as spirit and soul. But this was not the Pythagorean approach, because actually the Pythagoreans did not consider spirit as a part of the human personality. They regarded it as something far transcending the individual state of man. Therefore, that the personality with its 3 natures, or 3 parts,
was suspended in a universality, which is life or spirit. But that man himself, apart from spirit, had three natures, by which he functioned and manifested, and by which he was reduced from 3 to 2 by the phenomenon of death. Thus, to quote Plato, the soul is the most ancient of generations, and is the leader of all motions in the universe. Now, this is an interesting statement, and we must begin by examining this. As the leader of all things that are created, and as the most ancient of things, Plato meant to imply by things, forms, natures, or bodies, having separate existences. Under this definition, the soul is the superior of things, being the highest kind of form, nature, or body, and that within this nature or body is resident the principle of motion, whether that motion be quantitative or qualitative. When that motion is applied to body, it becomes quantitative motion. When it is applied to understanding or to the higher faculties of the mind, it is called qualitative motion. Therefore, as Plato points out, motion may be a movement of the psychic nature, for the soul is a self-moving being, capable of moving that which is inferior to its own nature. By this same thinking, the Greeks affirmed the soul to be the mistress of the body, and the direct source of the phenomena which manifest through the body. Plutarch, following in the ancient path, insisted that all things about the body which have qualitative or quantitative significance are due to the activity or motion of soul. Therefore, if we say a person is a fine person, we are applauding the motion of his soul. If we say that he's nasty, we are also criticizing the motion of his soul. For in all things by which he manifests, in pain or pleasure, in virtue or vice, in knowledge or ignorance, he is revealing qualitative soul motion. All motion of this kind being some kind of a movement within a field of quality or a field of energy. The soul, according to the Greeks, therefore, was primarily and fundamentally a being. And because it is called a being, it is separate from and dependent upon being itself. A being is a creature or a creation, and all things that are created from a previous state and ultimately return to it again. And that which is the root of all creation is the uncreate state, which, however, possesses within itself the shadow and image of the world soul. Therefore, being moving into manifestation moves because of soul energy within itself. For things remain forever the same, whether in God or in the earth, unless they are changed by the soul. In this Pythagorean approach, therefore, we have the soul as mistress of bodies and as the servant of that which is unembodied, that which is itself an eternal and real nature. The Greeks further affirm that in the order of creation, those things which are superior were created first, and those things which were not superior were created afterwards. Therefore, those creations which are most primary, and most similar in nature and substance to their cause, are therefore superior and elevated. The soul, being the first of creations, is therefore most like the eternal, and possesses certain attributes of the eternal. These attributes, however, are diminished, because in this procedure, numeration has already fallen into number, and the soul exists by virtue of number. Now, why do the Pythagoreans say that the soul has an existence only because of number? They answer that the essential principle of the soul is motion. Therefore, all motion becomes susceptible to number. Where there is no number, there can be no estimation of motion. All things that move numerically. They move in some way, and we try to estimate that way. If they move from one place to another, we measure distance. Or if they move from themselves, we measure velocity. All things that are moved, therefore, come under some form of mathematical estimation, because they must move in place, or in nature, or in condition. They must therefore also have environment. And so, being a thing can only be a thing because somewhere there is an absence of that thing. The only being that cannot be accompanied by the absence of itself is eternity in its own nature. Thus, to have motion, a thing must move. It must move in quantitative interval, which is called place or space. Or it must move in qualitative interval, that is, in condition, kind, or nature within itself. Motion being the primary attribute of the soul per se, or in its own natural and inevitable nature. It is said in the rites of the old mysteries that the soul is a wanderer, that it is forever upon a road, it is forever traveling, and as Plotinus tells us, the motion of this soul is wandering and staggering, as though it were intoxicated, or sick, or ill. It is interesting because, as we find out later, there is a reason for this erratic motion of the soul. The ancients, therefore, made up the triad of man with a body and two soul natures. There was a twofold soul. And this twofold soul represented the extensions of its own quality. The soul, as the a being, was polarized, as all beings must be. Only that which is eternal being itself is without objectified polarization. The soul, then, has of itself two natures, and was termed by the Greeks either the rational or the irrational nature. Now the soul, by the attainment of one of these polarities, becomes responsible for certain agitations or activities. A soul is said to be rational if by its own nature it verges toward a superior state. It is said to be irrational if by its nature it verges toward an inferior state. Thus the soul, united with the mind or the intellect, is commonly referred to as the root of understanding, and the soul, united with the body, is referred to as the root of passion. Now, the terms understanding and passion are not necessarily to be immediately differentiated as good or bad. Understanding may cover a very wide gamut, and is itself polarized into both good and bad. Passion also has a wide gamut and is polarized into good or evil. For example, joy is a passion of the soul, and not necessarily to be regarded as evil. And the scheming of the plotter is a kind of understanding, which is a negative pole of the union of the soul and the mind. The difference of these polarities, therefore, lies essentially in the energies used by the soul. When the soul uses what is called intellective energy, its polarities develop on the plane of thought, or of ratiocination of some kind. When the soul is united with the body, its energies move on the level of emotion. Therefore, we have a new set of polarities, thought and emotion, which we recognize very commonly in psychology. Yet at the present time, many schools of psychological thinking do not differentiate between mental and emotional soul attributes. They consider them as both arising from a common source. And they consider that thought perhaps is moved by emotion, or emotion by thought. They do not recognize, as the ancients did, that two complete machineries or chemistries are involved in these polarities. Thus we may say that the natural tendency of the soul, in seeking wisdom, or in seeking improvement, is to ally itself with understanding and bestow motion upon understanding. So understanding in motion is called the rational soul. When the soul verges toward body and motivates body, this motivation is called the irrational soul, or the passional power of man. For passion is body moved by soul. And the two polarities become rather clearly understandable as we go further. Now, the body, according to the ancients, being corruptible of its own nature, must ultimately be restored to the elements from which it came, which are the earth. The soul, though having a greater and more intense life, was held by the Pythagoreans to have a certain corruptibility. A corruptibility, however, which is to be measured perhaps more in the terms of Buddhist metaphysics, where in the nirvana we have the extinction of individuality, which corresponds at least to a degree with the death of the soul, or the death of the independent principle of volition or motion in the compound of man's nature. Thus, by the sage who becomes immovable, there is a certain transference of motion, and by the physical exhaustions of life, there is another transference of motion or energy. The soul, by its own nature then, according to the Greeks, ultimately was dissolved into the substance from which it came. And the ancients affirmed that this substance was called the lunar essence, and that as bodies disintegrate into the earth, the soul disintegrates into the lunar field. That was their concept of it. And therefore we have reason to understand or study some of the ancient theories concerning the psychic nature of the moon, and the even now recognized effects of lunar activity upon the psychic life of man and nature. Now the ancients affirmed that the soul in man becomes thus polarized as rational and irrational. But in other creatures which are not human, soul as motion or energy bestows a number of attributes. In the plant kingdom, the Greeks recognized what is called the vegetative soul. And the vegetative soul has one primary motion, which is growth. And therefore all plants and things grow and unfold. In the animal world, the ancients recognized also a soul power, which they called the generative soul. For the peculiar power of animal life to them was the multiplication of species and the projection and extension of forms of life. Therefore, Pythagoras declared the eighth part of the soul to be the power of generation. In the human life of man, the soul also plays a series of compound roles. For the mineral soul, which is the principle at the base of the inorganic structures of nature, operates through certain chemical fields within the human body, resulting in the structure and development of bones and other mineral parts of man. The vegetative soul controls growth, and in the case of both nature and man, controls another important psychic field, namely color. And we have the tremendous diversity of color, which is also a form of the soul energy. Lord Bacon writes an essay on the colors of good and evil, and this is a well-taken point, for that which on one level may be color, may on another level be vice or virtue. After all, these energies are working through fields appropriate to their own natures. In the animal world also, we find that the soul has moved from the principle of growth to the principle of independent motion. Therefore, we have the motive soul in man likewise, by which the body is able to move and to fulfill the various phases of activity, such as those trades and crafts requiring the skillful use of the body, or in the case of the athlete, in the training and disciplining of the body. The soul then has all of these attributes, and the Egyptians likewise recognized that motion and emotion have a common root in man's psychic life. The soul of its own nature being pure motion, if it moves in an unformed field, this motion is infinite. But the moment the field is limited, this motion is directionalized or caused to proceed in some direction, following one of the mathematical formulas of crystallization. So in the Greek thinking, and in the Pythagorean thinking particularly, and this also follows very far in the Socratic dialogue, the individual is regarded at this stage of his growth as coming into the world with a soul which by its nature and propensity may have three kinds of life simultaneously. It may have its own life, which is pure motion. And on a plane above body, as we know it, this motion, though not absolutely infinite, is vastly greater than anything we can comprehend. This soul, however, immersed in body, intoxicated by body, having taken of the drink of the waters of Lethe, or the waters of forgetfulness, and having become filled with the toxin of body, is then said to wander erratically, not only about the world, but about the body, causing a variety of stimuli, some of which are reasonable and some unreasonable. Also the soul in this state of torpor, this state of involvement, is said to have entered into a sea of humidity, which explains the Greek statement that a dry soul is wise. This thought is a little difficult for us to explain immediately, but the Greeks declared that the physical earth was surrounded by a kind of field of etheric humidity. That this humidity was like a strange quicksand, and anything that fell into this sphere of humidity inevitably moved on downward into generation and birth. Therefore, the soul which was once dampened by the humidity of generation was required to be born. So Heraclitus observed that if the soul was wise enough to keep dry, it would not have to be born. This may have some consolation to the prohibitionists. In any event, the soul, having descended into generation, becomes, as it were, a principle of motion or energy within the body. It therefore extends outward through the body, producing innumerable manifestations. We find what we term evolution to be merely the ideation of the soul's energy. It is a constant motion, qualitative or quantitative. The process from birth to old age is motion. The problem of hunger and the digestion of food are motions. Everything, including the beating of the heart, is motion. And this motion is made possible because of the vitality of the soul. It's because of its residence in proximity to the body makes possible the animation of forms. If the soul is thus immersed within the body, held there in this torpor, or caught in this curious quicksand of generation, this primordial elos, or slime, which of course is the root of the word ilium, and which in turn is the story of the Trojan War. All of these mysteries of the Greeks have to do then with the two procedures. One is the involvement of the soul in generation, and the other is the release of the soul from the principle of generation. That which is the descent is normally called generation, and in the case of man, the ascent is called regeneration, which implies not only a return to a superior condition, but the attainment of a superior state or qualitative motion. Therefore, in the ancient line of thinking, the fall of man was considered to be one kind of motion, and the regeneration of man another kind of motion. Man being born into this world at some stage of his great cycle of activity is therefore endowed with a soul, by means of which certain motions and emotions are possible to him. One of the most primary of the essential motions of the soul is its pendulum-like swing between extremes. And these extremes represent either the rationalization of man or his gradual descent into a more animalistic or bestial state. In the positive motion of the soul, we have involved a principle which the Greeks call the principle of pure intellect. And the principle of pure intellect, in its completeness and in its essential nature, was considered almost, if not entirely, synonymous with being itself, because being was absolute intellect. But on the level of human power, human ability, the most positive achievement within man is the polarization of intellect. Now, this means quite a little different thing from what we commonly think of as, for instance, union with divine mind or something of that nature. To the Greeks, the intellect was something which was partly, at least, dependent upon the soul and the body. Now, the Greeks did not consider intellect in the sense that we might use this term in a depreciating way to represent merely mental agility. A concept of intellectualism is not implied. Rather, by intellect is here understood a statement of the apperception of the workings of the universal mind itself. Man, therefore, has within him a potential, a seed of capacity to think with deity, to think with God, to think the thoughts of God. But this potential lies dormant in him because it must be energized. And the only way in which it can be energized is through the power of the soul, because the soul wakes it up, gives it power, gives it purpose, and variously, as Plato says, agitates it. If it is not so agitated, it remains only seminal or seed-like. The same is essentially true of body, because body is a seed likewise. This seed existing in a condition which we call matter. If the soul verges toward the body, it energizes the seed of body, producing what we may term the growth of bodies or forms. Of these forms there are two kinds, one being termed rational forms and the other irrational forms. Rational forms are those which have within themselves, when developed, certain powers of knowing. Irrational forms are those which, when developed, become bodies, but are not of themselves rational. And the human body is regarded as an irrational form, because while it may have and does have kinds of mind within itself, and each of its cells contains an intellectual seminal unit, the body as a totality, when perfected and mature, is still not self-governing. The body of itself is a shell, a wandering thing, and without being ensouled, it is mindless or soulless or beingless. It is a moronic thing. It is a mongoloid type of thing, something that has no purpose. As we observe when for any reason the mind is diseased or destroyed, with it departs the grandeur or the nobility which crowns and makes important the fact of the body itself. So the soul, by the processes of generation, has been required and as part of its natural function. It energizes body, strengthens it, matures it, develops it, and brings it to its various faculties and dimensions, giving it also within itself a sensitive field, a field of neuronic energy, or the power of the nervous system. And this field, and this wonderful tutoring and care by the soul, causes the body to achieve a state of utility, a state of value, a condition in which this body has not only its outer form, but a series of inner incentives. To achieve this purpose, soul unites itself with the principle of body, in so doing voluntarily sacrificing its own nature. In this union with body, therefore, it becomes immersed or absorbed in body, and is released again through the growth of body. Thus what we call growth is always not an expenditure of energy, but a release of energy. And things by growing do not become weaker, but become stronger. And where growth is normal, nothing is exhausted by growth itself. That which is called the termination of growth is brought about by a transition in the psychic polarity of the soul. For when the soul has brought or led, as it is said, the body to a certain state, then the soul, having fulfilled its proper function, turns its attention to other things, and therefore ceases to increase the size or power of the body. Thus, at maturity, it does not mean that the principle of growth is exhausted, but that the polarity of growth is changed.
so that from maturity on, growth moves by a qualitative motion within the body, causing a growth of character, a growth of understanding, a growth of beauty, whereas previously it was concerned primarily with the enlargement or strengthening of the body. The soul normally then reaches its fulfillment to bodily task at what we call maturity or majority. At that time, theoretically, the soul has built a body suitable to itself. If the soul remains associated with the bodily principle beyond this time, that which is its palace slowly becomes its tomb. That which it has created becomes its prison, unless the soul is able to achieve a proper transition from a material to a metaphysical polarization. Now, in the growth, then, of the soul itself, through the development of the body, the Pythagoreans observed the various powers that are manifested through man at various stages of his growth. By birth, one power of the soul is revealed, and this power of the soul carries through the integration of body. At the so-called seventh year, the soul passes into its vegetative power, and the body increases rapidly in size following the principle of growth. At the 14th year, the soul enters into its animal state, intensifying the emotional life of the individual and increasing fertility and the power to reproduce its species. At the majority, the soul is said to be joined to the mind, and by so doing to cause the rise of the intellective nature. Now, this is a beautiful little pattern, only it doesn't always happen. And there are individuals whose souls, because of the destiny, for Plato says the whole world moves upon the spindle of Nemesis, destiny doesn't always permit, or does not by organic quality release the soul at proper time and under proper conditions. And the Greeks affirmed that this release has to be accomplished many times, and the probability of the individual attaining it in any one life determines on the practice. It is determined by the practice he has already had in previous lives. If it is the habit of the soul to be released at majority, it will be. If this is the first time it is trying to be, it may have quite a little difficulty making it. But in any event, the soul, by nature, therefore, devotes a certain time, a certain part of its own nature, to the perfection of body. And in this work, it builds body according to formula. And body, prior to a development of the internal rationality, was by the ancients not regarded as a self-responsible agent. And all creatures in which there is no conscious union between the soul and the mind are not held to be responsible for conduct. Therefore, small children were not so held, because they lacked what we term maturity. The soul, passing into its natural development, therefore, then goes on to follow through another cycle of 28 years, which constitutes its birth, growth, adolescence, and maturity on a mental level, so that the complete development of the being is supposed to require twice 28 years. By the time of this double cycle, the soul is said to have not only ensouled the body, but to have ensouled the mind, or the power of reason, and to have brought the nature to understanding. Therefore, 21 is the age of voting, and twice 21 is 28 rather, is considered the full development of the body, and twice that is the age of psychic majority. The 21, of course, is the beginning of the mental cycle, which lasts for 7 years and terminates. at 28. But twice this is supposed to be the birth of understanding, or the second maturing of the individual. In this concept, of course, we then affirm or assume that having completed its processes with the outer nature, the soul then takes over the generation of the inner life. This generation is the positive pole. The soul is now verging toward understanding. Under normal conditions, assuming that there were no pressures, no unreasonable obstacles presented of an artificial nature, the Greeks were of the opinion that the soul, properly and normally permitted to function, would in twice 28 years bring the individual to a balanced condition of internal and external living. Opposed to this process, however, we have the incidental or accidental circumstances of life. We have systems of culture. We have industrial concepts. We have numerous and countless restrictions placed upon the normal growth of the soul. Now, whence come these restrictions? Why do we have them? Well, they in themselves are motions, whether they are releasing or binding motions. And no institution or no system or no thought, nor religion, nor philosophy can exist in the world without existing by virtue of the soul. Thus, the Greeks were of the opinion that when the soul, having achieved a certain majority, is then not released, is not tutored and aided, is not supported, it may then not make this transition from one state of growth to another, and instead of moving upward, moves again downward, and uniting itself with a now highly organized body, produces a series of manifestations which we term materialism. Materialism being the energies of the soul held in bondage to objectivity, not permitted to continue in their normal process of internal improvement. It was for this purpose and to meet this need that what we call today education came into existence. Education was originally reserved to the temple. It was that part of man's life which was devoted to the conscious program of growing up as a person rather than as a body. The body grew up and usually requires a certain amount of assistance in this procedure. In this process, the child is assisted parentally. He is also given certain social opportunities. He is cared for, he is guarded, he is fed, he is clothed. And he is encouraged to achieve that kind of education which will adjust him for a physical existence. Therefore, he reaches majority with certain skills or aptitudes suitable to maintain his livelihood. But when it comes to the second great cycle of years, the second period of 28 years, not only is the child without parental guidance, but usually is without guidance from itself. Furthermore, in the world as we know it, no opportunities of a suitable nature sufficiently attractive to the soul are offered, by means of which the individual can recognize and should recognize his life after his 28th year as a new cycle of self-growth. He assumes that by the time he has worked his way through the university and perhaps gotten his master's and his doctorate, he's had education enough. He has, as far as that part of his nature which is the compound of soul and body. By the compound of soul and body, he has by the time he finishes the university as he knows it, achieves a full measure of education. But the ancients pointed out what we are beginning to learn, namely, that this young person can leave the university and 5 years later be a hopeless neurotic. In other words, he may also become a delinquent. He may become a criminal. And perhaps being more fortunate than this, he may simply be miserable for the next 50 years. He may not have any serious symptoms, but neither does he show any serious symptoms of improvement. He just goes along living haphazardly, feeling that he is schooled, he's educated, and therefore that it is up to him now to build his life. He does this without understanding, without wisdom, without direction, and without adequate incentives to these things, this being the most important factor of all. The Pythagoreans recommended two ways in which the soul could be released from bondage, perpetual bondage, to body. And the state of bondage of this kind is somewhat parallel with our concept of the perpetual adolescent, the individual who grows old but never grows up, a situation that is very frequent and sometimes causes us to wonder how human beings do as well as they do, and last as long as they seem to last. The Pythagoreans advocated what they called the discipline of silence as being very useful to the maturing of the soul. Now, silence was a discipline with them in which they imposed 5 years without speech. And, strangely enough, it is reported there were about 60 women who achieved discipleship on this basis. A rather unusual and highly commendable state of affairs. The discipline of silence was largely to deprive the individual of a large number of hypnotic circumstances which held him to materiality. Not the least of these hypnotic circumstances being the utter fascination of his own voice. When an individual says something, what he says goes around and goes in his ears again, and it receives strange authority in passing. By the time he hears it, he almost believes it. And if he says it 3 or 4 times, he is certain of it. It sounds perhaps facetious, but it is nevertheless true that we have talked ourselves into more things than we will ever realize. The second point in connection with the discipline of silence was that it was not limited to vocal activity. It was a symbol of the attainment of internal quietude or relaxation within the psychic field of the body. The purpose of this relaxation was to give the soul an opportunity to assert its own motion, recognizing that by quieting the pressures by which the soul is bound to body, the soul could restore its own equilibrium. Thus, by reducing the tension of living, reducing the tension of emotion and thought, and thereby not constantly focusing the psychic nature upon the body, it could be assisted to develop a greater and more independent nature. Now, the soul, as we say, is not only a motion as we know it, but a constant focalizing of motions. A good example on a very simple level of what we are talking about is the individual who discovers that he has a peculiar pain somewhere. The moment he focuses his attention upon that pain, it will increase, because he will gather psychic energy and create an intensification of the pattern. A singer becoming throat conscious will almost immediately develop a dry throat and be unable to sing well. Wherever we focus attention, we create tension. And where our entire life is focused objectively, we create a tremendous objective tension. We focus every resource that we have on whatever we are doing. If our one great dream in life is to be the head of a large business, we will focus every bit of attention upon this until gradually we bind the psychic energy and make a slave of it. In other words, we take the soul, which is a being superior to body, and we chain it in servitude to body, making it a slave of objectivity alone. If we are successful in one-pointing this psychic energy until it becomes a tremendously intensive force, we are termed especially successful. Because when we do that, then nothing can stop us. And we are going to succeed because we have determined to succeed. So we gradually develop into outstanding successful failures. Our digestion goes, our friends leave us, our relatives can't live with us, but we are a success. So we have ulcers, and we have nervous breakdowns, and we go to a premature end because we have been so wonderfully successful in being unnatural, being abnormal, or perhaps more correctly, as not quite so flatteringly, subnormal. For as long as the soul's energy is directed into body alone, we are subnormal. In this also, we recognize what is termed the passional power of the soul. Because once it is intoxicated by body, it becomes a tremendous, blind, driving force, which we call ambition. And ambition is a motion. Ambition is a tremendous psychic energy. And this energy drives like a heartless taskmaster. And this energy drive is a phase of the suffering or condition of the deluded soul. The soul, having been captured, having been intoxicated, having lost all vision and perspective, releases its energies in these erratic pressures. And we have all of the different fields of psychoneurotic difficulty and even psychic disease. Because the soul, not being permitted to be what it was intended to be, becomes sick. All energies or powers which are not used according to the laws governing their usage are said to be abused. And if they are abused, they rebel. And ultimately, the wrong use brings the entire compound to dissolution. If, on the other hand, when the soul has attained equilibrium within the body, and has brought the body to maturity, according to Plato then, the soul becomes the mistress of the body, becomes its leader, becomes its goddess, the one to whom, like the mystic troubadours of old, all the love songs of the minstrels were written. The soul becomes the dark lady of the Shakespearean sonnet, becomes the mysterious dark virgin of King Solomon's song. It is this mysterious beloved, sought always by the various Arabic sects, such as the dervishes and the Sufis and the Druzes and all of these groups. The soul then finds, or should find, the body at its feet, adoring it, and recognizing it as the Virgin Sophia, the great mother of the body, and the great guide and guardian of the body. And the soul, of course, in its own proper nature, is symbolic of the sanctuary, of the ecclesia, the church, the cathedral, the temple, the mosque. All these are soul symbols, symbols of internal sanctuary. The soul, having thus achieved its proper purpose, and presuming, which is not very generally so in these days, that it has reached its equilibrium, having achieved that which was necessary for the body, the soul then verges upward toward union with understanding, or toward union with the rational part of the nature, in so doing achieving the vitalization and motivation of the inner life of the being. Now, we have to pause for a moment to discover something more about the nature of the soul, because in the Greek and also later in the Neoplatonic mysticisms, the soul's position in its own essential nature was very important to this discussion. In the great Platonic Triad of the One, the Beautiful, and the Good, the soul is the beautiful, because it is motion. And motion, according to the ancients, rhythmic motion, was the most abstract and perfect symbol of beauty. The soul of itself generates from itself nothing dissimilar to itself. The soul as the first of beings, the most perfect of generations, therefore of its own nature, does not generate dissimilars, but is one of those ineffable blossoms suspended from being, which become the source of beauty and of order and of harmony in the world. The influence of the soul even upon body is to bring it to normalcy, to health, to equilibrium, to growth, to manifestation, so that the healthy body is even to the artist the most beautiful of all forms in nature, the most perfect, because it is not only a magnificent unity, but it is also a transcendent beauty. And being beautiful, it is necessary. And being necessary, it is beautiful. Because all beauty flows to the fulfillment of necessity. And that which is absolutely sufficient to its own need is beautiful. This was another rule of the ancients. Because that which is sufficient must in all of its parts be related symmetrically, aesthetically, and harmoniously. So we know that the lower power of the soul, when transmuted and transformed, that from what is called the generative or irrational phase of the soul comes the supreme irrationality of man, and that is the adoration for the beautiful. And also what has been described by Voltaire as the most erratic of all attributes of anything, love. Because there is no way in which love can be rationalized without destroying it. And yet, not rationalized, it is in itself perfect beauty. So that we have on the irrational end of the soul's development this magnificent development of beauty and of love. Love which cannot be analyzed, dissected, or examined successfully, but is nevertheless completely sufficient as man's most powerful and potentially most divine emotion. So in this we have the power of the soul even in its generative polarity. We have then the concept of the soul as the beautiful. And if love is the emotional polarization of beauty on its highest and most complete perfection, so the most odious and terrible of the emotional perversions of the soul is hate. Hate representing merely the complete irrational or intoxication of the emotion of the soul itself. Therefore, hate is associated with the toxin of body, and the Greeks insisted that no being out of a body could hate. It is a thought, at least, because it is the combination of the absorption of the psychic energy in the conflict of environment, resulting in loss or gain, adjustment or non-adjustment, the false developments of competition and comparison, and all of these things which make hate possible. So hate is the final ignorance of the emotional polarity of the soul. If then the soul is beautiful, and of its own nature is always beautiful, then in its various levels it bestows itself under normal conditions. Mind may be selfish. Mind may be devoted to innumerable, unreasonable opinions, beliefs, and ideas. If the psychic energy is used to vitalize these, then we have just the same situation on the mental level that we have when the soul vitalizes uncontrollable passions on the physical level. It therefore follows that as the soul must build and does build its bodily house, so over great periods of time it must build its internal or intellective house. And this is where we get back again now, having described our problem of beauty, to this little matter of education, which we started on. The Greeks particularly held that there were two complete systems or structures of education. And Comenius, in relation to the establishment of his Pan-Sophic University, which became the basis of our present public school system, emphasized this point also, but not strongly enough for modern educators to have remembered it. He says, for example, that the child goes to school, learns to become a person. The mature individual associates himself with a teacher, a master, a scholar, and devotes the second part of his life to the improvement of this inner part of him. Pythagoras in his school at Crotona, for example, did not teach children. He brought adults together, put them in the first grade, and started them out again. He did it not because he went over the common lessons that they had learned before, but he put them into the first grade of another system, a higher order of learning, which was essential for the cultivation of the superior being within themselves. Thus, as the child learns its letters and its so-called 3 A's, many of which are not well taught today, by the way, the grown disciple is going on into the ways of wisdom, entered into what the Greeks and later the Germans called the gymnasium, and there they went on and learned the mature philosophies of adult living. There they began the study of philosophy. There they began to recognize the need for becoming acquainted with the purpose for themselves and the destiny which they were intended by the universe to attain. For as our education of children adjusts the child to make a living in the world, so the education beginning in the temple and in the mystery school and in the schools of the great teachers adapted the adult to build a life in the universe, to build a full and complete statement of himself. Such a procedure is entirely contrary to our thinking, but based upon that procedure, Greece, in the period of about 300 years, contributed more creative thinkers and great founders of knowledge to the world than probably any other nation in twice the same length of time. There were probably more Greek creative thinkers alive at one time in Athens in the 4th century BC than there have been in the entire history of European thought in the last 500 years. Because one list alone of really great outstanding thinkers among the Greeks went to over 300. And each one of these made a basic contribution to human knowledge, whereas today we are simply building upon those foundations and reforming, revising, and amplifying a wee bit. But who today is inventing arithmetic, geometry, biology, or physics? That was done in those good old days, which we look upon as benighted and extremely limited. But in the concept of the disciplines involved, the soul moving gradually towards the positive polarity must overcome step by step the limitations of the untutored mind. Now, as Confucius pointed out, if the soul only had ignorance to contend with, it would be a simple matter. But it has something infinitely worse than ignorance, and that is wrong knowledge. If the individual doesn't know, we can teach him. But if he doesn't know, it is more difficult. And if he is fully convinced that that which he knows is right, and it is not right, he is most difficult of all. So to the average person, most true learning is unlearning, getting rid of that which is not so. Now, if an energy is fed into an instrument that is moving and operating like a machine, and fuel is given to it, it will continue to run according to the pattern that it is then following. And the soul energy moving into a corrupted intellectual nature, all one immature and insufficient, produces another series of phenomena. And we have all kinds of perverse, destructive intellects, ranging perhaps from the simple, selfish individual to some outstanding example of human arrogance and egoism, like Adolf Hitler or somebody like that. All of these represent energy moving through an inadequate vehicle, moving through and involved in the toxin of the mind. Thus, the purification and regeneration of the intellect is a slow and difficult task, and results in the infinitude of different degrees of minds which we find everywhere in the world. Because, according to the Greeks, and I think it is true, when all men reach the perfection of their intellect, they will have identical thoughts. Because they will then be capable only of universal thought, which is identical, and can have no diversity or division within it. Therefore, all difference of opinion, while necessary at a given time, must ultimately lead to an absolute identity. And this is another Pythagorean theorem also, namely, that all error differs, all truth is the same. And we agree to the degree that we share either a common knowledge or a common ignorance. Now, individuals can share a common ignorance and have agreement about that which is not so. But they may ultimately share a common wisdom and have agreement about that which is so. The soul continuing onward in its path, and gradually over a period of time, gaining dominion over the intellect, as it has previously gained dominion over the body, finally establishes the state of maturity in the mind, even as it establishes the state of maturity in the body. Now, what is the state of maturity in the body? The state of maturity is the power to reproduce, directed and controlled by reason. In other words, maturity of the body means fertility of the body under discipline. And in the Greek thinking, maturity of the intellect was also fertility under discipline. In other words, anything which reaches maturity is capable of bearing life. And the final proof of maturity is to give life, to bear life. Therefore, the intellect, when it reaches maturity, becomes virile in its own level, and therefore is capable of bearing life. When the intellect bears life, we call it creativity. And when the body bears life, we call it generation. The intellect which is mature is capable of giving birth to ideas. Now, what does it mean by giving birth to ideas? Does it mean that the intellect actually is able to fashion from that which is not a substance or a nature which is? This comes back to the old question in the first verse of Genesis. What did the gods create the universe out of? The answer, of course, is that creativity is not the creation of something from nothing, but the objectivity of thing from no thing. In other words, from potential into potency. Because all ideas, all concepts, all creations, mental, emotional, or physical, of which man is capable, exist eternally in archetypal nature. Creativity is therefore man's rapport with archetype, by means of which he is able to bring through some design or pattern which exists forever in the tracing of the divine mind. Thus, for example, before the time when man ever invented a locomotive, the concept or the laws governing that invention resided eternally in the divine nature, along with all the other ideas which we have not yet had, and which anyone may discover any moment. And one of the peculiar laws that we discover in the matter of ideas is that they are nearly always simultaneously released by more than one person. And practically every invention that we have had and every step in science has been spontaneously generated in several places almost at the same time. So what we call creativity is the capacity to bring through into manifestation the archetypal patterns of the universal mind. And maturity, therefore, is the power of the intellect to create a mental body for the embodiment of a concept existing in the divine mind. Just as surely as in physical generation we do not create a being, we merely provide a body for a being. So the mind creates not eternal spirits any more than the generation by body does, but gives embodiment to eternal ideas. And of course, basically, a human being is an idea. It's just a little different way of approaching the concept of archetype. This maturity is said to have been attained when the soul achieves to the point of understanding. Thus, understanding is the maturity, the second maturity of the human being. And who attains it is said to be twice born, because he is given perhaps knowledge with his first birth, but understanding with his second birth. For knowledge permits him to live here and now. Understanding orients him forever, giving him a participation in an eternal existence. The soul, creating these patterns then, bestows likewise its principle of beauty upon the mind. And when beauty is opposed or is imposed upon the mind, so that the mind is in all things symmetrical, harmonious, orderly, sequential, and without asymmetries within itself, it is said to be reason. Reason being in the perfect pattern within the state of mind. Because to be reasonable means to be harmonious on a level of mind. And reason in its purest nature is absolutely symmetrical, without distortion within any of its parts. But the word reason is here used platonically, archetypally or ideally, not in our common daily usage of the term. People constantly talk about things being reasonable or unreasonable, but most of the remarks are unreasonable. But by pure reason, we mean that in which there is no defect of judgment. Therefore, there is no dishonesty. And what dishonesty is to the mind, deformity is to the body. So all of these are parallels, and the two processes move practically on the same patterns, but on different levels of manifestation. The soul, which has thus become the instrument of understanding, now finds itself in the most complete and perfect state of which it is capable. For it not only governs the body, but also governs the mind. And having achieved government over both the mind and the body, it brings them together into an absolute harmony. And they become the two horses drawing the chariot of the goddess, because they are then pulling together, which is impossible unless they are held or their reins are held by a third power. So the soul is regarded as then moving or manifesting itself according to its own nature. Now when the soul, having of its own being and nature an absolute symmetry, is throned symmetrically in the compound of body and mind, so that it is manifesting its own qualities without restriction or limitation, that nature is then said to have achieved the beautiful, because it has then achieved the perfect expression of the force behind it, and has become a symbol or a design, an emblem. It, to use a scriptural term, bears perfect witness. And because it bears perfect witness, it reveals the soul in all of its splendor. And there are some very wonderful ancient hymns and songs to the gods and goddesses which describe this magnificent achievement, this wonderful state of complete soul or psychic sufficiency. Having thus proceeded, we observe that the soul passes then through the three essential conditions. First, being of its own nature, without polarization, as pure motion. Secondly, moving downward. Thirdly, moving upward. And finally, according to the Pythagorean doctrine, achieving once again equilibrium. Equilibrium being in this condition, or in this concept, a perfect balance of manifestation, in which neither the body nor the mind are in a state of tyranny, nor do they tyrannize each other. All of the mental attributes, then, are resulting from the manifestation of soul energy through mind, the bodily attributes through body. These two groups of attributes must likewise be subject to great analysis, for as we know that sickness of the body will hamper the manifestation of the light within it, so we realize that abnormalities of the mind result in a sickness, and that this sickness means that the energies of the soul are distorted, and in so doing, these energies may become the sources of malignancy in the body and of disease in the mind. Because disease is just as much a motion of energy as health is. Disease is an energy moving against or upon restriction. And wherever there is an obstruction to the motion of physical energy, there is sickness. And wherever there is an obstruction to mental energy, there is a fixation or a complex. And what we might term a boil or a bunion or something of that nature in the body will be correspondingly found as a fixation, a complex, or a center of neurotic pressure in the internal life of the individual. And just as various diseases may feed by using energy for their own growth and thus ultimately destroy the body, so attitudes, opinions, notions, wrong concepts may become vitalized until they devour, eat up, or expend all of the energy which should be devoted to the normal function and growth of mind. Energy, therefore, both creates and destroys. And in the Egyptian and Greek religion, the soul, therefore, had its positive and negative appearances. It was not only a goddess of beauty and truth, but also a fury, capable, when abused, of bringing a horrible vengeance with it. And this is one of the points that we are least likely to realize today, namely that we cannot abuse energy with impunity. That which we misuse or abuse must ultimately return in the form of an avenging deity, wrecking our happiness and life. The term happiness is also associated with the soul, inasmuch as happiness is actually and essentially a comfortable state of the soul. Now, happiness is for most persons a passing mood. We do not have it in any extended periods of time, and we are taught to assume that it is best so, because if we were happy all the time, we would probably do nothing and accomplish very little. We would simply enjoy ourselves from now on. For that reason, a moment of happiness is usually followed by some disquietude of one nature or another. But happiness theoretically, the happiness of philosophy, which is the byproduct of achievement, the happiness of philosophy arises again from lack of tension, from relaxation, order, and adjustment within the psychic life. So when the soul fits comfortably into its mental, emotional, physical pattern, it is said to be at peace. And when the soul is at peace, because it has no discomfort within its own functioning, the individual is said to be at peace. And we have a nice term for it, peace of soul. We're all looking for it. But the only way that the soul can be at peace is when the soul is comfortable. Because it is just as difficult for the soul to be happy when uncomfortable as it is for an individual to be happy when walking around in shoes 2 sizes too small. And he is uncomfortable, and this discomfort destroys the natural equilibrium of his various parts. If, therefore, in the Greek philosophy we study this, we realize that what we call happiness comes not from the body, but from the soul. And therefore, that unless the soul is content, there is no security in life. And this brings us another term, security. And security likewise represents a quality of soul motion. That individual who, turning within himself, as the Greeks say, finds within that luminous power which is the first generation of being, and finding in that power a sufficient light, and a source of eternal good, that individual is secure. And all security means to be able to turn inward and find sufficiency. So wherever there is insecurity, the individual is unable to commune with himself. And where he is unable to commune with himself, he must be insecure. There is no external power which can bestow security. We talk of security in old age, and then comes a depression. We talk about the security of our investments, and then comes a bomb. We talk about all kinds of securities, but we're talking about things that can pass in a few hours. The only security which exists is that in which the individual can live consciously in the company of his own soul. That means that when he turns within himself, he finds light, not darkness. He finds an adequate being and not an emptiness. He finds inspiration, guidance, counsel, and not merely a dark, strange fear. If the soul becomes so darkened by these pressures of body, or so completely immersed in mental or material matter, that it is incapable of an independent function, its power may be so reduced that the individual looking within himself becomes panic-stricken, because he looks in and experiences the similitude of death. And the most dangerous and difficult of all psychic problems to work with is the one in which the individual, turning within himself, finds death, finds darkness, so complete and so inevitable that he will say to himself, I believe I have already died as far as any reality within myself is concerned. But the Greeks also assure us that the soul cannot and does not die, but it sleepeth. And like Jephthah's daughter, it must be raised by the power of purpose, the power of enlightened wisdom. In the Christian mysteries, of course, the Soter, or the Messiah, Christ, becomes the symbol of universal soul, and its redemptive power, and its gradual ability to transform all things unto itself. And it is this soul power which, speaking through the words of Paul, says that if it is lifted up, it will raise all other things unto it. Now the soul, having thus a nature and a substance of its own, the Greeks believed was divisible from body, and that when motion and energy had energized all of the conscious powers of man, that the power of the soul was then gradually withdrawn, so that finally pure consciousness took over, and that the soul prepared the being for re-identification with its own inevitable root. Thus the soul was a ladder, also symbolized, and it was also the mysterious jewel of 7 stars, because the ancients considered the solar system the symbol of the soul, with its 7 planets. And they placed this in the middle distance between the earth below and the empyrean, or the sphere of the fixed stars above. And the 7 churches in Asia, the 7 rungs of the ladder of Jacob, all of these are symbols of the soul. For man, striving or climbing to security, ascends through the levels of his own soul, and by the energies thereof, as we find, of course, in the divine Pymander of Hermes. Now, in one more point, we must develop our theme, and that is that we must refer to and mention the numerative power and the relation of the soul to the concept of number, thus getting ourselves right straight back into Pythagoras and explaining certain points. The soul, according to Plato and Pythagoras, is a number because of its own essential nature. It is, by substance and being, an Octad, or the power of the number 8. The soul is called the number 8 for several reasons, and when we discuss the meaning of numbers a little later, we will go into that phase of it. But the soul has 7 powers which are in themselves invisible. And it has an 8th power which is tangible, known by the Greeks as the seminal power or the power of reproduction. So the soul energizes man in 7 ways within himself, and also bestows upon him its 8th power, which is fertility. All of these, then, are the essential numbers of the soul. As an octoad, or a magnificent mathematical pattern, the soul is a phase, or is an exposition of the concept contained in the Greek of the numerative soul of being. We've already mentioned the numerative soul. The numerative soul is that which bestows number. And in the Greek philosophy, every phase of the soul's energization is by means of number. And it can bestow, therefore, all numbers within itself, which are the numbers 1 to 8. But it cannot bestow the 9, which is the number of man, nor can it bestow the 10, which is the number of being. Therefore, the soul falls short of the totality of man and of being. Yet, being superior to man, by nature and generation, why does it fall short of man? It falls short of man because the soul exists for a reason. And that reason, having been perfected in man, the soul dies and the man does not. This is one of the formulas in the Greek problem. The verbum, or the word, which was an ancient term for the soul. We are reminded of the lines of an English poet: "Never the world of its pain be made whole, till the word made flesh be the word made soul." The word, or the verbum, with its 7 powers, creates a certain thing. It does so, it is said, by spreading seed in space. The soul accepts the seed and warms it, and brings it to life. And having perfected it as a parent, has the same relation to offspring as a physical parent. Actually, every child is the parent of the man. Every generation, every form of life, should by nature excel its own parental cause. So, because it is the nurse of bodies and of minds, brings them to maturity in order that they may excel it. So, what is the only way in which a self-moving energy can be excelled? And the Greeks said that the only reason and the only method by which it can be excelled is because it is potentially moving about an unmoved center, which is being itself. Man is capable of releasing being, or being released into being. Therefore, soul is inferior to the perfection of potential man, because man is capable of re-identification with conscious Godhood. And beyond and above the power of the soul is the fact that, like the Sota, the mysterious myth of the dying God, the Savior God always dies for the salvation of man. And the soul is the Savior God that dies that man may be saved. Now the mystery of that is the attitude which the Pythagoreans reduced to a simple fact. That which is eternal is immovable. Therefore, before the restatement or the completion of all things, they must become immovable. And and they cannot be immovable unless the soul, which is motion, voluntarily relinquishes its power over them. Thus, that which is to achieve or to attain must transcend the power of the soul. The power of the soul is thought, emotion, and energy. It is love and hate, good and bad, life and death. It is all things. But perhaps of all the great philosophic systems, none greater or more exactly than in the case of Buddhism points out how all of the polarities of existence must be overcome before that which is mortal can become immortal. For nothing that moves can be eternal. And the mathematical concept of this is that finally all motion must cease. And in the complete cessation of motion, you have the state of eternal reality. Now this leads us to a very interesting thing. Because in the material world, when a thing stops moving, it is dead. In the invisible world, when a thing stops moving, it is God. Now, you have your positive and negative polarities. Daemonas Deus inversus. That which is below is evil, above is good. And in this philosophy of these people, the cessation of all motion is only possible in what the Buddha called the Mahaparinirvana, the dying out of the three fires. And the three fires are the three powers of the soul. Kill them too soon and you destroy all. Keep them alive too long and you frustrate all. This pattern leads, of course, to the great disciplines of these schools, namely the gradual development within man of the impulse to break the pattern of motion. And to break the pattern of motion, he must transcend motion. And to transcend it, he must first climb upon it, build upon it, unfold everything that there is in it, and then cast it aside. Now in the casting of it aside, he does not damage or injure soul, which being of itself a creation of the divine nature simply returns to it again. But in the transcendence of motion, the individual must annihilate good and evil, life and death, pain and pleasure, increase and decrease. He must achieve a condition of absolute equilibrium, which is the end of motion. Therefore, the soul, when it has achieved the fullest expression of its activity, achieves equilibrium, and in so doing it ceases, because it cannot move when it has reached absolute balance, and when it cannot move it ceases, because it is motion. So soul exists only through the period of strife. Soul only exists while things must grow, improve, become, enlarge, increase. Just as we say, for example, philosophically or symbolically, the alchemical adage taught, that ultimately man would possess the elixir of life and live forever. Thus he would outwit the two great polarities, life and death. He would remain forever in the full vigor of his years. Therefore, he would again outwit the polarities, youth and age. He would never be sick. Therefore, he would outwit the polarities of health and sickness as polarized factors in his existence. The adept who lived forever was also supposed to live in a perfect world, the golden age to come, in which nothing suffered, nothing sickened, nothing died, in which the streets were paved with something resembling gold, and you could draw all the money you wanted out of the bank without putting any in. There have been a great many concepts of what constituted the golden age. To most people, it's the time when they stop work forever and enjoy themselves and have no want and live in a glorious socialized paradise in which everyone is equal except themselves and they are superior. That is a concept. But there will be no sorrow there. There will be no parting there, which is almost another way of saying no polarity. Now this condition, which lies in the subconscious symbolic patterning of the human being, is obviously a static state. And we are warned against such states as being most destructive in our thinking and in our conduct, because we must be active, not passive. Yet our total concept of existence is foreverness of peace and happiness. We know, for example, that no one could ever be happy forever in a polarized universe. The individual could not be forever content in a sphere of action and reaction. The achievement of these totalities must come from the suspension of motion, both quantitative and qualitative. He can never attain it while there is an interval between himself and reality, for example. For as long as this interval exists, he is ignorant of something. And as long as he is ignorant of something, he is miserable over something. He can never attain these ends except by the absolute suspension of polarized existence. Motion must cease. Motion ceases in its own source. Wherever motion ceases in form, we say death sets in, which is disintegration, and we regard it as a most unhappy circumstance, even though disintegration itself is full of motion. But the philosophic death of adeptship or of the nirvana is the absolute transcendence of motion. That condition in which being is reaffirmed and all growth of man in nature is toward this. Because ultimately, the only reason why he seeks beauty is because beauty in itself, because of its complete orderliness, is a diminution of motion. Where there is beauty, there is no conflict. Where there is no conflict, there is no exhaustion. So gradually, by eliminating all deficiency and reducing all superabundance, the end of the entire program must always be equilibrium. And equilibrium means that the soul, having brought all parts of the nature into perfect order, that its primary purpose, which was to move toward order, having been fulfilled, no more motion is possible. Because there is no more motion conceivable beyond the ultimate move by which a being is re-identified with being itself. Being is not immovable, but it is with complete suspension of motion. Therefore, it is the unmoved mover of all other things. And that which is unmoved, as Buddha says, in pain or pleasure, that which is itself superior to quality or condition, gradually rises triumphant over the mystery of soul. And in this, psychology is also deficient. For while obviously and beyond any question of doubt, such a state as we described is an ultimate, remote to us, and not to be conceived for an incredible period of time, either historically or psychologically. Still, all things are either leading in the direction of ultimates or are opposing this direction. Therefore, if re-identification with the suspension of motion is the ultimate state which nature has desired for man, and which therefore is the ultimate good for man, regardless of how he may look at it, then man's growth should be with this recognition or realization somewhere within his own being. And he should recognize the moral value and the ethical significance of integration away from conflict, and that unification, or the bringing together of divided parts, is an essential purpose of his own nature. Motion exists only until this ultimate union has been achieved, and in a state of ultimate union there is no longer motion, because things which are one neither separate from each other nor come together. And as motion must involve these processes, quantitatively or qualitatively, motion is transcendent. Now we refine motions and emotions. We say, for example, that we will redeem passion and transform it into a gentler emotion, compassion. What is a gentler emotion? Less motion. More quality of motion and less quantity of motion. And when motion becomes all quality and no quantity, it becomes immovable. Thus, perfection is a complete suspension not only of motion but of the need for it. For things having been brought into their primordial and archetypal form, in which the distances between center and circumference are equal everywhere, and these distances themselves have been absorbed and annihilated by the dominance of being, then there is neither going nor coming. There is neither approaching nor departing. The great life of man is a motion of approaching reality. Motion ceases when the end is reached. No man runs after he has won the race. And yet no man dare stop until the race is run. The soul, therefore, gives us the power to win the great race of life. It gives us the means and the energies required to transform and transmute all of the elements and substances of our compound nature, refining them, causing us gradually to outgrow their grosser parts, and furthermore, by soul, permeating all of the elements and substances of bodies, thereby hastening also their own growth. For just as surely as man is warmed for the sun and is nourished thereby, each cell in the human body is warmed by the psychic sun in man. The soul is the nourisher of the atoms. It is the vitalizer of all things. The regeneration or release of soul power and the purification of its vibratory pattern therefore bestows growth or evolution upon every cell, atom, and electron of the human body. And in this way, man takes care properly of his own universe. For just as surely as man depends upon an invisible and eternal source for life and strength, looking toward it hopefully and with faith throughout the entire period of his existence, so the population of man, the cells and atoms of his own body, receive their nourishment and nutrition from the compound psychic achievement of himself. He is their son and father. He is their light giver. And as the growth of man proceeds, great waves of evolution take place within him, and whole orders of life are psychically vitalized. And when he has finished with his psychic energy needs, these energies continue and individualize and bring to perfection every seed which we call a cell within the human body. Thus there is a constant motion of growth. And man, through the improvement of himself, becomes a better God over his creation, just as surely as in space great universal processes are unfolding, bringing man to the destiny for which he was ordained. The soul becomes the life of the little lives that are within us. And as animals have group souls, so the cells in man have a group soul, and that group soul is man himself. Therefore we are not only little creatures growing, we are gods over lesser lives. And everything that leads also follows, which was another well-known Pythagorean axiom. So man, following the gods, leads the chain of lives that are dependent upon him. Thus, in this process of the soul's energy, its numerational patterns and archetypes, the soul is impressing its own original design upon all things. When they fulfill that design, they move to the suspension of motion and achieve quietude. And the most ancient symbol, probably, of total being is quietude. And at the end of striving comes peace. And the peace is being itself, the identification of which is the end of man's psychic struggle. Man can assist this task gently, quietly, and without exaggerating his own claims, when he begins to realize the importance of order over confusion, begins to recognize the significant task of integrating himself, and recognizing that the establishment of law and order within his own nature means for him the gradual unfoldment of the good and the beautiful, and the achievement of the necessary, which is the end of his own psychic quest. In this way, by this type of thinking, we recognize the world soul, which is the source of all animate things, or things containing the principle of the anima. We recognize that the world is really a vast soul embodied in matter, that this soul is sprouting forth everywhere, that the meadows of flowers which we see are nothing more or less than soul power breaking through the earth, that the very earth itself, with its infinite number of crystals and forms and structures which can be studied microscopically, and the wonderful patterns of crystals and these things are also soul, also in another way, bursting in the rocks, within the earth itself. And that as these trees and growing things begin to move, an enormous wave of animal life is again soul bursting into motion, into plumage, into color, into wonderful and innumerable sounds and music and harmony. And finally, this bursting forth of soul reaches man. Man discovers fire, builds shelter. Man begins to trace images of his thoughts upon the surface of rocks. Gradually, over a vast length of time, this soul which was in nature becomes in man. And this soul moves him to build better civilizations, moves him to release power, moves him to invent and create, moves him to move on from the simple primitive life of the aboriginal being to the poet, the musician, the composer, the great artist. All these manifestations are soul moving triumphantly on. Now you might think that this tremendous motion of soul would lead on and on and on until, like Kipling, we would be making our paintings with brushes of comets' tails. But that is not the way it goes. Because as this great motion goes on and on, into greater and more superior levels of soul energy, this great motion, like Tao, which is a good symbol for it in China, slowly fades out. It fades gradually away when there is no longer anything that is left, that is necessary. So on the brink of the conclusion of necessity, the soul, which is the servant of necessity and keeps moving the wheel of necessity, goes to sleep in the fulfillment of all things that have been well done. soul goes to rest in the great psychic field of nature, and its materials are available for other souls, growing on and on. The soul carries the being across the great interval, but having brought this being to the shore of achievement, it does not result in an infinite achievement. It does not spread achievements from one end of space to the other, nor will it end in someone who can conquer the whole solar system and rule it from a blazing comet or a sun. This is not the end, because the end of great soul power is exactly as we find it in the lives of the great teachers. We find Buddha, who achieved a magnificent power of soul understanding, a simple, quiet man who went to sleep beside the Indian road. We find Pythagoras and Plato, all these men becoming less and less demanding of life, less and less concerned over what we call achievement, less and less inclined to blaze their way in history. They simply were content to prepare themselves for the great mystery of going home into quietude. So the blazing comes while the soul is in its middle parts. But as it achieves its greater good, it seeks quietude, seeks peace, and gives up phenomenal action, and finally comes totally to rest in the eternal being from which it came. So soul is ever also being liberated from condition. For when all souls have finished their path, then soul itself goes to sleep in the infinite and is one with it again. And this to a great degree is expressed in the northern Buddhistic system into the story of the Bodhisattva. For this great being, the enlightened soul, cannot enter the nirvana until all other creatures have attained. And when all other creatures have attained, then the Bodhisattva also enters into the great peace. And the Bodhisattva, as the soul, must continue to labor until all creatures, through the use of its motions and energies, have attained. And when they have all attained, then all motion ceases, and the power of the Bodhisattva is restored to the infinite. So instead of becoming infinite diversity in the end, all activity leads to unity, and this unity to a potential or archetypal numeration, which is suspended in space. The one and the all are the same, and in this is the quietude, or the peace at the end of the psychic manifestation of the world. That in substance is approximately the Pythagorean doctrine, so we'll let you go home and meditate on it until next week, and then we will be with you again. We hope by that time you will all have no psychic conflicts left.
Tonight, before we begin a more formal study of the Pythagorean doctrine of numbers, I'd like to point out a number of points which perhaps have caused confusion in the public mind. Pythagoras used number symbols almost exclusively as hieroglyphical figures to represent essential phases of universal law. It is not known to what degree he was involved in what we call today numerology. It is not certain that Pythagoras himself practiced divination by numbers. It is possible that he did so, but by no means is it proven. The scanty records that have survived would seem to indicate that numerology developed considerably later, and sometime after the death of Pythagoras and his legitimate disciples. The association between letters and numbers is possible in the Greek alphabet, in which letters are used in pagination and in place of numbers in many instances. We know there is a peculiar divinatory device called the wheel of Pythagoras, which shows apparently the numerical equivalent of letters and vice versa. This wheel, though attributed to him, is not with absolute certainty associated with his name. He is said to have possessed a wheel of letters and numbers, but whether that which has survived is authentic, we do not know. It would not be likely that the Pythagoreans would have used numerology in the popular way in which we have been inclined to employ it. It is more likely that this system developed after the decline of the great philosophical schools. The relation between letters and numbers exists not only among the Greeks, but in various parts of Asia. And a Kabbalah of number-letter associations will be found in a number of systems. But we cannot say with certainty that our present numerology is Pythagorean, nor can we bridge the unfortunate difficulty of language changes, inasmuch as the letters of our alphabet do not correspond with those of the Greek closely enough to justify following their rule and transposing it to our modern alphabet. Thus we may say that numerology in the practical or popular sense of the term is an entirely different matter and should not be confused with the Pythagorean symbolism of number. To them, number was a very sacred mystery, to be used only in the exploration of the great science of wisdom, or the great art of knowing truth. Thus we cannot confuse them, nor can we necessarily discredit the possibility that Pythagoras did have some divinatory concept. The Greeks practiced many forms of divination in his time, and it was customary and usual to form oracles in a number of ways, including from the flight of birds, from the gathering of clouds, from the changing of winds, from the entrails of sacrificed animals, and in many other manners. Pythagoras was accredited with knowing the future, with having a tremendous internal mystical apperceptive power. Therefore many legends have gathered around him, and many arts and beliefs have been attributed to him. There was a period during the medieval era in human history in which a great number of books were fabricated and attributed to ancient authors. Among these we might note in passing Aristotle's supposed essay on midwifery, which is not quite authentic. We may also put under the same heading the mysterious 6th and 7th books of Moses, of which the prophet undoubtedly knew nothing. Yet it was a time when catchpenny productions had fascination for the public mind, and wonderful names were associated with some very bad work. This all adds up to these points which we wish to make. Theon of Smyrna, one of the earliest and greatest of the Pythagoreans, does not mention divination in his great thesis on numbers. It would seem that he might have done so had it been part of the original system. It is not recorded by Iamblichus in his Life of Pythagoras, nor is it reported by Plato, although he makes use of Pythagorean number. We do, however, find comparatively early evidence of numerical speculation in relation to divination.
but little prior to the 8th or 9th centuries. So AD. So we have these problems which we merely point out in passing. Now for the convenience of those who are interested in classifying material, I have tried to work out a very simple keyword system as to the Pythagorean approach to number. And as the Pythagoreans particularly used number in connection with archetype or the monadal forms of number, I have followed their system and have selected one word which, as far as possible, summarizes at least a phase of their association between number and power. And therefore, those of you who are interested, I'll read off this list to you rather slowly so you can copy it if you would want to do so. This is merely a keyword analogy, but perhaps it will assist us in the further discussion of the subject. We will use their form then. Instead of the one, we will say the monad. And perhaps the nearest thing to a keyword is identity. Now, in using it as a keyword, we summarize Pythagorean statements such as the numeral of sameness, or that number which is without dissimilarity, or that number which alone knows itself. Many such statements as this seem to carry the general tone of identity with the several meanings of this word. Our own identity is our own monad. The identity in things represents not only themselves as identified, but also common identity, that the same selfness in each is to be regarded as an identity with all other selfness. So in terms, those things which are of a causal nature, approaching the throne of deity, are said to possess identity. Identity with self, identity with all selves, identity with deity. And the numeral or the numeration, the monad, carries this thought. The number 2, or the duad more completely, is the Pythagorean symbol of dissimilarity. We have already implied that they regarded it as an ill number. They did so because it represents things about which differences are to be noted. It is a number of illusion because difference is illusionary. It is a number of ignorance because illusion, particularly the illusion of separateness, is the root of ignorance. Ignorance is therefore transformed into wisdom to the degree that unity is brought out of division. Therefore, perhaps also the Pythagorean term chaos is appropriate to the duad, whereas cosmos would be more appropriate to the monad. Therefore, dissimilarity is not only essential difference, but the acceptance by the mind of the appearance of difference. Dissimilarity also includes comparison, for by means of it we are tempted to elevate parts above each other and to attempt to achieve to a comprehension of good without overcoming the primary evil, which is division.
Therefore, of two or more things we may say this is good, this is better, this is best. Yet none of these three can be best, because only the one can be best. Anything that is not the one cannot be elevated to a superlative position. Elevation, therefore, in Pythagorean thinking, is motion toward unity. And things divided cannot be supreme, although because of the imbalance of divided parts, one may be greater or lesser than another. Yet always totality alone is superior to parts. Consequently, the duad, as a symbol of separation, becomes a proper emblem of man's division from truth, and separation is appropriately the symbol of interval. Interval between objects is measured in distance. Interval between qualities is measured qualitatively. But wherever interval or distance exists, the duad is inevitable. All lines must have ends. All separate things must have interval. And if interval shall cease, separation shall cease. Therefore, interval becomes the great abyss which man must cross in his effort to be restored to a universal state. To be divided from God is to exist in a state of separation from reality, and separation is a state dissimilar. Thus, in the Pythagorean thinking, among the key words which they themselves have left is this word dissimilarity, which I think conveys a great deal if we want to think about it. We hope that each one of you will think about these words later and see how they are the elements of a very profound series of speculations concerning the nature of being and illusion. Now the third number, or the archetypal triad, or equivalent to the number 3, was to the Pythagoreans the symbol of wisdom. Why is it the symbol of wisdom? Because wisdom is moderation. And moderation is between extremes. Therefore, out of the concept of extremes and moderation, we develop a trident, or a three-pronged instrument, in which the middle point is equidistant from the extremities. This point is wisdom, because wisdom is equidistant from all extremities. Extremities, as we told you in an earlier lecture, are always represented as phases of dissimilarity, therefore are essentially negative. We do not say that good is opposed to evil. This is a dissimilarity that is illusional. We say that two evils are opposed to each other, and that between them is a point of equilibrium, which is truth, or reality. Therefore, the cynocephalous ape in Egypt, the symbol of the human mind, is always seated on the beam of the balance of judgment, in order that it may represent equilibrium. Wisdom is equilibrium of mind. Wisdom is the ability of the individual to reconcile divided parts by reason. Therefore, such divisions as appear to exist in nature are overcome by the rational power of man, who is able to discover unity as a spiritual experience. To discover unity is to reconcile opposites, and all opposites are reconciled in a neutral state, or a state in which no polarity dominates. Wisdom, then, is equidistant between two kinds of ignorance. Ignorance and wisdom are not opposites, because there are two kinds of ignorance. The first, the state of unknowing, and the second, the state of false knowing. These two, then, must both be reconciled. That which is not knowing must be elevated. That which is wrong knowing must be dissipated or reduced to a common ground. In the same way, virtue is in equilibrium between vices, for there are vices of excess and vices of privation. Each individual, for instance, in an economic situation, can have too much or too little. Both of these extremes are unfortunate. Moderation is fortunate. We also observe that great fortune frequently destroys. Great misfortune frequently perfects. Thus, we cannot place any polarity in this way. Wisdom is the reconciler, the ordinator. Wisdom is represented by triads, because in these we have balance. And a triangle is a balanced form, and is the least form which can enclose an area, the circle always being infinite form. Thus the triangle, if it be equilateral, represents also the primary parts of man, consciousness, intelligence, and force in equilibrium. And these together constitute wisdom. For if wisdom is, as Socrates said, the recognition of the one, the beautiful, and the good, then it represents a balance in which no part can be deficient without destroying all. Virtues were therefore regarded as triads. The greatest of all virtues is wisdom, because wisdom is the virtue which perfects or makes possible the rational discovery of truth. Thus the term wisdom is appropriate to the triad. Now the next one is a little difficult, but it requires a discrimination on the part of the student. For the four, or the tetrad, archetypally speaking, is the Pythagorean symbol of intellect. And we come for a moment to pause and consider the difference between wisdom and intellect. We must make this discrimination at this point. The four, in its largest sense of the word, was what the Pythagoreans called the little holy number. And among many ancient peoples, the four was the symbol of God. The four as the fourth number, if considered in a sequence, following the tetractys, or the groups of dots, the 1 plus the 2 plus the 3 plus the 4 equals the 10. And as the 10 is the most sacred of all numbers, 4 represents the least number by which the 10 can be produced by mathematical sequence, or simple addition. 4, therefore, carries with it the symbolism of the forces or powers in the universe, by which the material creation were brought into existence. The 4, therefore, was also called the demiurgic number, or the number of the mental or intellectual regent of the universe. Following the Orphic theology, to which we must refer at this time, we recognize a hierarchy or a descent of deities We know, for example, that the Orphics represented the supreme being under the name of Uranus, or heaven. That Uranus in turn lost the kingdom to Cronus, the god of time. And Cronus in turn was dethroned by his own son, Zeus. Zeus, or the Latin Jupiter, thus becomes the demiurgic power. For according to the Greeks, it was Zeus who created the mundane universe and is embodied in it. Uranus created the spiritual universe. Saturn created the psychic or soul universe. And Zeus created the mundane or material world. And therefore, this great material creation is the body of the Demiurgus, or the lord of the cosmocrators, or creators of the world. This Zeus is then the third person of a creative triad, and is the power which represents the active principle in nature. The universe being created by will, which is spirit, wisdom, which is the psychic nature, and action, which is the material power. Zeus or Jupiter represents the active or objective principle, or the emergence of life from and in form. Thus he is called the formator, and is so recognized in most systems. Among 72 different peoples, according to the Kabbalah, the name of the deity responsible for creation contains 4 letters or characters. These letters or characters are called in the Hebrew form the tetragrammaton, or the name of 4 letters, and this always implies the third logos, or the creating power of the material universe. The ancients generally regarded and revered the number 4 because it represented the elements, the directions, and of course, when presented in cruciform, represents the 4 arms of a cross, either an actual cross or St. Andrew's cross. The cross was, of course, the symbol of matter, or of materiality, and it is therefore the cross upon which the Logos or the Christos is crucified. The cross represents the material world, and also bodies, and the 4 instruments of science or knowledge. For the Pythagoreans held that man possesses 4 powers, by means of which he is capable of orienting himself in the material world. We say intellect is different from wisdom, inasmuch as man can think, but thinking does not necessarily imply the achievement of wisdom. The world intellect corresponds to the concrete mind of man. Therefore, the number 4 represents mind focused in matter, and this is termed intellect. Whereas the number 3 represents mind focused in a superior state, therefore abstract or creative mind. Intellect rationalizes, but wisdom is not possible without understanding, and understanding implies the living, vital experience of a thing. The mind therefore contemplates. Wisdom is the production of contemplation plus internal experience, or apperception through psychic power within man's own nature. Wisdom is a state of knowing, whereas the intellect leads to remembering, to thinking, and may also end in dispute or dissension. By mind, man builds the world. By wisdom, he perfects himself. They are not the same thing, although in many respects they may appear to be quite similar. Wisdom represents an attribute of God. Mind represents a limited manifestation of this attribute in man or in some created being having a separate intellectual nature. The Greeks, therefore, used two terms to represent wisdom and intellect. One of these was intelligible and the other intellectual. Intelligible being or knowing is that in which knowledge is inherent and cannot be separated. An intellectual being is one in which knowledge must be acquired or must be the result of some process apart from inherency. Thus, certain orders of superior beings are intelligible because they move from a source of wisdom within themselves, whereas man is an intellectual because he moves toward a source of wisdom about which and of which he is not yet able to know completely or perfectly. The intellect aspires to attain wisdom. The wisdom principle itself is therefore an end of intellect. And when we say the intellect brings with it the possibility of wisdom, we then clearly distinguish between the two states. An individual who has remembered a well-known scientific thesis may be called intelligent, but he is not necessarily wise. For wisdom is a dynamic. Wisdom is much more than thought. Wisdom is possible because man is capable of attaining it. But we may say with Pythagoras that wisdom is archetypal and exists whether there is anyone to know it or not. Thus, intellect, it depends upon wisdom, but wisdom does not depend upon intellect. Wisdom is a reality in itself, which can perhaps be aspired to by intellect. But whether there be a mind or not, truth remains. And this is the essential difference between the power of the Triad and the power of the Tetrad. The archetypal five is called the Pentad, and this is the symbol of equilibrium in a little different way. The Triad is wisdom. The Pentad is equilibrium in function or in existence. It is a balance of forces rather than a state of consciousness. All forces and elements in nature strive toward equilibrium. In creatures with certain spiritual endowments, this equilibrium may result in wisdom. But in creatures of another kind, or in orders of life different from those we recognize, there is what is termed equilibrium. And equilibrium is the bringing of dissimilars into patterns, not involving necessarily the dissolution of illusion, but the arrangement of things harmonically or into ordered patterns. The number 5 is particularly, therefore, the balance of power in nature. Nature is forever striving against excess. It is forever trying to force one group of circumstances against another so that nothing will predominate. An example of this, I think, is one that I probably have told you before, but it deals with a natural problem and is appropriate this time. Experiments were made, for example, on a certain isolated mesa in the southwest of the United States to try to create an ideal setting for the development of certain kinds of creatures. Because it was almost inaccessible, animal life on this mesa could be rigidly controlled. A group of kindly and friendly animals, to be exact, a herd of deer, was brought to this place, and every animal known to be detrimental to them, and every other form of life which they had reason to fear, was removed, so that they could do exactly what they pleased. They all died. They found that the very forms of life, which in many ways hazarded the deer and its survival, also kept a kind of balance among themselves, and that the removal of these destructive forces removed also constructive forces, which could not be separated from them. And so by degrees the balance of nature was destroyed. And by destroying the balance, the very creatures we sought to save were themselves eliminated. We know this is also psychologically true in the case of the human being. There are persons who, in a great spirit of kindliness, try to prevent others from suffering. If they succeed, they generally destroy the other person. In attempts to save children from the necessary experiences of living, for example, we do not preserve purity, we simply weaken character, and the child becomes incapable of meeting the problems of life effectively. Nature is forever working for an equilibrium, a maintenance of balance. And man, regardless of his good intention, frequently interferes with this equilibrium. So the Pythagoreans, way back at that time, recognized the affinity between the number 5 and man, as assuming and affirming, therefore, that the number 5 was also the symbol of the Hierophant, or the master of the mysteries. The Hierophant, of course, being man, the master of nature. Therefore, that it was essential to the place of man in nature that he should strive ever to preserve and advance the equilibrium of the environment in which he existed. This equilibrium not only assured a better world around him, but preserved him. For man exists only because of a balance of forces. If this balance is too gravely disturbed, man will destroy himself, a message which might have some interest to atomic thinkers these days. The universe is therefore appropriately represented in its natural equilibrium by the number 5. And this number, because of its relationship to man himself, was represented as an upright 5-pointed star, the points being composed of the head, the arms, and the legs. This became a magic symbol and was used by the Kabbalists and the later magicians throughout the medieval world. Pythagoras is said to have worn a ring carrying upon it the pentalpha, or 5-pointed star. This was the symbol of healing, because the purpose of healing is achieved by the restoration of equilibrium. All sickness is an imbalance of some kind. This imbalance may be due to chemical deficiencies, but the moment the balance of parts is destroyed, the security of the compound is endangered. Creation remains together because of an intricate pattern of balances. And if any one of these is disturbed, a chain reaction sets in which threatens the survival of anything and everything else. One of the old Pythagoreans said that if man could destroy a grain of sand, he would ultimately destroy himself, because that chain reaction would lead finally to the absolute annihilation of the world, and he would only have to destroy one grain of sand. But, of course, the answer lies that he cannot do it, that the equilibrium is therefore indestructible. But man does have the power, as the hierophant, of assailing or endangering this balance. And the Pythagorean symbol of health, therefore, was to restore balance, to restore the balance in relationships in life, to recognize that every inward attribute must be balanced with a manifestation, that words without works are dead, that there cannot be too much of an intake without some giving out, or there will be trouble. That nutrition not only requires food, but also exercise and the use of energy. That wherever there is a blocking or a stopping of the flow of universal life, survival is threatened. Therefore, health, peace, security, world good are appropriately symbolized by the star, which even in the time of Pythagoras was also called hope, inasmuch as to them hope was the promise of good things for those who kept the law. Anyone who did well had a good hope, for hope is nothing more than man's reasonable expectation that that which is good will produce good. Equilibrium and balance maintain all of these things. Now there is a difference between, again, the 5 and the 6, but it is subtle, like the difference between the 4 and the 5. Because the 6, according to Pythagoras, the Heptad, was called the number of harmony. Harmony is, again, a kind of order. But harmony is not so much concerned merely with balance. Harmony contains many other attributes, of which perhaps the most important is motion. Harmony, whether it be of sound or of movement or of color, implies certain motion and a certain vibratory relationship. Equilibrium is the balance of things. Harmony is the equilibrium of things within themselves, rather than in their relation to other things. The 6, of course, to the Pythagoreans was also the number of creation. Creation being, of course, essentially and primarily the manifestation of universal law through the harmonic of generation. So the number 6, being composed of 2 interlaced triangles, one upright and the other inverted, forming a 6-pointed star known to the Hebrew Kabbalists as the Shield of David. This symbol was the symbol of union, in the sense of the union of generations. It was the symbol of the generating of the universe. And according to the Pythagoreans, therefore, it was called marriage. It was called union of the positive and negative principles of life. In the Bible, the Old Testament, we hear of the 6 days of creation and the 7th day upon which deity rested. In 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. 6 was therefore the number of labor, and the great labor was creation. And creation is the primary work of being, and it is also the primary labor of man. For all things fulfill through creation. And the archetype of creation is the creative act of God itself, or the supreme power. Thus, in the principle of creativity, we also find harmony. Why harmony and creation are linked together by the Pythagoreans may be a little bit obscure. But I think the answer lies in their recognition that creation is ordered or harmonic motion. Creation is a sequential unfoldment or ideation of things from within themselves. In the simple and natural processes of creation, there is no dissonance. There is the dance of life, the magnificent harmony of the spheres, and the very processes of creation are the ultimately natural actions of things. Therefore, the inevitable and spontaneous fulfillment of the purpose for existence is harmonic, is beautiful, is orderly. We gain another concept from this thinking in connection with the first chapter of St. John, where we find that in the beginning was the Word. The Word, or fiat, the creative tonality, which we find returning again and again in religious and philosophical systems, in the mantrams, or sacred chantings of tones, and in the garlands of letters of yoga and tantra. We have the recognition that creation is sustained by a great harmonic principle, and that the universe is composed, as the Greeks pointed out, of number, color, and form, that all things move according to these laws. Actually, the 6 as the symbol of creation is appropriately a symbol of harmony. For there is not a star which thou beholdest, but in its orbit like an angel sings, hymning to the young-eyed cherubim. Always this great Pythagorean overthought of the tremendous harmonic of creation. The creation was a song. The creation was a magnificent unfoldment of tonal beauty that actually whirls with the songs of angels, and that everything that grows and lives is in some way the lengthened shadow of a song. That Pythagoras was a musician, that he had the sensitivity of the musical consciousness, we know. And we can understand why, to him, as to Bach, mountains were set in keys, and various changes of climate and temperature, storms and wind and waves, were point and counterpoint. These things were all part of one tremendous rhythm. And man listening, as Pythagoras did, for the tone of nature, the great Kung of China, the inevitable song that extends and expands and goes on forever. He realizes with Pythagoras that this whole universe is maintained because of a great tonal vibration. Also that everything that lives has a tone, a keynote. Caruso was able to break glasses by ticking them with his finger and then singing the tone until the glass broke. Glasses and other fragile instruments can be broken by the tolling of a bell. And from the tuning fork, we realize how sounds are carried and can be picked up. Pythagoras, marching with his disciples through cities, played upon his lute the keynotes of the great architectural building patterns, declaring that every piece of symmetrical architecture was built around a musical form or pattern, and that if this keynote was emphasized in a peculiar way, the building would fall, even as the walls of Jericho fell when the trumpets sounded, when the tribes of Israel led the sacred covenant around the walls of Jericho. So the universe was a great mystery of harmony. And Pythagoras went further to point out that man, seeking the universe, seeking his re-identification with the universe, must, like in the philosophy of Lao Tzu, must approach by means of harmony. By the harmonic proportions of his own soul, man was able to hear the music of the spheres. By the mysterious silences and quietudes of his own consciousness, he was able or could become aware of the great tone, the great universal note which sustained all things. Thus creation was indeed the blazing forth of sounds, around which forms were gathered, and every living thing is a sound embodied in a form. These thoughts all relate to the mystery of the number 6, which to Pythagoras represented, therefore, the whole mystery of harmony, the whole concept of man's ability to bring himself into harmonics. And we have the harmonics of good and evil. We have the harmonics of ignorance and wisdom. And today we are beginning to recognize the importance of the therapeutic value of sound and harmony in connection with sickness. We know that when we speak of harmony, we speak of several things. For in a mysterious way, we use one word to cover two grand ideas. One of these covers the concept of sound, the other the concept of integration. When we say a person is harmonious, we do not necessarily mean that he is singing, nor do we necessarily mean that we hear some sound coming from him. We mean by harmonious that there is no discord in his nature, that he is a concordant person, and that therefore his whole nature is a melody of conduct, a melody of natural motions and emotions, a melody of synchronized parts of function. At the same time, we use the term harmony to represent an advanced form of musical composition, one of the last and greatest forms to be developed. Because we recognize in music 3 degrees also. We recognize the basic principle of rhythm, which is perhaps the oldest form of music that we know, largely the result of primitive percussion instruments, the drum and things of that nature. Then we recognize melody. which is a continuous story unfolding in tone. We know the Greeks at the time of Pythagoras sang only by melody, and that also that they had no essential keys as we know them, nor did they train their voices in any harmonic arrangement. As one old writer points out, they all sang the same words at the same time, and they sang according to the convenience of their voices. Now that might or might not be particularly delightful to us at the moment. They made no effort to agree as to the key or pitch. They simply spoke musically, or with the concept of music. But Pythagoras does receive considerable credit as having introduced the concept of harmony, although it languished for a long time thereafter and did not have immediate recognition. But harmony represents intervals and the recognition of intervals, producing such things as the diapente, the diatessaron, and things of that kind, the intervals of music that are harmonic and enharmonic. This also tells us that harmony has to do with the knowledge of intervals, and this again has to do with the ordering and the sequencing of various attitudes. Harmony in music is the ability of two things essentially different to unite to produce a common concord. Thus, individuals thinking and living according to the conveniences of their temperaments may still unite to form an harmonic composition. In other words, things can be harmonic that are not identical. And by the very laws of harmony, these differences under discipline enrich the tapestry of tone and make the entire work more interesting, more advanced, and more spiritually satisfying. All these are rules and laws, then, that come under the Heptad, but under the Hextad. But we must now go on to the Heptad, which is the archetypal form or power of the number 7. Pythagoras gives us many keywords, but they are all, I think, summarized in one law. Number 7 is the number of the law. Now, by law, the Pythagoreans meant that celestial integration of processes which constitute the inevitable pattern of conduct for all things. In other words, the will of deity is revealed through law, and the way of heaven is given to man through the laws of nature. That which in itself speaks not in words that man can hear, reveals itself by conduct, and law is the conduct of God. To the Pythagoreans, therefore, law is the forever revealing book of truth. Laws are of two kinds, divine and natural. Divine laws are those which reside archetypally in the divine being. Natural laws are the reflection of divine law, conditioned within a kind of substance or material, through which all of universal or divine law may not be perceived or apperceived. Only a part of the great law is embodied. The rest remains in its own nature. That part which is unembodied in matter, however, may be embodied in soul and in spirit. Therefore, man advancing from a material state to a psychic state may move under the administration of laws previously unknown, but forever existing. Law is also referred to by the Pythagoreans as the will of God, because by means of law we become aware of the divine will to be itself, to fulfill, or to relentlessly and inevitably consummate its own purposes. For man, therefore, there is no release from law. The universe is lawful, and man, in order to attain to any state of security, must keep the law. Now, in addition to those laws which arise in God and nature, there are laws which are formulated by man himself for the administration of his own society. Most of the great codes of laws have originated in revelation or mystical or religious works. The earliest codes that we have, such as those of Hammurabi, are accredited to deities, and it is believed that they were revealed to prophets and patriarchs and great lawgivers of ancient times. The human history of law is largely derived from the record of things traditionally observed. Most so-called spiritual revelations of law are accumulations of human experience sanctified by time and demonstrated by utility. Thus, even man-made law is only the shadow of his observation of universal law. Now, in the course of time, however, man's civilization becoming more and more artificial and complicated, there has been an increase of statutes, and many persons, not themselves equipped to contemplate the universe, have found themselves either forced or inspired to amend the legal code. The result is today that laws are not always in accordance with heavenly law or universal law. And so the early Christian church divided man-made law from divine law, declaring that to break a man-made law is a crime. To break a divine law is a sin. A sin being an act against God, a crime an act against man, or against the common good of man. Now, if we go back to our book of Genesis, we find that on the seventh day the Lord rested and set aside the Sabbath. And in the Kabbalah, the Sabbath becomes what is termed the center of the directions. The universe was recognized in ancient times as having 6 directions: north, east, south, west, up, down. These directions all came from a central point, and this central point was called the Sabbath, or the Great Throne, and power moving into objectivity from itself extended in 6 directions from its own nature. And these 6 directions later became the 6 faces of a cube, and were so symbolized in the Pythagorean symbolism. These 6 directions and the center exhausted the potential manifestation of power. Therefore, they represented law or motion. Because to the Greeks, law was also a movement. It was a motion of energy according to its own nature. And when we say according to its own nature, we say law. For this is accord with self, or accord with the essential reality of a thing. According to the Pythagoreans, no natural energy ever broke its own law, or tried to. Because in the world of energies, laws or powers are inevitable. It is only in a sphere of individualized intellectual entities that even the concept of disobedience is possible. All disobedience is a limited condition, however, for disobedience can never actually achieve magnitude in itself. But things moving according to their own natures are considered lawful. And in this concept of law, we also have the recognition that the divine law, as a manifestation of the divine will, constitutes the secondary definition of good. Therefore, good and God are of the same origin in the old Anglo-Saxon. And good is that state of a thing existing according to itself. This is perhaps a mysterious statement, but when we say a thing existing according to itself, we mean without conflict with its own essential nature. The universe exists without conflict. It is. Therefore, it is good. It therefore has no possibility of being amended. And no matter what we conceive or how we think or what we believe, we cannot be better than that natural good which is. Man can achieve unity with good, but he cannot surpass it, inasmuch as good is perfect order, and no thing can be more than perfect. The will of deity in law and order is thus manifested most perfectly in the great process of creation. So creation is the unfoldment of the great flower of law. And within this flower, enthroned as the Buddhic figure within the cosmic lotus, is the lawmaker, forever throned upon the magnitude of its own manifestation. It is also called the symbol of the creative number because it is through law and the works of law that the Creator is most evident to the creation. That which has observed the creation has seen the Creator in His work. Now, the reason why the number 7 is also associated with rest or with equilibrium is because equilibrium in itself is the secret of the law. The equilibrium of the universe is its primary law, and its extension from this into manifestation gives us the Pythagorean formula of the unmoved mover. The 6 directions are the motions of number. The 7th direction, so-called, is the center, and this is the unmoved point of motion. Law is therefore the unmoved, moving in its 6 inevitable directions. This is law because there are no other directions. Therefore, beyond law and beyond lawfulness, there is nothing. It is impossible for law to escape from law, because law fills all of law. There is no place for the lawful to escape to, and therefore the number is said to represent that the law keeps itself, and therefore is the perfect example of lawfulness. There is also the interesting and mysterious idea of this central point of equilibrium, or the unmoved. Law exists only as the result of the motions of being. Therefore, if the motion of being ceases, and all things created return again to the root, law is said to sleep. Law rests because it cannot exist apart from manifestation. Law is motion and things unmoved, therefore alone transcend law. And the central point of transcendence represents also the point of synthesis. God in its own nature is one. God in manifestation is six. God, the nature plus the manifestation equals 7, which is the exhaustion of the creative power of number. Now I hope that that is clear. Anyway, we must now go on to the next symbol, which is the Octad, or the 8. Now the 8 was conceived by the Pythagoreans to represent the striving of the 2 serpents that were twisted around the caduceus of Hermes. But the 8 is also the peculiar psychical motion of the magnetic pole of the earth. It is therefore a curious, endless band, which crosses itself in the middle, and goes on and on. In the tarot cards it is represented by the strange tilted brim of the hat of the juggler. It is the symbol of continuous, unbroken motion. Therefore, we are not surprised to find the Pythagorean keyword for the number 8 is love. Now we wonder why it should be so decided or so considered. So let us analyze for a moment the concept of the number 8, which is an endless band turned upon itself. It is not merely the serpent with a tail in its mouth, the symbol of eternity. It is the symbol composed of 2 apparent circles formed by 1 circle. So let us see why the number 8 was so represented by the Greeks. Of course, the number 8 is a number which, if divided, gives us 2 4s, which if in turn divided, gives us 2 2s, which if in turn divided, gives us 2 1s. Therefore, the number 8 is called a number reducible to unity, because it is susceptible of an equal division into 1s, which many numbers are not. The 3, for example, cannot be divided equally into 1s, unless you want to say 3 1s. But when you divide it, you do not get unity. You get a 1 and a 2. But in the number 8, you have a complete division. A half of 8 is 4. A fourth of 8 is 2. An eighth of 8 is 1. 4 plus 2 plus 1 equals 7. Therefore, we find the re-establishment of the law. And we suddenly discover that we have a septenary concealed within the 8, and which the 8 exceeds. We also recognize the 8 as a number, 2 out of 3 of the divisions of which give us even numbers. because the half is 4, the fourth is 2. Both of these are passive numbers. But the final division restores the sacred number, the uneven number, 1. Now, what has all this got to do with love? That is a rather tricky and technical question. So the Pythagoreans began to study the nature of love in an effort to observe its function in the universal law. And in the course of their discovery, they either discovered or were told, or in one way found out, that the number 8 was the great secret number of the Eleusinian mysteries, the number of the great mother of mysteries, the number of Isis and Diana, the great goddess of the Athenians. Thus the number 8 to them represented concord. It represented not a union of forms, as in the case of the number 6, which is a union of 2 triangles, but a union of infinities, because it is a union of 2 spheres, or circles. The circle being a symptom or symbol of infinity, or an infinite number of parts. Therefore, the union of infinites becomes much more significant and important numerically than the union of forms, bodies, or forces. The number 8 begins to represent then what the Platonists later described as the 8 forms of amity. And we find the Greeks, in their own legislative system, represented or recognized 8 forms of relationships between things. And these 8 forms, to them, all represented kinds of regard, affection, or love. Things which are outwardly divided by form cannot outwardly coalesce. Therefore, in order that any forms, of themselves integrated and separated, can unite, a binder must be introduced of some kind. And in alchemy, this binder was mercury, the universal solvent. Gold and silver could not meet, except that both be dissolved in mercury. Everywhere in nature there has to be a universal solvent, by means of which things not naturally, materially compatible can still be brought to identity, or to a relative degree of union. To the Greeks, the universal solvent was love. They recognized it as that power which could alone hold things together, which had not yet the power to hold themselves together. If man, for example, could experience identity with another creature, and could know himself and that other creature to be one, we would have an entirely different concept of relationships. Christ said, "I and my Father are one." Man can say this, but he cannot experience it. He cannot know it. Therefore, where the individual may not know that he is God, the religious systems of the world tell him, therefore, to love God, and that through the love which he bestows upon God, he builds a bridge between God and himself. And in life, for man, the union of divided parts is through the bridge of human regard, affection, and respect. Now the 8 is composed of 2 4s. And we have already recognized from our study of the four, or the Tetrad. That the four represents the divine power involved in the creative process. In other words, the Lord of the material world. And also that part of man which is involved in the psychic mystery of generation. A four may likewise then be considered equivalent to the human psyche, in the sense that it represents the demiurgus, or secondary creator. For as the universe creates the soul, so the soul in turn engenders the body, fashions it, forms it, and molds it into the likeness of itself. Therefore, an ensouled body, whether it be the solar system or a minute atom, all ensouled bodies are tetrads, because four is also the least number of surfaces that can enclose an area. Thus, any human being is a tetrad, a body ensouled. The Octad becoming the symbol of two ensouled bodies, therefore becomes the number of sympathy. Inasmuch as two ensouled bodies have all essential qualities in likeness, or in similarity, all creatures, we will say then, are ensouled bodies. Yet having this great identity of fact in common, they cannot get along. They cannot recognize that in all essentials they are one, and that what we call diversity is entirely of matters not essential, or essentially real. Yet by diversity we are infinitely separated, and this separation, or self-centeredness of beings, would ultimately lead to the final destruction of beings. For all things, to the degree that they become isolated, separate themselves from the common energies of their kind and perish. Man, therefore, from the beginning has been afraid of isolation. He has striven in every way possible to create bridges between himself and others, not only that he may understand, but that he may be understood, both processes being equally important to him. The Octad, then, represents two creations of a similar essential nature, which have been brought together and bound by an endless circuit of energy, forming the mysterious number 8 in form. Thus, the 8 is the symbol of those overtones of regard, those subtle energies of consciousness by which the individual seeks to perfect self through the experience of association, and also attempts to escape from that isolation which means the inability of the self to function. The Greeks recognized that man's selfhood has two essential functions. One is the expression of itself through its own organism, and the second is the extension of that expression of self to the circumference of society. In other words, the person not only wishes, in a sense, to control himself, but he wishes to control others. He wishes to extend his psychic field beyond the circumference of his own body. He wishes to exert influence, which, moving from him, permeates other things, changing them, altering them, modifying them, influencing, controlling them, and perhaps even destroying them. This motion of influence from each person, therefore, becomes the basis of conflict. For conflict is not a struggle of bodies, but a struggle of psyches moving through bodies and moving out to the degree that they become inhibiting upon each other. And therefore, we have the battles of wits and of minds and the struggles of ambition and things of this nature. 8, because it is a balanced number, because it is an ordered number, indicates a natural and placid association. It is also a passive number, or a negative number, which would imply and infer, therefore, that the virtues which it represents are not virtues of aggression, but virtues of receptivity. Therefore, we say that love seeks not for itself, but for others, and is not a force moving primarily toward self, but from self. And as we study along in psychology and human relationships, we find the individual who loves himself seldom finds any satisfaction in the emotion. To the degree that we center our regards upon ourselves, we are impoverished. To the degree that we bestow them, we enrich ourselves. Passive numbers, therefore, represent indirect methods and would be appropriate to a term like happiness, which can never be the result of a particular effort, but must be the consequence or reaction of things. Therefore, love is a reactive power, the individual growing by what he gives and not by what he has. Love to the philosophical group in the Greek problem represents many levels of affection, extending from friendship through various types of personal regard, through various divisions of affection, as the love of child for parent, the love of parent for child, the love of man for country, the love of man and woman, the love of beauty, the love of virtue, the love of good, the love of truth, the love of wisdom, and the love of God. These are all degrees of affection. And strangely enough, all affections of this kind are distantly but inevitably possessive. That which we love, we instinctively possess, and only lose when we become aware of our possessiveness. We continue to possess until we say so. Then we lose. We continue to possess until we demand, and then we destroy, because the number is passive. It cannot do in the form of a direct action. A man can earn wisdom, but he cannot carefully plan a career toward love. The Greeks therefore agree with most other systems that the term love is essentially undefinable. To define it is to defile it. To rationalize it is to destroy it. It represents an intangible and is the presence of a strange and elusive God, according to the Greeks, who appears and disappears at will, takes innumerable forms, and yet wherever he appears, bestows great goodness, beauty, and glory. For to the Greeks, the God of love was also the inspirer of arts, the perfecter of philosophies, and the greatest cause of civilization the world can possibly imagine. It was also the number of initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, because in these mysteries man approaches the experience of the love of pure truth. And the mysteries were institutions of love. inasmuch as the purpose of growth is to learn to love reality. Not merely to understand, but with an ardor of the spirit, to cast oneself toward the object of affection. In the Song of Solomon the King, therefore, we find the three great divisions of love, as it was sung also in the mystic songs of the troubadours and the minstrels, and is to be found in the raptures of the dervishes and the Sufis and other Eastern mystics. Solomon says in the beginning of the song, "My beloved is mine." In the middle part of the great song he says, "My beloved is mine, and I am my beloved's." In the last high note of the song he cries out, "I am my beloved's." A motion from selfishness to unselfishness. And this, according to the Greeks, was the great motion by which things separated outwardly can still find union and can experience above the illusion of separation. So the 8 is a binding of things by their principles and by their essences. And from such bindings also are generations produced, because the productions of love are beauty, and beauty is a great goddess that cannot die. So the next number that we consider is the Ennead, or the power of the number 9, or the inverted 6. Now in the Pythagorean system, the number 9 is called the number of limitation. Now there are many reasons why it is so designated. For one thing, it is rather obvious that the 9 immediately falls short of the 10, which is the complete cycle of number. Therefore it means to fall short. 9 is the number of man, because it is the number of the generative cycle of 9 months, which was recognized by the ancients. In other words, the prenatal epoch of man consists of 9 symbolic months. And also, in the same Eleusinian and Sabasian rites among the Greeks, the lesser mysteries, or the degrees of the lesser rite, were 9 in number, to represent the human being in his prenatal existence. Man, therefore, is a creature who has fallen short. And in the ancient language, if we go back into the root of words, the word that we call sin means to fall short. Sin does not mean primarily an act of violence against God. It means in some way to fall short of sufficiency. The sinner, therefore, is the imperfect one, that which has not yet achieved consummation. Therefore, to be born in sin and conceived in iniquity meant originally nothing more than to be born imperfect. The rest of it was a little theological dressing to make it sound more formidable. But man falls short. And there are many symbolisms explaining this falling short. The human being exists within the womb of nature, which is symbolized in ancient times by the zodiac. The zodiac at one time consisted of 10 signs of 36 degrees each. Later, the compound sign of Virgo-Scorpio was broken, and the sign of Libra or equilibrium was placed between. We still find the trace of this in the similarity of the form of the two signs, Virgo and Scorpio, and also in the setting up of the scales of Amentet in Libra, part of the old mystery ritual of the balance, the equilibrium between the two great arcs of the universe. But in the Greek system, the concept of the 12 divisions of the zodiac was also known at the time of Pythagoras and generally accepted. And we find that man is therefore 9/12ths of a circle. He requires for his prenatal epoch 9/12ths of a year. And as he lies in embryo form, his body occupies 9/12ths of a circle. In the same way, the Greeks believed that the human brain is 9/12ths of a sphere. All these symbolisms, while they may or may not be sustained historically, or we will say physiologically, are still of interest to us. So what do we find? That from a very early time, there were three steps or degrees of the state mysteries introduced to make possible the complete birth of man. In the ancient wisdom teachings, therefore, man is born by 9 months of generation and 3 degrees of initiation. The broken wheel being mended by the ritual or rite. For the silver cord is loosened, and the wheel is broken at the cistern. The broken wheel, which occurs very often in early religious symbolism, is this symbol of imperfection, the incomplete being, the 9/12ths creature. Now, number 9 is also the symbol of limitation, because according to the Greek, imperfection exists throughout matter. And the created universe, which is the archetype for man, man being the microcosm, the world being the macrocosm, is also itself 9/12ths of creation, or of a creative power. The Pythagoreans recognized this also by establishing 9 levels or layers of the mundane world. They recognized, after the Egyptians, the universe or solar system or world, they used these terms rather interchangeably in those days, as symbolized by the cross-section of an onion with its concentric circles, one inside of the other. And in this cross-sectioning, which is incidentally the same concept of the universe that appears in Dante and in Milton, the layers are 9 in number, the lowest of them being the Earth, above which are the 7 orbits of the planets, making 8, and then the 9th, which is the sphere of the fixed stars, being a circle surrounding the rest. Therefore, according to Plato, souls coming into generation fell from the sphere of the fixed stars, descended through the orbits of the planets, and finally entered the earth, or the krator, the cup, the vessel which received these things. Man is therefore represented by them as 8 plus 1, or 9. 8 being the symbol of principles, and the 9th of the depository or cup, the krator, which received principles, being the physical form or body. Man is therefore 8-fold in his complete superphysical construction, and to this is added body, which is the receptacle of principles, but is not itself a principle. Man thus combined or formed together is the symbol of this imperfect pattern, this unbalanced structure, this wheel which cannot turn and cannot support the load for which it was intended. The wheel, incidentally, was not only by the Greeks but also by the Mayas and Aztecs of Central America regarded as a symbol of imperfection, and no wheeled vehicle was used in America prior to the coming of the Spaniards. They considered it a symbol of ill luck or of evil. They declared that when the wheel came, civilization would die. Well, we've got a few wheels around here. I don't know whether it has brought about the problem that we know, but wheels within wheels can be dangerous. The 9 is the symbol of man because it was also associated with a positive pole of generation. Man not only has these 9 tenths or 9/12 of a completeness, but according to the ancients, he had 9 bodily orifices, he had 9 essential systems of bodily structure, and throughout all of his development, there was a repetition of the cycle of 9. The combination of 9 and 6 equals the sign of Cancer, by the way, which is the symbol of generation in the zodiac. Man, therefore, represents a generating power, which lacks the completeness or the fullness of regenerative capacity. Man as 9 must therefore be subject to salvation because in some way he is imperfect. The Chinese carry this symbolism to quite a degree because whenever they produce a work of art, they intentionally make a flaw so that it shall not be said that they aspire to the perfection which peculiarly belongs to heaven. And when the Japanese painter and sculptor Kobo Daishi, one of the founders of the great Shinganshu, one of the great divisions of Buddhism in Japan, was making the dragons on the top of the gate of a temple, he did so beautifully that when he put the last drop of paint exactly where it belonged, the dragons began to move. He was so perfect that he had bestowed life. And therefore, with the quickness of mind for which he was always justly distinguished, he took a little paint of the wrong color and put it on, and immediately the dragons returned to wood again. A nice symbolism, but implying or suggesting this idea that man, were he complete, would indeed be a god, and that the universe could, so to say, come completely to life in him. But there is something lacking, something mysterious, like the mysterious ingredient for the philosopher's stone, which the alchemist sought everywhere but could never find. And this imperfection is the key to humanity, and therefore the number 9, which incidentally also was an important number because it contained 3 triads. And these 3 triads were themselves symbolic of the nature of man, who has a 3-fold spiritual nature, a 3-fold psychic nature, and a 3-fold body. Thus he has everything except the cord to string them together with, and that remains until another number. Man has all the faculties, but he is now struggling desperately for the establishment of that which is missing. And that is what the modern psychologist likes to term integration. Oneness, to bind them together. Man is still a creature divided because his 9 needs the 1 to make it a unit, to make it a oneness again. So we are not surprised then that the Decad, or the number 10, is called by Pythagoras what? Faith. And that is only one of the names, however, which he gave it. Not faith, faith. F-A-I-T-H. Because it is the object of all human sincere contemplation. The Decad is called the triumph of number. It is number which, having moved from unity through diversity, establishes a new kind of integration. It is the achievement of the unity of totality, for the 10 becomes the symbol of the whole tetractys, or the sum of number, as the 1 is the symbol of indivisible unity. The 10 is the symbol of achieved, attained unity. The final consummation of all things in the perfection of themselves is 10. Because to the Pythagoreans, 10 equals perfection, which in turn equals unity. For in their thinking, all things to be perfect must be established in a state of indivisible oneness. A perfect mind must be absolutely unified. A perfect society must be a perfect unit. Everything must be a unit. And by unity, not a compelled unit, but an attained unit. The 10, therefore, is the voluntary association of numbers, and their consummation in the re-establishment of a concept of totality. Now, how does man at this stage think this through? How is he to envision a totality which he cannot experience? Every human being nearly is looking towards something more than he is. He is seeking peace, security, happiness, sufficiency. All of these things are different from the one, inasmuch as they are achieved unities, or the cycle of the one, passing through diversity and reaffirming itself. So the cipher becomes the symbol of the cycle, or the motion by means of which things return to themselves. But the addition of the cipher to the unit makes this unit the appropriate archetypal form for the tetractys, or the 10 dots. For it is the sum of all number, and any number absent results in the loss of the 10. Nor can there be any essential number above the 10. For 10, says Pythagoras, exhausts the diversity of number, as man, through the experience of living, exhausts the diversity of experience. And when you have experienced everything, what have you? Unity. There is nothing else you can have. When you know everything, you know one thing, because everything is merely a phase of one thing. There are not 10 wisdoms in the world. There is one wisdom with 10 ways of reaching it. But no matter how you travel, no matter what you learn, you can only exhaust diversity. And when you have realized that, you have achieved the consciousness of absolute unity. So unity in the sense of 10 is the exhaustion of all numbers. And the numbers are like, in the old legend, are represented by rivers, which flowing down all meet in the number 10, which represents the sea. And the number 10, of course, is a potential one, because the sun will raise the water from the sea, carry it in the clouds, drop it on the mountains, where it will become many streams, and will finally come back and converge again into the sea. So the journey from the sea to the sea is the journey from the 1 to the 10. And it is infinitely repeated. But Plotinus calls it the journey of that which is alone, the 1, to that which is alone is, the sea. The drop of water and the sea are both unity. So the number 10, having fulfilled all things, is considered the archetypal number, of course, of adeptship, or of the perfection of everything that can be perfected or achieved by man. In every department of life, the 10 is the beginning plus the method or the means or the intervals and the end, which is in the beginning. And in the great Egyptian glyphs of Rapalonilus, this is the serpent with the tail in its mouth. Because all things are moving in this eternal cycle. Thus Pythagoras, affirming the basis of his entire mathematical system, also established for us the concept of the decimal system, by which all things are measured in terms of 10. And in this basic concept, we think, we do not know, that perhaps mankind developed the idea from the 10 fingers, which he first used in counting. And there is the old story, you know, that when he had to get to 11, he had to take a shoe off. There was the concept of the 10, and the 10 in the Kabbalah, of course, was composed of 2 5s, which were the hands. The placing of the hands in certain Jewish rituals represent the union of these 2 5s, which in turn represent the 2 tablets of the law, each containing 5 of the commandments. So the 10 commandments, which constitute the law and the prophets, is another statement of the completeness or fulfillment of universal law through the Decad. And the Decad was completed originally by the old legend, inasmuch as the inscription on one tablet of the law was raised, and the inscription on the other tablet of the law was engraved into the tablet, so that when the 2 tablets met, the raised and the sunken parts united, forming one absolutely solid pattern. This, of course, represented the union of the positive and negative principles, or the polarized concepts of law and order, or law and the prophets, or the old and the new dispensation, and all that has to do with it. Now the addition of 1 to 9 equals the 10. Therefore the number 1 added to the 9 becomes also a messianic symbol, and is so represented in nearly all religious systems. Because there appears the intercessor, the comforter, the sota, the Messiah, who in each life plays the part of the 1 to make the 9 10. He is available, or this power is forever supplementing the 9 to make the 10, and is so recognized in the Jewish metaphysical system and also in the Christian Kabbalah of the Middle Ages. The 10, then, we have now as the symbol of the completeness, of the wholeness or the fullness of a thing. The numbers have fulfilled their parts, they have been added together, and out of the addition of the first 4 numbers is restored the number 1 again, because the number 1 is the first part of the 10. Now the Pythagoreans and other numerologists after them have taken another attitude, namely that you take your compound numbers, for example, and you add these numbers to find again your basic unity, according to the Gematria and the Notaricon of the Kabbalists. Thus, for instance, if you have a number 25, you take the 2, add it to the 5, and you have 7, and you go back to your basic pattern again. So all numbers above 10 are reducible to numbers under 10. The general exception in some systems is that two numbers, 11 and 22, are not reduced. These have to do with certain key letters of the Jewish alphabet. But it is normal, for instance, to take a number above 10 and add the parts of it to produce another number. Thus 34 you add together, you have 7. 29 becomes 11. And that number you do not reduce, but leave at 11. Thus, in all these systems, you have some other interesting problems that appear. Now, when we come to the study of certain numbers, we find other habits about them that are interesting. The number 5 multiplied by itself will always have itself as in the final term of the multiplication. 5 5s are 25. And this number, or the number 6 multiplied by itself, will always have the number 6. 6 6s are 36, and the number is returned, or is recurrent. Now, by this process, what do we have? We have here 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10. And if you add them all together, you get 55, and add those and you get 10 again. 5 and 5 equal 10. And so you go. And you find these numbers are infinitely repeating formulas. And these formulas are the things that to the Pythagoreans reveal the infinite power of number. Now there is one use which they all made, and which we have totally lost, in which they did combine letters and numbers for a certain purpose. Thus, for example, when they wished to conceal an energy, universal power, or agency under a name, they would select for that name one the sum of which numerically would be equal to the power intended. This was done by a particular process. Therefore, the Gnostics took the deity Abraxas, which was their god of the cycle, and the Greek number system associated with the letters is such that the numerical power of Abraxas is 365, which is the symbol of the year. They frequently made use of this type of symbolism. Therefore, the number 666, which is associated in Revelation with the beast, is the sum of the numerical value of the Greek word which means the lower intellect. Thus they used words and numbers to indicate particular meanings, in order that each of these meanings might be meaningful and obvious through a Kabbalah, or through a method. Thus, according to Pythagoras, take the names of any of the Greek deities, take their numerical equivalents, and you can reduce them on the tetractys to the power for which they stand. This is because these names were selected by the ancient Orphics with this purpose in mind. And the Egyptian system upon which it was built was much earlier than Greek civilization, although Pythagoras was the first to publicly describe it. Thus, all perhaps of the admonitions that we find in the book of Revelation, for instance, are meaningful. For it calls a particular spiritual penalty upon anyone who shall change the spelling of a single name. And no one knows why. But it was because of this analogy between the meanings of letters and of the power of number. Thus, letters were associated with number in this way. But I think you will see that thus, in this application, we are not necessarily dealing with a problem of divination. We are dealing with a cipher, by means of which we can substitute letters for numbers, and in that way create words which are appropriate names for things, and yet which do not necessarily have the meaning that we first suspect. It was an excellent manner for making a concealment of some kind, which could go back to the science of number. This was used a great deal in the Old Testament, where many names are merely very carefully concealed mathematical formulas. So by these formulas, you get another way of reaching into the mystery involved, or the idea behind the use of certain letters and characters. So in general, that is what we can cover in connection with this concept of number. Those of you who are interested in going further with it, you will find a section in our book on symbolical philosophy devoted to this, and with a fairly complete development of the basic number patterns as recorded by Theon of Smyrna. For those who are intrigued beyond this point in their study of the Pythagorean theory of number, I believe one of the best available texts, although it is a difficult one and very scarce, that can be consulted here in our library, and that is Higgins' great work, The Anaclipsis. This work shows a great deal of research into Pythagorean number. Many secret societies, incidentally, that survive today have numerical symbols which can be reinterpreted in terms of letters and back and forth. These things become an interesting problem, and Irenaeus describes the Logos, or the great figure, blazing in light with every letter of the Greek alphabet located on some part of its body. And of course, Pythagoras tells us that his own name, which was not his real name, of course, that the name Pythagoras contains within its numerical and letter powers the entire secret of his doctrine, which was never left in any other form. So this is the philosophy of number, and for those who wish to extend the research, it can be a very intriguing problem. But we cannot do any further and get you home in a reasonable